I played 300 days of Stardew Valley MEGA Expanded. It's mega movie time, so here are over 3 years worth of modded Stardew Valley content, exploring some of the most popular map expansions. I explain about the mods in the intro to the first year, so you'll find out more very soon. If you love having something playing in the background, hit that like button and let me know in the comments what you tend to be doing whilst you're watching these extra long videos. I love hearing what you're all up to. I watch a lot of this sort of content myself whilst I make these 100 days videos, which, speaking of, I'm currently making a vlog on my second channel about how I make these. So if you like IRL stuff, do check out that channel linked in the description. And now, let's begin. I played 100 days of Stardew Valley, and this time I added all the major map expansions. Well, kind of. I've excluded Zuzu City from this because we have of course had an in-depth look at this mod in the City Witch series. Link in the description for that, by the way. In this series though, we'll be playing with Stardew Valley Expanded again, but Ridgeside Village, East Scarp and Lunna Astray will all be new to me, and I couldn't be more excited to explore them. I am aware that there are a bunch more map expansions that I could have added, but I wanted to start with these long-time favourites for now. As usual, we'll actually be playing through the full first year, so you're really getting 112 days for the price of 100, and my only goal this time is to complete as much of the community centre as possible. I don't know if I can do the full thing because, me being me, I've added a little twist. Listen, did you really expect any different? Also, side note, I named this farm Dreamlight Farm because I'm a little bit obsessed with Dreamlight Valley at the moment. A full list of mods can be found in the description. Please leave a like if you enjoy 100 days content, but without further ado, let's begin. Day 1 started with the usual new save ritual of clearing some space on the farm for those first 15 parsnips. But then I noticed I had some mail already. This is from Eloise, who lives over in East Scarp, one of the many NPCs we're going to have to meet. But first, we got a little farming to do. With parsnips in the ground, I decided to make headway with all the introductions. We have got 70 people to get through after all. As I passed through the bus stop, I found out Lewis has a big sister called Lenny who lived in a place that we can access by cable car. This place would be Ridgeside Village, where Lenny was the chief administrator. I plucked all the nearby forage before starting those quick hellos. And when I got to Pierre's, I bought some of each seed for the community centre and for shipping. I found several new characters hanging out in town, then was met with disappointed in Cindersap Forest where I found exactly 0 spring onions. We'll blame Andy. I eventually looped back up to the farm to plant all those seeds, and when I went to get back to those introductions, I found this child all alone in town. I ignored that for now because it was back to meeting as many people as I could for the rest of the day. This was an exhausting day which reminded me to move my bed much closer to the door. Then I hit the hay to reach level 1 foraging. Clint was on my doorstep on day 2 about the furnace recipe. I skipped that cutscene to get Clint off my farm. Willie sent me a letter which reminded me there must be a few new fish in these mods, and to my horror there's an entire extra page. If you've even seen one of my Stardew videos, you know how I feel about fishing. I tended to the seedlings and found my first artifact, then made my way through the town to say hi to anyone new on my way to the beach to collect my fishing rod. No cutscene for me though. I took advantage of this bubble spot here for a bit, but once I hit level 1 fishing, I got bored of that and popped up to the library to donate my first couple of artifacts. I just really wanted that 250 gold. I met some new people whilst I was there, then it was back to Willie's to sell all my fish for money and space, but I somehow accidentally bought a trout soup when trying to exit that menu. It will probably come in handy later, but spending all that money at this point was a bit annoying. Thankfully, I did still manage to pick up a couple of extra seeds I couldn't yesterday. I did another spring onion check, but once again, I found nothing. I think this was the worst spring onion start I've ever had. I wanted to confront Andy about stealing them all, but when I got there, I chickened out and politely just said hi. That evening, I made my way into West Cindersap, and after several in-game hours of hunting, I eventually claimed the forest sword I was searching for. This will be a huge help in the early floors of the mines. On day 3, I made my first spring seeds and took advantage of the rain to plant them. I'm hoping these will go towards tea saplings soon. Today was Luna's birthday, so I got her a clover, and I finally found my first spring onions. And there were actually a decent amount of them. When I dumped these in my chest at home, UI InfoSuite told me I might need these for the community centre. I can't wait to find out what else we'll need. I used today to take the cable car and explore Ridgeside Village for the first time. I came across my first new forageables and went door to door looking for all the new townies to meet, and my goodness, the sheer amount of them here. I'm gonna have my work cut out for these friendships. There's even this mysterious dude Geo, not quite sure what's up with him, but since we have so many people to deal with, I mostly forget about him from this point. Especially because the next thing he did was demand me to get him some plum pudding. Absolutely not. Rude. And actually, it seems there are several people here who never learned good manners. With my social battery now drained for the day, I headed back to Pelican Town to do nothing but chop wood on my farm. On day 4, I trucked along with meeting the townies, making sure to drop off a daffodil to Caroline on the way. Seems I actually gave her a gift before I had a chance to introduce myself, which might have come across a little weird. I met another new person crossing Shearwater Bridge, and over the other side was East Scarp, another one of the expansions we'll be exploring. The buildings are adorable here, and look at this cat! Their name is Munchington? Oh my god, I'm obsessed. I got a cutscene in the main building here where I startled Rosa and she dropped her food. Not the best first impression. Turned out this building is the inn. The owners were away and Rosa was looking after it. I got in a lot of steps that day trying to find whoever else I hadn't met yet, and even got an official welcome to Ridgeside Valley. Lenny gave me a proper tour of the town, which on one hand probably could have been helpful yesterday, but on the other hand is a little bit of information overload, and honestly, I'm gonna forget most of this immediately. Another full day of socialising and exploration later, I was now only 9 people away from completing the quest. On day 5, Marnie was at my door with a stray cat. I took the fuzzball into my home and used the randomised names for inspiration to call our new friend Matcha. I harvested my first parsnips, and even though a couple had been robbed by crows, I still reached level 1 farming. I came away from my first visit to the travelling merchant with a wood skip for the community centre, but I didn't buy the pufferfish yet because I feel like these come up quite often. I had to chop a couple of trees for enough wood to make a chest before skipping the community centre cutscene, but I did forget to read the plaque on my way up to the mines. When I got there, I chucked everything I found in that chest I made, including the rusty sword from Marlon because we have something better. I got to floor 10 that evening, gaining my first pair of boots, which I struggled to put on with my full backpack, but I did get there eventually. I had enough copper to craft my first furnace, but annoyingly, I didn't have a single piece of coal to smelt with today. Since we had a bit more time before bed, I did make sure to go read the plaque of gibberish whilst walking home for the night. On day 6, I checked my mail and sprinted straight to the wizards to get high. It's time to become one with the forest. I stopped in at the mines to pick up a horseradish I found yesterday, and took this along with some other forage over to Caroline to give her a spare daffodil, then over to the community centre to make my first donations. Here is where you see the twist. I've added a mod to require every single bundle from both the normal and the remixed ones, and some of these come with different rewards so we don't end up with duplicates. I added my spring forage to complete my first bundle, unlocking the pantry and the fish tank. Seeing some of these bundles was starting to worry me a little because some of the items were a little harder to deal with, and there were just so many of them. I couldn't even bear to look at the fish tank ones right now. I prioritised planting all those forage seeds I got as a reward because we'll be needing these for tea saplings, but I did have to run all the way back up to the mines because I forgot my hoe up there. I grabbed some more spring onions whilst I was out, and thankfully I still had enough time to plant the rest of the spring seeds in the dark when I got home. On day 7, I was pleased to find a small handful of crops ready, although I was slightly horrified at the growing amount of watering I'm going to have to do each morning. The travelling merchant was kind to me again today and brought me a sturgeon because there's no way I'll catch one this summer, or maybe even this year. It did mean spending nearly all my money though. I went to give Lewis a birthday gift, then realised I forgot to bring it with me. I ran back home to pick up a parsnip real quick because I didn't really have anything better. Even though it was a bad luck day, I still mined the afternoon away because I wanted to progress the floors. I called it a day on floor 20 where I got the steel small sword. This is still significantly worse than my forest sword, and it just ended up going in the bin because it's not worth much money anyway. On day 8, I accepted Clint's copper ore request because I planned to make this another mining day, but not before handing Caroline another daffodil. I managed to gather quite a bit of copper this day, but I ended up getting stuck on an infested floor 29 for ages because I couldn't find the last monster anywhere. Turns out it was a sneaky little duggy, so floor 30 is where we ended for the day, achieving mining level 2. On day 9, I took a break from mining to visit Ridgeside Village where I found a kiwi fruit sort of staring at me. It told me to shoo and promptly did a backflip and disappeared. What just happened here? I wanted to forage around the village, but I forgot that I was already carrying too much, so I only got like one thing. I brought the cherries to Caroline because it was better than the normal quality daffodil I was carrying, and now we're halfway to tea saplings. I donated several things to the museum, which I was intending to do first thing this morning, but clearly I forgot. Not only did this free up backpack space, but I also got some free cauliflower seeds. I got these situated on the farm right away, and spent a bit of time chipping away at farm clearance. With some of the wood I just chopped, I made a chest to keep my community centre donations safe, so we can't just accidentally use or sell them. It was already evening, so I just did a foraging loop of Cindersap Forest, including a visit to West Cindersap for even more goodies. On day 10, my first batch of forage was ready, and I was happy to be raking in some XP. I had to hike my way up to the mines to collect some coal to make a scarecrow. I can't believe it's taken me this long to protect my crops from thieves. I was doing really well at keeping up the gifts for Caroline. Too well apparently, because I already gave her 2 this week. I still spoke to her, so I got a few more friendship points at least. And speaking of gifts, Vincent got a daffodil for his birthday. I I still hadn't met every NPC I needed to, and one of the people giving me the most trouble was Mr. Agua, though I know it's my own fault for only coming here when he's inaccessible to me. I'll get there, eventually. Hopefully. I did manage to get over to the mansion, though I've got to say, most of the people here are pretty awful. Shame I have to make friends with these people for perfection. Also, you may notice some objects clip and flicker. I'm sorry about that, I have no idea how to fix it. If you do, please leave a comment down below and hopefully it can be fixed for the next video, because I just couldn't figure it out. My last order of business before bed was to replant the forage seeds I forgot to do this morning. I was grateful not to have to water those the next morning because it was raining on day 11. I retrieved Robin's lost axe, which I took back to her as soon as she opened, and claimed that 250 gold. From there, I headed up to Ridgeside Valley to meet rude little Louie and Tors, the most adorable little tortoise. Isabel got a mountain arugula for her birthday, and I finally got to meet Mr. Agua, who was very uninterested in me. I guess I'll be on my way, but first I managed to give him an adequate gift. I wasn't feeling an early night tonight, so I decided to mine the night away until I passed out on floor 37. On day 12, I had some breakfast because I woke up with low energy so I could get all of my crops watered. There were several things I could have bought from the travelling merchant this day, but I ended up going with the summer spangle because this is a love gift for Caroline, and I needed that recipe from her to be able to afford everything else I want to buy. I wanted to spend the day fishing, but then I realised I forgot my rod. That was over an entire hour wasted on going back for it, because when I got to the beach, I realised I actually wanted to buy myself a training rod to make levelling that little bit easier. I fished on the pier for the afternoon, and just before 5 PM I binned my bamboo pole and went back to Willie's to sell most of my catches to free up the backpack space. I fished through the sunset till I was pretty much out of energy, then chipped off all but what I'll need for the community centre. On day 13, I was pleased to see all those reward forage seeds ready to harvest. I also picked my first cauliflowers, so I made sure to save one for the community centre. It was now time for our first egg festival, and this time it was nice to actually be allowed to buy strawberries, so naturally I bought as many as I could afford. I took the time to say hello to everyone who made their way down here, then got myself ready for the egg hunt. What I didn't realise till I was actively hunting eggs was that this back bit up by the community centre had opened up, and this is where all the Ridgeside Village people were. No time to chat now though because the eggs were calling, and even with this many contenders taking part this year, I still won. So planting my strawberries that night felt extra sweet. On day 14, I harvested some rice I got the shoots for from the mines. After watering all of my crops, I paid Andy a visit at Fairhaven Farm. Apparently, he has some strawberry seeds to send my way, which was very kind of him. My next stop was the travelling merchant. Annoyingly, I forgot I had no money because today she was selling the red cabbage seed, so I'll have to find a way to make that money ASAP. I gathered some more spring onions before accidentally startling Sophia. Oh Sophia, I know how you feel, I'm sorry. She came out of hiding when she realised it was just me, and took me over to her storage chest to give me a welcome gift of a quality sprinkler. This was amazing because I can't unlock these till farming level 6, and if I want to later, I can order more from her too. I came straight home to place this on the farm, but in hindsight, I should have put it under the green bean to cover as many existing crops as possible. It then occurred to me that I had all of the spring crops for the community centre, so I dropped those off and claimed some speed grow, then donated what I had for the crab pot bundle, leaving one item left. Before I left, I had a quick check of the newly unlocked boiler room, and I was familiar with most of the bundles, except for the engineer's bundle, which is a little bit evil if you ask me. Iridium ore and a battery? I gave Caroline that summer spangle from the other day, which got her to 2 hearts. I wasted no time in barging into the tea room and skipping that weird cutscene. The tea sapling recipe wasn't going to arrive till tomorrow though, so I sold off some of the spare spring seeds straight to Pierre because I wasn't letting that red cabbage seed get away. I put the speed grow I just got on as many strawberries as I could, then I decided to explore the foresty area Ridgeside Village, which also has forageables that make good gifts. Some of these are even love gifts for residents here. I passed by the village square to pick up the latest quest. These are great because they don't have an expiration date, so we can take as long as we need to get the item, or until we remember to do it. On day 15, I received those strawberry seeds from Andy, as well as the all-important tea sapling recipe from Caroline. This is where the real money making begins. I also got 500 gold from my dad, which was helpful, and some unsolicited advice from Granny Evelyn. I ended up storing those seeds in a chest till next spring because I'll profit more from them next year. I spent some time hacking away at fibre on the farm, then since it was now salmonberry season, I munched one of these flowers from Ridgeside Village because it gives +1 foraging, in the hopes that it would help me gather more salmonberries, but this wasn't really enough because at my current foraging level, I'd still be gathering 2 berries per bush. With energy being a constant struggle, I hunted down every bush I could, but when the day was over, I don't feel like I got that many berries. A disappointing start. Day 16 was to be another full day of salmonberry picking, though I did find Lunna having a nap in the forest and dreaming about food. Poor woman was really embarrassed when she realised I heard the whole thing. It made her feel sort of strange, so I just said everyone has their own strange side. I mean, I know I definitely do at least, and that seemed to make her feel much better. She must have had that dream because she was hungry, so I accompanied her to town to get some food. I'd taken every berry from every bush by the afternoon, so I came home to chop wood, which meant I could craft my first 18 tea saplings. But I did end up keeping 3 to replant and grow into my own tea. Shipping the rest of these meant I made 12.5 grand that night. Honestly, these are a real game changer. It was still salmonberry season on day 17, so that was my plan for the day. I noticed Olivia was in need of a farm fresh parsnip. That would be a nice easy quest to accept. I didn't rush home for it though, because nothing was more important than those salmonberries. Every bush was now empty, so I spent this evening progressing the mines because I was hoping to have sprinklers soon, and for those, I'll need to get to the iron floors. I got to that point just before 8 PM, then the rest of the night was just resetting through floor 41 to gather as much iron as I could. I did end up leaving with enough time for bed though because I didn't feel like taking that pass out penalty. Overnight I got level 2 farming, which is why I was in such a rush for iron, and as a bonus, I got level 2 combat. On day 18 I was greeted with the next big batch of forage. Now that I was getting different qualities of forage, I was having to run back and forth to deposit stuff in the chest because of my stupidly small backpack. So naturally, the next thing I did was go to Pierre's to buy a bigger one. It was time for my first tool upgrade, and I went for the copper pickaxe so that I could speed up my ore gathering. Then I handed off 2 parsnips, one for Pam's birthday and the other to Olivia for that quest. Though I did have to wait outside her room for a while because I couldn't disturb her while she was painting. I only had enough iron bars for one lonely sprinkler because I wanted to save the other for the community centre, and since it was now afternoon, I thought I'd better go into the Adventurers Guild to get that initiation over with. I took loads of stuff over to the community centre this evening, but not enough to actually complete any of the bundles. Still, progress is progress. Then, I rounded off the day by picking the last salmonberries of the year. On day 19, I got a request from Jodie for a cauliflower. I didn't have many, but I could spare one for a villager in need. Being a Friday, I needed to check the travelling cart, and this week she brought me a purple mushroom and a fiddlehead fern. I know summer's just around the corner for the fiddlehead, but I couldn't guarantee I was going to have my axe upgraded to get to the secret woods where they grow in time. I also didn't want to exploit the chair skip in this playthrough. I felt like my farming XP progress was slower than I'd have wanted, so I popped into Pierre's for 25 potato seeds. I dropped off that cauliflower on my way home, then got those potatoes going, though I do wish I left space for sprinklers for when I do have more. For the rest of this day, I did nothing but chop farmwood, including all of those stumps we left at the beginning. That night, I got level 5 foraging, choosing the gatherer profession, and made 10,000 gold from tea saplings. This meant on day 20, Demetrius was at my door to talk to me about the farm cave. Since we're going the community centre route, I chose fruit bats to help with the artisan bundle. After giving everything a good water, I was just in time for Clint's shop opening so I could collect my copper pickaxe before he could even get behind the counter. Shane just got a salmonberry for his birthday because I forgot I was allowed to buy the beer and pizza he probably would have liked better. Then since I could mine again, this was a day of gathering coal and iron for sprinklers, and I also managed to get down to floor 45, sort of by accident. Before leaving the mines that night, I could make 7 sprinklers, which will be a huge help. On day 21, I accidentally destroyed a potato when trying to zoom my game back in, so I shoved a sprinkler in its place, and added some others wherever else I could. The other exciting thing this morning was my first strawberries having come to fruition. I also planted a couple of coffee beans I got from the mines the night before. At the travelling cart today was an early starfruit seed, a sandfish for the speciality fish bundle, and a juice for the brewer's bundle. An incredible little haul. The rest of this day and the next few days were for the most part spent mining for sprinklers. At least I think they were, because days 22 to 26 kinda got corrupted. I think this is the worst amount of days I've had corrupted, ever. But hey, look how many sprinklers we now have on day 27. I probably did do a couple of other things on those days, but now we'll never know. And this morning was filled with even more mining for sprinklers and prep for summer. For the most part, that was also just passing time till I could give Emily a birthday gift when she got to the saloon. I must have also reached level 4 farming in that time because today I made my first preserves jars. My strawberry plants were now done for the year, so I used this evening to rearrange the sprinklers so they were ready for the new season. Day 28, the last day of spring, began with a trip to the travelling cart where I bought a Nautilus shell and a battery pack for the community centre. She's being very kind to me in this series. I finally got around to clearing out most of the stone from this area of the farm, which got me to level 5 mining. I had a few errands to run today, starting with a copper bar for Marlon. Then I needed to head up to Ridgeside Village to hand out a couple of birthday gifts, but when I got to the cable car I got this cutscene. Turns out Sean is trans, and he was explaining this to some of the kids here using a description of a princess turned prince, and I love this. It's so lovely to see the representation, and just the way that the people who make these mods think about adding NPCs that are inclusive. It took me quite a bit to find everyone I needed for the birthdays and quests here, but I found everyone eventually. Only problem was I couldn't get into Bert's room with his gift, so I sat outside his door for hours, and luckily he did make his way out before he went to bed. I did a bit of foraging just north of the village before going to bed myself. For level 5 mining, I chose the miner profession. Looking at the footage of me prepping my field on day 29 made me realise I must have got my first ancient seeds in the days that got corrupted. Look at that adorable little sprout. I planted the seeds I already had from the museum and the travelling cart, then at Pierre's I bought a few of each seed for shipping and the community centre. Then I wanted to fill the rest of the space with blueberries. I returned to the farm to get these all planted, and any remaining space will be saved for summer forage seeds. Speaking of summer forage, that was what I spent my evening looking for. Unfortunately, I didn't find a single grape, so for what was left of the night, I switched my focus to wood chopping. I was relieved to have no watering to do on day 30, and apparently the road up to the train station will soon be cleared. I took some wood to the beach to repair that bridge because I needed some items here for the community centre, such as the coral for the summer forage bundle, and thankfully I did manage to find some grapes. I gave Lola a sweet pea for her birthday, but I didn't stay at Ridgeside too long because I wanted to complete the summer foraging bundle, which unlocked the bulletin board where I left 10 salmonberries for the children's bundle. Nope, those are summer seeds. There we go. I had a quick peep at the other bundles whilst I was there, and I think I've seen all of these before at some point. I really didn't want to give up another 50 salmonberries for the foragers bundle, but I know it'll be worth it in the end. Back on the farm, I filled any open sprinkler spots with those forage seeds, and I had to set up some new spots, leaving room for future sprinklers, but I'll just have to water these myself for now. I was making use of any time left by chopping trees that night when I found this weird little secret passage from one side of my farm near to the south entrance. I've played this map before and never knew it was here. Did you know about this? Does it go anywhere else? Why didn't you tell me? On day 31, Susan was at my door to introduce herself now that she was no longer trapped by that rock slide. My first coffee beans were ready, so I kept most of them for next year and sold one for the shipping completion. Being a great luck day, it would have been rude not to visit the mines, especially since I was short of sprinklers at the moment, and by the end of the day I managed to make 3 more. On day 32, I spent way too much money on wood from Robin and harvested fruit from the Batcave for the first time. That afternoon was pretty much a repeat of yesterday in the mines, and today I reached floor 60 to receive the crystal dagger, and made enough sprinklers to cover the rest of my crops. On day 33 I was greeted by my wheat, and coffee as well, but that didn't quite have the same ring. I bought a single coconut from the travelling merchant for the community centre, and with the donations chest filling up, I decided this will be a good time to do a mass drop-off. On my way through the bus stop though, I found this couple who seemed lost after being away from here for a long time. I led Malaya and Kimpoi back to the cable car where we bumped into Olga and Bert. Seems it's been so long that these siblings almost didn't recognise each other, and by siblings I mean Kimpoi and Olga. I think they were trying to hide something though, because Olga was promptly stopped from saying too much. Maybe we'll find out their secret in time. We all took them back to reunite with their daughter Alyssa, who was really happy to see them. Aww. I pulled myself together and returned to Pelican Town to make those community centre drop-offs. I managed to complete the exotic foraging bundle, which rewarded me with some Autumn's bounty, but more importantly, we unlocked the vault room. I also completed the adventurers bundle, earning me a magnet ring, and bought the cheapest vault bundle in return for some chocolate cake. Kimpoi was waiting on my doorstep when I got home. I wonder how long he's been there. But anyway, he was here to tell me he was reopening the seed shop on Nightingale Orchard, which will sell exotic fruit trees, so we'll probably be needing these for perfection. Now that we were making progress on the vault, I realised I really needed to make more progress towards the Skull Key because it would really suck if I earned all that gold to repair the bus, then couldn't even get into Skull Caverns. So after a whole afternoon of mining, I ended my night another 10 floors down on 70. On day 34, I got my first hot peppers of the year. I shipped one and saved one for the community centre, but the rest I kept because these are loved gifts for a few villagers here. To help speed up my mine's progress, I asked Clint to upgrade my pickaxe. Then I came home to place a few more preserves jars and started cleaning up this second animal pen. I wasn't planning to use it for a long time, but the mess was bothering me. All that tree chopping meant I now had enough sap to complete the sticky bundle, the reward for which was some tree fertilizer. I wanted to be polite and say hi to Flora as I passed her in town, and she responded by saying I have too much time on my hands? Ma'am, I'm single-handedly trying to restore a derelict old community centre to its former glory for the good of the town. How freaking dare you? What the f***? I used that tree fertilizer on some acorns I'd planted, as this was going to be my little oak resin farm. I then ran a topaz over to Andy that he asked for on the bulletin board because he needed it today. On this night, I unlocked the lightning rod, which was perfect timing for storm season, and then I made 7.5 grand from tea saplings and a little bit more gold from some other bits. On day 35, I bought a pufferfish from the travelling car because I can't be bothered to catch one myself yet. I also bought a rare seed because I couldn't remember if I'd bought any yet. I ended up making this a fishing day because there are some community centre fish I must catch this season, and at level 3, my fishing level could do with some help. Once I caught everything I needed, I dropped into Willie's to sell off some excess fish, then bought some ice cream on my way to the museum where I dropped off any new artefacts I caught. I also took today's fish to the community centre, and now the only thing I need for the ocean bundle is some rain to catch the red snapper. I was on a roll with the fishing today because I also caught the remaining fish I needed for the lake fish bundle. I got to take home a dress spinner, which I won't be able to use for a while. Day 36 began with some farm clearance, and then I dropped an amethyst to Gus for his birthday since I didn't have any actual loved gifts. I said a quick hello to Lunna on the beach, and fished over there for a little while, leaving enough time for a foraging loop of cindersap forest, except I didn't find a single thing. I forgot to record a bit of day 37, but I harvested my forage and collected my steel pickaxe from Clint's. I thought this was a genius idea to remind me of what happened. I went to find Olga with a birthday green bean, then checked out the orchard shop to find several saplings that were new and exotic, but I can't really afford them right now, so we'll have to handle this another day. Back on the farm, I cleared up this little path because over here is a secret cave that I didn't know about last time I used this map, but in here are some extra ores and stuff, so I'll have to remember to check this every now and again. Since I now had the upgraded pickaxe, I then got rid of any other large rocks from around the farm, and was delighted to find an orange for the artisan bundle whilst I was over here. For level 5 farming, I chose the tiller profession. Then on day 38, I harvested my red cabbage ready for the community centre. I handed a little gift to Susan to get the friendship started, then stopped in at Robin's to ask for a fish pond because I'll need this for the fish farming bundle. Whilst I was there, I gave Maru her birthday gift, then spent the remainder of the daylight hours farming for copper and fibre in the mines, and for the night, I switched to iron and coal. On day 39, I put some tappers on my fully grown oak trees and got some potatoes pickling. It took me an absolute age to say hi to everyone who attended the luau. Then I dropped in a gold quality cauliflower into the pot, which made for an incredible soup. On day 40, I had a few crops to harvest before adding a little path around the tree farm to help stop it spreading. I completed the crab pot bundle when I was doing a mass drop off at the community centre, and also completed the garden bundle which got me my first bee house. When I got back outside, I had a nice long chat with Demetrius about the history of Stardew Valley and space and stuff. Then I took a trip over to East Scarp to chat with a little duck friend and give the lovely Lexi an ice cream for her birthday. She then showed me a dead plant she'd tried to grow but couldn't understand why it died. There were a couple of good bits of advice I could have given her, but for now I started with the salt water. It's the only water she could get at the moment, so she just asked me to bring her a plant that will grow in a cave at some point, because plants are good for the earth and good for the soul, and I couldn't agree more. Out on the beach, I accidentally found out you can swim in the sea here, which will restore energy. My next stop was all the way up in Ridgeside Village with a birthday gift for Faye. It then suddenly occurred to me that I hadn't checked the travelling cart yet today, and I'm so glad I did, or I'd have missed out on this truffle. Then, before going to bed, I managed to make 12 grand's worth of tea saplings. On day 41, my first melons were ready. I replanted a few immediately from seeds sent from Susan, and filled the rest of the spaces with mixed seeds for now. I had a couple of birthdays to handle, starting with Kiara, and I pressed my face up against the glass of her home until they opened, but when I got upstairs, she was inaccessible in her room, and I had no idea when she was going to come out, so I headed back to the valley to drop off Alex's gift for now. From there, I headed to the rainy beach to collect the abundance of shells for crab mating season. Then I caught the rainy weather fish I needed for the community centre, but when I was aiming for the catfish, I realised this wasn't the right location in the expanded version. I'll handle that another time. Instead, I completed the ocean fish bundle, and donated the shads for the quality fish and the river fish bundle. I'd also fished up a ruby, which meant I could complete the treasure hunters bundle, and whilst I was there, I bought the 10,000 gold bundle, which got me a solar panel. I couldn't believe my eyes, this is a massive win. The 5k bundle got me some quality fertilizer, which was a little less exciting. When I got home that night, I noticed my fish pond was now built, so I gave one of my rainbow trout a home. No idea how this thing is still alive. Then I went to bed to pick the fisher profession for level 5 fishing. Day 42 was the day of my first blueberries. So satisfying. I rescued little Jazz who got lost in the forest, then came away empty-handed from the travelling cart. On this day, I completed the children's bundle, which got me 3 batteries, and with a fresh blueberry, we could now complete the summer crops bundle. I was happy to receive another quality sprinkler. Willie was waiting for me on the farm, spouting some rubbish about fishing, but I wasn't really listening because I was more excited about my new sprinkler. I went for a visit to Ridgeside where I got this cutscene with Isabel at the hotel. I wanted to become close with this character and told her she was welcome to visit the farm with her grandfather, but then she said I was a little too kind? I'm so confused. I don't want to be friends with someone I have to be rude to earn their respect. I wouldn't want her being rude to me. Anyway, I gave Flora an ice cream for her birthday, then I trekked up to the mountain lake to spend the afternoon fishing. Am I feeling okay? Just kidding. I was only here because I needed a gold quality largemouth bass for the community centre, which I wasted no time in donating. I somehow caught a sturgeon in that fishing sesh, so I switched out my fish pond to these because we'll be needing some caviar later. Then I had to balance out all that fishing with some therapeutic deforestation. On day 43, I collected all the gifts from the bats, which had a few things I needed for bundles. I was then back to making progress in the mines because it had been a while, and after a long day of grinding, I passed out all the way down on floor 93. That's almost 20 floors. On day 44, I harvested a load of forage, which I replanted, then delivered Lenny a hot pepper for her birthday. Makes sense that she has this in common with Lewis. With that over with, I was back on the mines grind again. I snacked on a star drop on floor 100, then called it a day on floor 105 to hang out by the furnaces for some smelting. On day 45, I picked and replanted one of my sunflowers, but left the other to continue producing more valuable honey. I found the weirdest request on Ridgeside Village's bulletin board. Kiahi was asking for a bomb? I accepted it for now, but I don't know if I should really oblige. The citizens will be concerned. We'll think about it. I came to chat to Freddy about all the void spirits I'd slain, and the reward for this was 3,000 gold. The fact that the void quests don't expire here is great because I'm pretty sure I accepted this in my first week. I rode the cable car back down to town, then I was in for yet another afternoon in the mines. But this time, I actually reached the bottom and collected that skull key. I thought I could do all of that and make it home in time for bed, but I ended up passing out on the farm. Day 46 started with a sizable harvest, followed by getting this cutscene with Kiwi in the library. I was here because I had a few things to donate from all that mining, which earned me a new reward, but it was just a painting. I came to relax with some foraging by Ridgeside Village since I'd not picked up this season's forage here, and because some of these make great gifts for the sheer amount of birthdays. And speaking of birthdays, today is Kenneth's, but I already brought a strawberry with me for him. Back on the farm, I got around to making several quality sprinklers to add to the field, which for now will just add to the basic ones to give me more crop space. My evening passed in the community centre where I completed the blacksmith bundle and the field research bundle, as well as making several other donations, and by the time I got home, I had another batch of jelly ready to change out. On day 47, I bought a couple of pomegranates from the travelling merchant, the shipping, and the community centre, which meant I can complete the artisan bundle. I was so excited to get my first keg, but in these modded bundles, I was so disappointed to find out the reward was an oil maker. Sure, I'll need it later, but for now, this was absolutely rubbish. It was Demetrius's birthday today, but before I had a chance to give him a gift, he got weird with me about potentially ruining his daughter's life. I went along with his lie when Maru came back inside because I couldn't be bothered with the drama. That was really awkward, so I just handed off that gift and got an apology from him, then left as quickly as I could. I found Clint up by the railroad, just kind of staring at a rock. Lewis hired him to blow up this boulder, but obviously it's going to be me who gathers the materials he needs. I paid Susan a visit whilst I was nearby before buying the final bundle in the vault room, which rewarded me with a crystallarium, and means that's our first entire room complete. I came back up to the mines to smelt some quartz, and headed home for an early-ish night because I was really excited about the bus repair. On day 48, I went straight to Clint's as soon as he opens to find out what I'll need for that explosive, which will basically just be a bunch of coal and iridium ore. But now I needed his services to open a buttload of geodes. After a certain amount of donations, Gunther will become a friendable NPC, so I'll need to free him from behind that desk as soon as possible. And with a couple of rounds of geodes and donations, I got all these rewards. Not gonna lie, I pretty much just dumped all the furniture items wherever they fit. Then I hung out in the mines on the hunt for copper, fibre, iron and coal. On day 49, the travelling merchant tried to sell me a cart full of pure disappointment. A duck somehow spoke to me, but I ignored that because I was really looking for Ideen. But first I found this empty house. Whose home is this? I can access the bedroom. Can I use this? I'm really confused. Anyway, I gave Ideen some corn because it was yellow like her hair. Then I took the bus to the desert to introduce myself to Sandy and trade my jades for staircases. It wasn't ideal conditions today, but I couldn't help an initial run of Skull Caverns. I wasn't going to deal with the first floor being a spiral floor, so I gave it a quick reset. I didn't expect to get anywhere decent with this today, I was just happy to be here. I should have come better prepared though, because I died on floor 34, but my losses could definitely have been worse. I actually went because I was hoping just to get one single piece of iridium ore to donate to the community centre, but I didn't find a single node. On day 50, Mr. Key challenged me to something I've already done. I look forward to my reward, sir. I dealt with my next big harvest, and then since it was a great luck day, I irritated Pam so she would speed off to the bus stop because today I wanted to try Skull Caverns again, and this time I got the iridium I needed really early on. I reached level 8 mining, scored a dino egg, and had a couple of near misses. It was setting up to be a much more successful day, except I died again. This time I lost quite a few more things, so I'll have to make a decision about what to rescue. On the bright side, I didn't lose the iridium ore, so that went into completing the engineer's bundle, which granted me a lightning rod. Even better, I also got a fire quartz, which went into completing the geologist bundle. This only got us 5 omni geodes, but we did now complete the entire boiler room. Bring on those minecarts! On day 51, I got the reward in the mail from Mr. Key for my performance in Skull Caverns. Hopefully he doesn't know I died both times I went. I gathered up my next batch of forage, but I didn't replant because it's now too late in the season. I gave Clint my business by buying some coal from him, though not very much because it was kind of expensive, but I needed it to quickly smelt some stuff. I had a chat with everyone at the exercise class, but I didn't take part because I get enough steps in running around all the villages every single day. From that smelting earlier, I managed to make a few more sprinklers in prep for fall. That afternoon, I brought a gift to Victor over at Shearwater Bridge, then hung out there for a couple of hours trying to get some new fish, but honestly, these were all still a little bit too difficult for my lack of skill. I ended up taking a sunset dip in the ocean to de-stress, then came home to sell all my catches. On day 52, I dealt with a little mini harvest before setting off a new batch of jelly. I went all the way to East Scarp in the rain to give my best little duck some grapes. Then it was over to Robin's to ask her to build me a silo and prep for animals. I bought a bunch more wood whilst I was there, then took the rest of this day to mine for gold and farm for more fibre. But when I went to hit the hay, my cat was in the way. Luckily, I could just move the bed. On day 53, I used a lot of that wood I bought to make 36 tea saplings. I wanted to make more, but I ran out of fibre. This'll still get us a good amount of cash though. I then collected my salmonberries from the mail and harvested the next few crops. I brought a couple of things from my chests over to the museum, but didn't get any new rewards. And now that Clint's was open, I could collect my copper axe, which I don't even remember sending for an upgrade. I collected a lot of this fibre here en route to Ridgeside Village because today was Mr. Agua's birthday, so I gave him a gift to match his hair and he loved it. For some reason, I tested my new axe out on the nearest trees in the village. Then I found out that Mr. Agua was asking for another aquamarine. We literally just gave him one. I'll still give him another one at some point. I came home to chop down even more trees and used the resources I gathered today to make another 16 tea saplings before returning to farm cleanup. It was another rainy blueberry harvest on day 54. With the silo now complete, I asked Robin to build me a coop because it was now almost full and I still didn't have any animals. I cut down loads of grass to get some hay ready, then brought George a hot pepper for his knee, even if I did almost eat it right in front of him. I imagine that would have gone down well. Continuing with the errands, I gave Mr. Agua another aquamarine. Then I came back to the farm to prepare this pen for future friends. On day 55, Lina sent me a mackie roll in the mail, which was a huge win because I needed this for the community centre. I spent a portion of the day doing some fishing. Then I had a couple of birthdays to handle, starting with Jacob over in East Scarp and Malaya who was hanging out in the library. I fished in Cindersat Forest this evening, though gonna be honest, I don't exactly remember what I was trying to catch, and I doubt I'd be fishing for no reason, but at some point today I did unlock level 6. Day 56 began with the final harvest of the season. Just a small one. The travelling merchant brought nothing useful again, then I placed 3 more sprinklers for the new season. I just installed the visible fish mod because I was really struggling with the what, when and where of all the new fish in these mods. Plus, it just brings so much more life to the water. I was still struggling with the fish at Shearwater Bridge, so I left that for now and fished up at Ridgeside Village instead, where I had a much easier time. I wasn't going to fish the entire day though, so I balanced it out with some foraging. It was then time for the Dance of the Moonlight jellies, where I bought the seafoam pudding for sale there, stopped to talk to literally everyone, then relaxed on the pier and enjoyed the show. On day 57, Richard was waiting at my door. Doesn't he know this is the busiest time of the season? He was here to tell me that there'll be musical entertainment up at the hotel. I ignored this because I play with the music off. I started getting the field ready whilst waiting for Pierre's to open, then went there via the community centre because I wanted to complete the rare crops bundle using an ancient fruit I just got. The reward for this was a garden pot. This is huge because you usually can't get these without unlocking the greenhouse, which requires every pantry bundle to be completed. I'd also picked up a hazelnut on the way, which meant I can complete the full foraging bundle. I'll always be happy to take some forage seeds. Like previous seasons, I bought a few of each seed for shipping in the community centre, then for our moneymakers, I chose a load of cranberries and pumpkins. I ran back home and it literally took me the rest of the day to finish setting up the new sprinklers and getting everything planted. On day 58, I watched Robin fixing up the special order board in town and was delighted to see community cleanup offered right off the bat. I fished in town for a bit to get the catfish whilst waiting for Penny to exit her room so I could give her a birthday gift. I then fished outside Jodie's for the entire day hoping to catch the tiger trout, which I didn't get today, but at least I pulled up the walleye, which I actually needed 2 of. This meant I could complete the quality fish bundle for a quality bobber, and I made a couple of other drop-offs before I left. I wanted to see if I could catch the trash from this fountain here, but all I kept getting was wood, so for now I went home to bed. On day 59, I grabbed the battery from my solar panel, then waited outside Marnie's for a shop to open because I wanted to buy some chickens. I called one Merlin and the other Goofy. Can you see we're going for a theme here? I was on my way up to Ridgeside Village because it was Richard's birthday when I found some villagers fixing up their own special orders board. Copycats? Like, it even refreshes on the same day. I delivered some materials to fix up the Ridgeside minecarts, then fished for the evening in the mines towards the community cleanup quest. I even had enough time to drop it all off at the recycling bin and collect the reward, and since I was passing it, I actually remembered to clear out the fruit cave. On day 60, I gratefully received the fiber seed recipe in the mail, so I spent the entirety of this day slashing fiber in the mines for mix seeds, but even then, I only got 14. It'll still make for a good start though, because this made us 56 fiber seeds. In that process, I got level 7 combat, and we made a lovely amount of gold from tea saplings that night. On day 61, I planted the fiber seeds on the empty sprinkler spots to hold them for when I need them, and planted the remaining seeds underneath because they don't need watering. I picked up some wool from the travelling cart as well as some large milk for the community centre. I took a rare trip to Willie's shop to buy the seaweed salad and the iridium rod, then picked up a buttload of forage on the beach. I suddenly realised I never opened the coop or put hay in the feeders. I am so glad animals don't die in this mod pack, but hey, it's been handled now. I harvested my bok choy before leaving today's travelling cart finds at the community centre, along with 5 gold quality corn. I then went out for some foraging and was astonished to see Linus waste a perfectly good plum. It's one thing if he just got to it before me, but stamping on it? That's just rude. Back on the farm, I cleared out more of the chicken pen, then remembered I could now access the section with the greenhouse. So I cleared out the stumps and happily picked up all the fibre. Then I carried on clearing the rest of the farm. On day 62, I pet the little chicks, then made myself some trap bobbers for my iridium rod because today, I was going fishing. I successfully caught the angler, our first legendary fish of the save, then it took me another few hours in-game to finally hook that tiger trout. I took advantage of my fishing mood and took the bus to handle some desert fish, but first I dropped into Sandy's store to buy some beet seeds for Lewis's fridge and recipes and stuff. I caught a whole bunch of sandfish, but what I was really looking for was the scorpion carp for the master fish bundle. Only problem was, I am no master, so I failed at this today. I just came home to fill any open spots with beet seeds, then cried myself to sleep. On day 63, I hunted Rosa down with an ice cream for her birthday, then it was back to the desert because I was determined to get that scorpion carp today, and after a little bit of a fight, I was triumphant. I rode that confidence to catch the lava eel and a ghostfish, though obviously the ghostfish is significantly easier to catch. I took all 3 to the community centre to complete the master fish bundle for a curiosity lure, the river fish bundle which got me some bait, and the speciality fish bundle rewarding me some dish of the sea. I was pleased with my progress, but there was no time to rest because tonight I was to farm for iron and coal. On day 64 my cranberries came to fruition. Here's to that first satisfying harvest of the season. My forage also grew in, so I picked all of that up to turn back into seeds to replant for another batch. I shipped off some of the silver and gold milkshakes. Wait, milkshakes? What? What was I doing when I wrote this? I shipped off some silver and gold cranberries and some amaranth too, but I kept the rest for processing or recipes. I chopped down some more farm trees that grew and collected up the ores from my secret cave whilst I was up there. With what I just chopped down, I now had enough wood to build a barn, and this time I placed it by the coop because I'm planning to use the southern fenced area for more crops instead. This day marks the start of blackberry season, so I munched an autumn's bounty and got to picking, though to be honest, at my current foraging level, I'm not sure the food made any difference. It was a new week, so I picked up a new special order from the board. An easy choice, anything to avoid fishing. I took some amaranth to Marnie for her cows, then I continued foraging berries in the forest for the evening, though I did end up also going to check out the newly restored minecarts in Ridgeside Village before bed. That night I got level 8 farming, so soon it'll be keg time. Day 65 was a max luck day, so I skipped the berry picking in favour of a Skull Caverns run. I intended to put the effort in to not skip the prehistoric floor this time because getting more dino eggs and fiddleheads would be great, but I promptly changed my mind. Screw that. I successfully made it through to 2 AM this time, bagging 50 iridium ore and a bunch of other treasures, and I unlocked the crystallarium. Day 66 was another full day of berry picking, but I also made sure to drop off the explosive ingredients for Clint, complete the construction bundle for a charcoal kiln, return Linus's berry basket to him, and have a rainy chat with Lunna. As usual, I ended up saying the wrong thing because I innocently asked where she was from, and this seemed to kind of upset her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pry. Well, that went well. On a better note, I completed the wild medicine bundle in exchange for some cookout kits that I'll probably never use, and the foragers bundle which got me a few tree tappers I'll have to find a spot for. On day 67 I made my first 7 kegs, and for now these will just go down the side of the house. The first thing I placed in them was some hops because pale ale doesn't take all that long to brew. I rode the minecarts to Clint's to buy some coal and to ask him, at long last, to upgrade my axe to steel for me. Then I brought a chocolate cake to Jodie for her birthday. It was the last day of blackberry season, so I thought I'd better make the most of that, which meant I ended this berry season with over 200 blackberries. Those will help me with the ore grind for this night, which I'll be needing for more kegs. On day 68 I harvested my first beets and all of my fibre before shopping at the travelling cart for an egg and the snowman rarecrow because it's cheaper here than the Festival of Ice. I picked up my first Ridgeside special order and went with the delivery one because I think that'll be quicker, and these ones do actually have deadlines. June got a coffee bean for his birthday, then I spoke to Pika to pick up the dishes to deliver. I decided to handle these right away, which ended up being a really easy quest, but Pika was now ignoring me so I couldn't give him the good news. Whatever, I'm just going to gather copper and mix seeds in the mines instead. On day 69 I received payment for those deliveries in the mail, so I guess this is how we get payment for the Ridgeside Village special orders. I harvested my next round of cranberries, then caught Abigail on the way out of her room with a birthday amethyst. I feel like I'm doing well with the birthdays in this playthrough. On this fine Saturday, I asked Robin to upgrade my house because I'm gonna need a kitchen for the community centre, then replenish some of my cash by completing Marlon's crafting quest, which got me 8 of the 10 grand back. When I got back outside, I immediately started topping up on wood again, but I got a bit impatient and just ended up buying some more. Then I took that long walk back down the hill to go to Marnie's to buy my first cows. Their names will be Mickey and Minnie, and don't worry, I did not forget to feed these two. For the rest of the night, I chopped down farm trees, and having shipped various things throughout the day, I made over 22,000 gold. On day 70, I got to pick all of my pumpkins, and I started making some tea for the brewer's bundle and coffee for gifts. I replanted my remaining forage seeds in the open spots, then I wanted to buy some more seeds from Pierre's, but when I got there, I got roped into a game of Journey of the Prairie King with Abigail. I'm terrible at this game, but I'll give it a go. I fought as hard as I could, and somehow, this time, we actually did it. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this might be the first time I've succeeded at this. That's my game break over with, so I bought the grass starter recipe, then replenished my pumpkin seeds. Of course, I didn't go home without completing the full crop bundle in the community centre, and the reward for that was my first seed maker. I got those pumpkin seeds replanted, but because I didn't pre-plan, I didn't buy enough, so I had to run for a second trip to Pierre's before he closed. Out of the way, Susan. With the crops now sorted, I ran an eggplant over to Ian for his birthday before the day was over, and shipped off 20 more tea saplings for profit. That night, I got level 9 farming, which unlocked some very important recipes. Then on day 71, I harvested my next batch of crops and forage, and in all the freed up spots went even more forage. With any leftover seeds, I made another 17 tea saplings. Then I saw Ian at the bus stop struggling with the delivery, so obviously I offered to help. Divide and conquer. I went to one location and Ian went to the other. Then I returned to the bus stop again to get Pam to drive me to the desert because I wasn't going to let Sandy have a birthday without a flower from the valley. I picked up every piece of forage I could find so I didn't come home empty-handed. Then I spent what was left of this day mining for iron. I woke up in a bigger house on day 72 and the first thing I did was move my bed back next to my door. Wait, how did Robin manage to change the bed whilst I was in it? I tried not to dwell on that disturbing revelation whilst I harvested my crops because today was the Stardew Valley Fair and I had to get my head in the game for the Grange display competition. I chatted with some people whilst waiting for Lewis to do his judging, and look at how much the Ridgeside mod adds here. There are even food and drinks to buy. Getting around to every single villager had drained my social battery, but the news that I'd won with my Grange display gave me enough of an energy boost to gamble my way to victory so I could trade my tokens for a star drop and the rare crow I needed. On day 73, I received some basic fertilizer in the mail. I shipped it immediately because Jody really just sent me sap in a bag. I made and placed another 7 kegs and got another batch of coffee going, then realised I'd slowly been accumulating so many quests, so I wanted to use the day to cross some things off my to-do list. I handed the wrong child an iron bar, then I tried to hand him the bomb he asked for, but he dropped it on the floor next to him and it exploded. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt. We're just gonna have to pretend nothing happened and go and make another one. Here you go, try not to drop this one please. My next stop was to Yuma with an iron bar to fix a swing or something, then to nearby Ezekiel with a cave carrot, and on my way home I passed Pam at the bus stop with 2 pale ales. One for her quest and one as a gift. Though apparently this was a bad day for all this because everyone I was talking to told me I smelled bad. I'm so embarrassed. With winter around the corner, I bought a couple of heaters from Marnie's as well as a milk pail because I didn't have one yet. Then I accepted a new special request for the week. Something about a crab problem in East Scarp, though to be honest I actually forgot about this request from this day onward. When I got home from a day of running around everywhere, I found I had some mead ready, so I took it over to the community centre to complete the brewer's bundle, and this is where you get the extra keg as a reward. Day 74 began with a rainy cranberry harvest. You know, in one of my last playthroughs, I talked about harvesting these before they were soggy, but then I found out from a comment that most cranberries are actually harvested wet. In fact, they flood the field and churn the water so the plants sort of move and all the little berries float to the top, or something like that at least. I went to Marnie's as soon as she opened with a diamond for her birthday. I panicked for a moment when I saw her in a room, but then I tried the door and I could get in. I wonder how long I've been able to pick up Lewis's shorts without realising. Marnie somehow beat me home to ask me for a cave carrot for a goats. Then I trekked up to Robin's to buy an entire stack of wood, some of which went towards a coop upgrade. I then did the unthinkable. I simply gave back Lewis's shorts. I know, how dare I, but you know what? I couldn't be bothered with the drama. Back at home, I made my first mayo and cheese machines because I was starting to have a stock of animal products, and today was the day I milked these cows for the first time. But wading through all that long grass to get to the barn and the coop was starting to bother me, so I cut loads of it down to make room for a path. I also have no idea how it took me this long after the house upgrade, but I finally fried the egg I needed for the chef's bundle, which I took over there whilst it was still fresh. The reward for this bundle was some pink cake. Day 75 was a good luck day, so I geared up for Skull Caverns, but before whizzing off, I made sure to check the travelling merchant. Not quite sure why I bought the holly since winter wasn't all that far off. I topped up on supplies at the desert trader, then it was time to mine. I got my first prismatic shard this day, but I didn't leave right away. I carried on mining the entire day, but left with just enough time to exchange my rainbow rock with a galaxy sword. This should make my life so much easier. Looks like I also got my first bit of cloth because on day 76, Emily was here to tell me I could use her sewing machine, and I'm probably never going to use it. I took care of my animals before starting a batch of pumpkin juice, then took the cable car up to Ridgeside Village because today there was a big gathering. There were a couple of stalls with various items for sale, but it was this one I was most interested in because I was taking away another prismatic shard. I spoke to everyone for the friendship points and had a quick browse through the food and drink for sale at Pika's. Then it was time to enjoy some live music with the crowd. Except for me, it was more like live silence. On day 77, my coop upgrade was done, so I got my first dino egg incubating so we can have an unlimited supply. I harvested my first crops and forage and used what I got to make a bunch more wild seeds. Then it was over to Clint's to ask him to turn my pickaxe to gold. After smelting more iron by the mines, I emerged from the caves to see off all those bombs I made for Marlon, and he also told me I can buy other galaxy weapons from him after noticing I was carrying the galaxy sword. But for today, I was just here to sell off a few spare weapons. Being a Sunday, I traded my jades for staircases in the desert, and remembered to leave Sandy a flower whilst I was there. Today's birthdays were Robin's and Carmen's, and honestly, the birthdays alone were truly having me getting my steps in. For the night, I chopped down trees for tea saplings, which turned us in a good profit. On day 78, I finally remembered to collect the reward for returning Lewis's shorts. I had a load of forage to harvest, which got me to level 9. Then I bought some flour from Pierre's to take to the community centre with some milk to complete the home cook bundle. The reward though was some complete breakfast, which I wasn't all that thrilled about. I only had one set of crops left for the quality crops bundle. I had the choice of melons or parsnips, and now that I had the garden pot, I actually had a shot of doing this before the year was up. I planted a parsnip with some quality fertiliser in the house, and now I'll just have to remember to water this every day. I took a rainy stroll over to East Scarp where I found Eloise outside her barn, and she invited me in to see Jacob and meet all of their animals. He apologised about looking like a mess here, but I think he forgets I too am a farmer, so I'm always a mess too. It's just all part of this lifestyle. Side note though, those are some awesome gold alpacas they have. The reason I was actually in these parts was to fish for some eel, and I was hoping to catch more than one today, but I got bored of fishing before I could. But hey, the most important thing was that I could complete the night fishing bundle, which gave me a glow ring. Day 79 was another cranberry harvest, then I chilled out with the seed maker for a while to make some strawberry seeds for next year. That way I can start growing them from the first day of spring. I collected my new pickaxe from Clint's before finding Maddie with a gift in Ridgeside Valley, only for her to immediately brush me off and be rude to me. I still had a pumpkin to deliver to Caroline, then I took out my annoyance on something productive like smashing dust sprites and rocks for the evening. It was all worth it too because I hit level 10 mining. I chose the blacksmith profession, and from today's produce we made 12 grand. On day 80 I watered the lonely parsnip and was happy to see some pumpkin juice at the ready, most of which I shipped, but I did keep a few for gifts. George got a good quality leek for his birthday on my way to the museum because I had a few artifacts in my chest that needed donating. Then I made this a Mines Day again to hunt for the prismatic jelly, but I didn't get it today. On day 81 I harvested my sweet gemberry, which single-handedly leveled up my farming skill. I got a mail from Rosa about some extra spiritsy fun at 1 PM on the day. Looks like we'll be getting our pre-game on in East Scarp. Once I got my farm chores over with, I spent my whole day in the mines where I finally found that prismatic slime after nightfall and ran it all the way over to the wizard right away. I happily collected my gold and chose the artisan profession for level 10 farming. On day 82 I got my first gold quality parsnip and immediately replanted for another. I was ecstatic about the monster musk recipe I got in the mail, so we can consider this a celebratory eggplant harvest. Lunna was near the travelling cart, so I couldn't not give her a gift and say hello. Then I got to find out that the travelling merchant brought us absolutely nothing good this week. Then up at Ridgeside Village, I got this cutscene with Trini, who was doing great at tending to her plants and talking to them. I went to find Corin with a birthday gift, and NPC map locations really came in clutch here because honestly, I forgot who she was. I couldn't pass up the opportunity for another special request, so I went with the jacket design inspo one because I was intrigued, but when I checked what I actually needed to do, I found out it involved making clothes, so this one's a write-off for me because I'm not doing that. I came back to the farm to make 12 more kegs, and pretty soon I'm gonna have to find a more permanent spot for these because we're soon gonna outgrow this little area. I ran out of stuff I would usually keg, so I started on some hot pepper wine. Can't imagine how this would taste and I'm not sure I want to know. I cleared out my fruit cave, which for once had more than just forage. Then it was up to the mines again to slay 10 green slimes for Lola, and I smelted some gold whilst I was up there. I cut my way into the secret woods that night, intending to get the star drop, but I got distracted with chopping all the hardwood stumps, so we didn't have time for that. Day 83 had the last big pumpkin harvest of the season and the year. I did the little maze in the secret woods and successfully made it to the statue at the end with a sweet gemberry to get that star drop. On my way out, I checked this little entrance here to find where the deep wood starts. I've heard this mod could be pretty difficult, and I didn't quite feel ready yet, so I left it for now. When 1 PM rolled around, I wanted to try join the party in East Scarp, but as far as I was aware, I couldn't actually get there because the other festival was being set up in Pelican Town, which I needed to pass through. Maybe another year. At least Ridgeside Village was open, so I could handle Paula's birthday. I picked up a new quest from the board about a lost sword near a waterfall, so I checked by all the ones I could think of in this village, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Paired with some foraging there, this was enough to pass the time until the Spirit's Eve festival. The first thing I did there was buy the jack-o'-lantern recipe and the rare crow. Then I took on my second maze of the day to get the golden pumpkin, and this time I didn't talk to every single NPC because I just didn't have the patience today. There are just so many of them. Lewis was waiting on my doorstep the next morning to talk about a very important task. The governor was sending his wife and son to stay nearby, and they'll be staying at the Scarp Inn from tomorrow. Apparently, it was up to me to make them feel welcome. Don't see how this is my job, but sure, I'll help. I grabbed all the last cranberries, then bought a caviar from the travelling cart to have one in easy reach for the missing bundle. I walked into Robin's to find her and Demetrius arguing about tomatoes, but I skipped that cutscene because I don't have time for that nonsense. Today was Susan's birthday, and I just wanted to give her this lovely chocolate cake and be on my way. I got this cutscene with Lunna hanging out with Abigail, and it was really nice to see Lunna integrating with the locals, but I couldn't help but notice I wasn't a part of any of this. How am I seeing this? Am I just like in a bush watching? Not quite sure what to make of it really. Anyway, since it was a good luck day, I wanted to give the deep woods a go when I noticed this glowing stone thing, but I chickened out of touching it. Let's just get into those woods. There were monsters absolutely everywhere, but I was happy to see I could pick up some flowers. Although because of the way the different colours don't stack, this was a problem for my loot goblin ways, because it meant I can't take it all home. And no, I'm not installing a mod for a bigger backpack, or I will be truly out of control. At some point though, I got a notice saying I got lost in the deep woods. Not sure what I did to cause this. Clearly, I have no idea what I'm doing with this particular mod, but I was enjoying exploring and gathering loot. Only problem was, somewhere along the way, I got overrun and died, and the most annoying loss of the night was all of my blackberries. Damn, what a way to end the season! Everything was covered in a blanket of snow on day 85, but even better was the sight of the last fish roll I needed for the community centre. I shipped off the next batch of juice and checked on my animals, where I was excited to find my first large eggs because we need these for the community centre. I left the farm to donate all these eggs when I saw this little shadowy figure who saw me and ran, followed by the arrival of the governor's wife and son who seemed to be waiting on Lewis. I stepped forward and introduced myself, and said that Lewis asked me to meet them because he was busy today, but then suddenly he just comes sprinting in. Apparently he was unavoidably detained, which was weird, but anyway, it looked like my job here was done. I made my way to the community centre and picked up the magnifying glass from the bush on the way. Then I completed that fish farmer's bundle to collect the worm bin, but most importantly, the fish tank is now done. This is amazing because this was the one I was most worried about. I also completed the winter foraging bundle for some forage seeds, and with that, the crafts room was also complete. 2 rooms in one day. I'm happy with that level of achievement, and it's only just gone midday. I came home to plant my forage seeds and start a new lot of pumpkin juice. Then I thought winter is now the perfect time to make my first iridium sprinklers. These took me the rest of the evening to replace since I couldn't quite arrange them the way I wanted thanks to the forage I just planted. After running Jarek up a birthday gift on day 86, I did some foraging up by Ridgeside Village to top up my gift supplies. Then I made as many fibre seeds as I could till I ran out of clay. Even though these don't need watering, I still planted them around my sprinklers to hold the spots until I need them. I also moved my scarecrows around to make more sense with the new layout. With any remaining hours of the day, I fished at the beach for the squid, which I could conveniently give to Willy for his challenge whilst he was on his way back from the saloon. I even brought my sturgeons a souvenir from the beach. On day 87, Jarek appeared at my door early in the morning to be rude about me becoming a farmer, and to challenge me to a contest of who has the best farm. What the heck is he going on about? It is way too early for this. Good luck, cutie? I think I'm gonna throw up. I just completely ignored that start to my day and cleared up this path to Grandpa's shed. I ran out of energy when I got there, which reminded me I needed to ask Marlon to get my blackberries back for me. I got the copper pan this day, but obviously I skipped that cutscene because I just wanted to get to Linus with a cactus fruit for his birthday. It occurred to me that I'd not been up to the summit since it opened, so I popped up there to pick up all the forageables, making sure to check behind this tree here. Then I came home to carry on clearing the area around the shed. I did want to recover my energy from the hot spring I remembered from my first playthrough, but I didn't know it wouldn't be open yet, so instead I had a munch on some nasty field snacks. This reminded me there are better offerings at the saloon. And no, I don't mean Marnie. I was here to buy the recipes from Gus as well as 25 salads for energy and health when I need them, and that energy was used to chop down trees in Cindersap Forest for Robin's resource rush, which I completed at nearly 1 AM. On day 88 I got my blackberries back in the mail. This is perfect timing for a good luck day because I always take these with me to Skull Caverns. This was a slightly more successful day for this playthrough. I found some treasure, loads of iridium, and even another prizzy, and I passed out for the night on floor 77 having reached level 9 combat. On day 89 I collected my hot pepper wine, and to be honest this was barely worth a week's wait. I checked the travelling merchant's wares but all she was selling was disappointment, but then the pumpkin juice being ready quickly perked up my mood. I grabbed the forage in Ridgeside Village, which I was visiting because today was Blair's birthday, but when I checked the map again, I found out she was down at the pier in Pelican Town. Considering one of her loved gifts was a carp, I should have known she'd have been down here fishing. From there, I called in at the Adventurers Guild to sell off a ring and a weapon, but I also bought both the recipes too so I don't have to worry about these later. I came home to find the dino had hatched and I called the new arrival Remy. Then I cut down loads of grass for hay, but also because I wanted to start placing paths and making the farm look a bit more put together. On day 90, I harvested and replanted another high quality house parsnip, then continued with the pathing. Marnie was now selling auto grabbers, so I bought a couple so that I don't have to milk the cows anymore because I was definitely forgetting to do this some days. I asked Robin to upgrade my barn for me, then donated a few more artifacts to the museum for a couple of rewards. That evening, I was happy to see some more trees had popped up by my greenhouse with the rate I was going through wood because I really wanted to get the farm all pathed up before the end of the year, but for the moment I was going to have to wait for some more crops to grow out to finish the job. On day 91, Pierre stopped by to tell me he'll be selling more varieties of seeds next year. He also warned me off buying from his competitors and, not gonna lie, I kind of forgot Joe Jamar existed again until he said that. Not that I even want to shop there. I laid any parts I didn't have time for the night before, then I checked the travelling cart, though at this point she never really has anything I need. I foraged a little in the secret woods, then I stopped in at Pierre's where I got a cutscene with Yuma who asked if he could skip ahead since he was in a hurry. I agree with Pierre, he's just always so busy and we never see him playing with any other kids. Maybe we'll find out more about his situation in the future. I wasn't here to buy anything today, I just wanted to give Caroline a birthday gift. Then I ran home to get a few more iridium sprinklers down. I recently got the stepping stone recipe from Robin, so I replaced some of these paths because I prefer how they look when they're mixed. I also extended them around my chest too. No idea why I didn't do this before, but apparently at some point that evening I accidentally shipped off my leftover paths. What? What did I do that for? On day 92, my first batch of winter forage was ready to go, so now I can get more sprinklers occupied. Today is the Festival of Ice. I talked to some villagers, but not all of them because there are just way too many. I felt prepared for the fishing competition because I usually do really well at this, but I zoned out for the first couple of seconds and it actually cost me the win. No! I guess I did zone out for the first few seconds. Day 93 began with a new batch of pumpkin juice and some animal care before wanting to buy more animals from Marnie, but I forgot it was a Tuesday and she left when I got there. Instead, I harvested all of my fibre, but ran out of clay again before I could make enough seeds to replant. To remedy this, I tried to clay farm, but I'm not very good at it, and I can only really remember the first row, but I did manage to make a few more fibre seeds. I ran out of mixed seeds this time, so I spent the rest of the day trying to get more. On day 94, I got some fibre seeds planted, and annoyingly, I was only a few off the amount I needed, so I clay farmed badly for a bit, then chopped down a couple more farm trees. This lined time up nicely for Sebastian leaving his room to give him a birthday gift. Then I bought a bunch more wood because it's gonna cost double next year. Coming back through town, I picked up a new special request, and of course I went with the juicy bugs one because how the heck am I gonna grow 25 gold star vegetables this season, Pierre? I didn't start on that yet though, instead opting to gather forage and hardwood in the secret woods. On day 95, I walked off to Skull Caverns for this max luck day. I brought the 2 prismatic shards with me from home because if I get a third today, I'll be able to trade for a magic rock candy, a risk I was willing to take. I hit a couple of treasure floors this day and got my first slime egg. Not sure if I'm going to build a slime hutch though. It was looking like I was on track for floor 100, but then this happened. I had about a third of my health and I was about to jump down a hole. I stopped for a drink whilst paused before I made the jump, but as I did, the mummies hit me and I died. Wait, what? How? Huh? I really didn't think this was a thing that could happen. At least I didn't lose that much. The silver lining this day was that I did get a third prismatic shard, so I went back to the desert for a magic rock candy for a future trip, and I got several more warp totems while I was there. On day 96, I got a mail from the wizard asking for a void essence, so after a couple more farm chores, I took one straight over to him, only to be banished from his presence. I bought my first 2 goats from Marnie's called Wally and Mirabelle, and also a single duck who you can probably guess I called Donald. I was introduced to Alessia at the Adventurers Guild when I stopped in there to ask Marlon to recover my spicy eel. Then I wandered around town having a good old chat on the way back to my farm where I crafted 30 more tea saplings to sell. Armed with some monster musk, I thought I'd better get started on that juicy bugs quest, so that kept me busy through the evening and the night. Day 97 and it was time for a new batch of juice. Now that we have more animals, they'll need feeding more frequently, so I asked Robin to upgrade to a deluxe coop which will come with an auto feeder. With over 100 bug meat at home, I dropped off what Willy needed, so now I only have to worry about slaying the rest of the bugs for the quest. I made sure to take care of that right away, but I also slashed through any fibre in the hopes of getting more mix seeds. I got done with that by the evening, then remembered I'd not been to the quarry since the bridge got repaired, which meant I still hadn't collected the golden scythe. I used the statue to teleport my way out of there, and opted to skip that cutscene with Linus so I could get home to bed. On day 98, I harvested the 5th and final gold parsnip I needed for the community centre. I took a pointless trip to the travelling cart before adding those parsnips to the quality crops bundle to complete it. The reward was another preserves jar, and now all we have left was the animal bundle for the pantry. I brought Harvey a coffee for his birthday, then got Clint to open all of my geodes. I got to make several donations to the museum today, which got me a couple of rewards that I didn't particularly care about. My next stop was to the desert to do the Sunday Jade Staircase trade, then I took a walk into the forest to give Lunna a gift. I planted some more fibre seeds, got some more bars smelting, then gave myself a super early night. I had another lot of forage ready on day 99, so I got to plant up every iridium sprinkler spot. I bought some more coal from Clint because I couldn't be bothered to farm for it today since I needed more gold for iridium sprinklers, except I proceeded to spend my afternoon coal farming. What was I thinking? Actually, I think I do know what I was doing. I think I was killing these to make progress with the Monster Slayer goal, and I planned to pass out here, but then I was reminded of the night market. I grabbed my free coffee down there and checked the merchant's boat where I found a battery I needed for those sprinklers, as well as an apple sapling. I know I can get these from Pierre's, but I guarantee I'll forget if I don't get it now, and this one's the same price anyway. It took me a couple of attempts, but I correctly guessed the code for the mermaid show pearl. Then I grabbed a special request for the new week on my way home, and I went with the bone fragment one to avoid the extra fishing. On day 100, I took a flower up to Louis at the mansion in Ridgeside Village, but then he told me right after that I smell. This seems to happen frequently after I give out birthday gifts, though to be fair, I do have a lot of birthdays to deal with. These Stardew houses really need to get some bathrooms. I didn't get the cable car till I did some foraging, then I came home to make some more cheese machines. I paved over my little animal product area to spice it up a bit. I even added some fences, and I think this looks much better. After grabbing my free coffee from the night market, I thought I'd better do some submarine fishing because I needed to catch the midnight squid, the blobfish, and the spookfish, but I fished all the way out till 2 AM to work on my fishing level. On day 101, I set off some hot pepper wine because we ran out of pumpkins and this was better than nothing. The wizard got a purple mushroom for his birthday, and I got the gift of a rare smile. Then it was over to Clint to collect my iridium pickaxe, which I completely forgot I sent for upgrade. I gave him an iron bar for a quest whilst I was there, then I got out of that place as quick as I could because I would rather spend my time being terrified by this bear in the secret woods. I brought him the maple syrup that he asked for, and in exchange I got his secret knowledge, which makes berries more valuable. Absolutely useless, but I'd rather be on the good side of a frickin' bear. I dug up all the dig spots whilst I was there, but I did have to go home and collect my axe so I could go back and gather all the hardwood. For the last night at the winter market, I bought the third painting. Oh, I have bought the other two by the way. Then I bought a ducat from the travelling merchant, which I hurried over to the community centre to complete the animal bundle. This got me another cheese press. I don't care about that though because I just completed the pantry. Our only items left here now are a duck feather, some apples, and a rabbit's foot, but I cannot describe how happy I was to see the Junimos repairing the greenhouse that night. On top of that, I hit level 10 foraging, picking the botanist profession, and we made a decent amount of gold. On day 102, I used some of my spare quality sprinklers to start setting up the greenhouse so I could get my first 8 ancient seeds planted. I dropped a birthday gift up to Freddy, then I realised I hadn't collected a single bone fragment this week, so I should probably work on that. I did forget to bring any monster musk, but I couldn't be bothered to go home and get some, so I just did without it this day. But I also took a quick break that evening to sell off the silly amount of bone swords I'd accumulated. I passed out that night with 101 bone frags. Nobody can accuse me of not going the extra mile. On day 103, I bought another battery from the travelling cart before dealing with the next set of forage. Our crop area is expanding slowly but surely. I spontaneously decided to give the deep woods another go today, and then promptly chickened out. Instead, I asked Robin to build a stable so we can get around all these map expansions faster. Then I gave Marlon some corn for his birthday since I didn't have any loved gifts I was willing to part with. I came home to realise I didn't have any pine tar, so I used those tree tappers from the community centre to set them up in Cindersap Forest, and for the evening I added more to the paths. On day 104, I shipped off some of the excess cranberries because there was no way I was getting around to processing all of these. I went into the Milner's house when they unlocked their door, but I seemed to have walked into a doctor's visit. George wasn't happy with the advice he was getting and asked me for a second opinion, so I told him he should really listen to the medical professional since I'm just a little old farmer. George begrudgingly agreed, which was a relief because I could now tend to the purpose of my visit, which was to give Evelyn a birthday gift. She was so happy with her gift that she gave me her secret cookie recipe. Back on the farm, I tried to use my axe to destroy these bushes. I do have the destroyable bushes mod, but I guess these don't count, so I'm really gonna have to find a fix for this clipping. I took a trip to the quarry to clear out any valuable nodes, and one of these mystic stones here dropped me a prismatic shard. Now that's a win. I actually used this one to donate to the museum, which reminded me I still had to give Gunther those bone fragments. That would have been funny if the quest just expired just because I'd forgot to hand it in. I bumped into Rosa and Scarp, who was looking after Eloise for the day, when she seemed to have snuck off. It took Rosa a minute to realise she was no longer there, so we went to look for her when we heard her calling out. Thankfully, she hadn't been eaten by pelicans. We found her safe by this broken bridge. I wonder what this area is. It doesn't seem like we're going to find out today. I collected all the forage on the ground in East Scarp before going to find the place from the cutscene, but I still couldn't figure out accessing this place, and it had kind of a creepy vibe, so I left it to find Jacob, who was looking for a cat. There wasn't any sign of her, but he asked me if I'd been here before, and honestly, no. This actually used to be a farm, but the land is now disused. I wonder if this is something we have access to use in the future. I mean, at the very least, I'm probably going to take the materials. And hey look, Princess Midnight has materialized from nowhere, safe and sound. I went to have a closer look at the door, but it was locked. Cute little house though. In exploring the area, I found what looked like little void goats, and they're so cute, even if they are a little scary. Eventually, I reached what looked like an entrance to a cave or a mine I can't access. The description, also terrifying, so I backtracked to this minecart to get back home. On day 105, I was delighted to see Gunther was now free from the confines of his desk, so hopefully we'll be seeing more of him around town. After axing some hardwood in the secret woods, I found Pika up in Ridgeside Village with a birthday gift. Then I was back in lumberjack mode, but for regular wood this time. I used that wood to make 11 more kegs before taking the cable car again for a bit of ridgeside fishing for the rest of the day. Evelyn stopped by with the garden pot and its recipe on day 106, and I received an enormous 40 grand for my contributions to the museum. My focus for the morning was harvesting and replanting the forage that came to fruition, and even though the next batch won't have time to grow, it will save the sprinkler spots for me because there was no way I was getting enough fibre seeds in time. Plus those wouldn't be ready to cut down on the first day of next year anyway. I cleared out my fruit cave, then brought some hardwood to Robin for a project, which got me the networking achievement. For this week's special request, I went with Gus's famous omelette, as the autograbbers should make this super easy. Then I paid a quick visit to Sophia's ledger because I felt like buying some aged Blue Moon wine, which if you didn't know, it gives +7 luck, and that's why it's so ridiculously priced. Once I'd replaced Robin's hardwood with more from the secret woods, I turned the starfruit I saved into seeds so I can plant these in the greenhouse. I definitely forgot I could just buy these from Sandy in this playthrough. My evening was spent making even more seeds by turning common mushrooms into full seeds ready for tea saplings. Day 107 began with another batch of forage to turn over. Then I spent a good portion of the day smashing dust sprites with monster musk because today was the day I wanted to complete that monster slayer goal for the burglaring. I collected the rewards from the other goals I'd met too, and sold off the bug sword immediately because ew. I decided to go to the saloon that night, but mainly because it's Leah's birthday, and this was an easy place to find her and give her a salad. And whilst I was there, I made sure to say hi to everyone, and pick up even more salads for myself. Then, when I got home, I saw that all my pepper wine was ready, so I scraped together whatever I could find to refill the kegs. To end my day, I carried on killing dust sprites with my burglaring to make use of the remaining time on that monster musk. Day 108 was for a Skull Caverns run, and I'll be combining a magic rock candy with that aged Blue Moon wine for a massive +12 boost to my luck. Even then, I didn't get that many treasure rooms, but I did manage to get the lucky ring from a crate. I put that thing straight on. I'll just have to deal without the magnetism for now. I also made it to floor 100 where I met Mr. Key, who was impressed that I made it down here the honourable way instead of using a ton of staircases. I had to drink that revolting iridium snake milk, but we'll be a little bit more death-proof now. The rest of this run went off without a hitch, and I passed out on floor 118 with almost 300 iridium ore, having hit level 10 combat, so I chose the brute profession. On day 109, I put away all of my loot, including 2 more prismatic shards. I got another 3 iridium sprinklers down, which I sacrificed some forage seeds for. Then it was time for the Feast of the Wind to start. The first person I spoke to was Eloise, who wished me a happy winter star with a duck feather. How sweet! But also, this is huge because we really needed this for the community centre. Given the day, I made the effort to wish everyone a happy holidays. Then I eventually got around to giving my secret friend Emily her gift of an aquamarine, which went down a treat. My gift giver this year was Shiro, who you can tell doesn't really know me very well because he got me wine. It's the thought that counts at the end of the day. On day 110, I finally remembered that I now have a horse, and an amazing looking one at that, who I decided to name Prizzy, like Prismatic Shard. I collected up my caviar and started some jam before replacing any ready forage with seeds. Then I took a fleeting trip to Clint's to drop off an amethyst for his birthday. I had another birthday to tend to in Ridgeside Village, but first I got to test out a new dish at Pika's. I gave Shanice her birthday gift and she let me know the store will be closed tomorrow. Not that I ever shop round here. Then I discovered the best little detail ever. You can actually see your horse riding the cable car with you. I can't, this is just so cute. I gave Emily an amethyst that was meant to be from Clint, but she didn't seem to understand, so I'll happily take the credit, though what she didn't know is that they now have matching stones. To finish with my errand run, I handled Gus's albacore, then I bought one of each sapling from Pierre's to set up in my greenhouse. As it started to get dark, I rode Prizzy over to the saloon for the second time today, where I was given a cocktail on the house specially made by Emily. I went for the Big Bang just because it sounded cool, but apparently it was going to be pretty strong, so obviously I chugged it all in one, and to be fair, it was pretty amazing. The real reason I was here was to drop off the eggs for that omelette, so now all I have to do is take any new ones out of the auto grabber to complete the quest, but since the place was bustling, I'll hang out for a while. It was Friday night after all. On day 111, I surprised Sophia with a fairy rose for her birthday when she told me she was out of snacks. On your birthday as well? That's painful. I pocketed all the beach forage for the last time this season, then I picked up Prizzy from home to take me to the community centre. You see, I forgot to donate that duck feather from the Winter Star Festival till today, and my prize for that was a loom. The travelling cart and the serpents hadn't given me any rabbit's feet yet, so I thought it was time to get some rabbits of my own. The names will be Elsa and Anna. I gave Andy and Lunna some blackberries as they were nearby, then it was over to Robin's to ask her for the final barn upgrade so these animals can automatically be fed too. For my second to last evening, I pretty much just chopped wood with a little summit foraging break in between. On day 112, the travelling merchant brought me a New Year's Eve gift of a battery. Alright, fine, it wasn't so much of a gift since I did pay for it, but I was just as happy. I immediately used that battery to get down another iridium sprinkler, and now this field is so close to being full. Then, Prizzy and I took the cable car up to Ridgeside Village to give Shiro a crystal fruit for his birthday. Passing through the village, I realised I've been neglecting the special request board here, so I picked the bug state request because it was the option that wasn't due tomorrow. Coming back to the farm, I realised I never fully finished laying the paths, and when I went to handle the backwards exit, I somehow placed this extra piece which I can either pick up or place any either side of it. I ended up having to give up on fixing this, but in hindsight, I probably should have just tried a bomb or something. As for the rest of the paths, I was happy with them for now, so I made a few more furnaces and pet all of my animals, then waited up at Ridgeside Village for the Ember of Resolutions to begin, which was kinda like a huge New Year's bonfire gathering. You can really see the sheer volume of people when they all stand together like this. Looking back, we achieved a good amount this year, but this festival got me thinking about what I want from next year, so my three main resolutions will be to actually finish the community centre, get at least 2 obelisks, and get married. Lenny set all the wood ablaze, and looking at the size of this fire, I'm really glad they've done this super far away from the village. Oh my goodness. That meant I got to go to bed for the final time this year reeking of bonfire smoke. On day 113, Kent stopped by to introduce himself, and following close behind was Kimpoi. Don't these people know the first day of the year is wildly busy? But hey, I guess at some point I'll check out the new saplings at Nightingale Orchard. It's a satisfying start to my second year because we got to slash through all this fibre. Then I planted the strawberry seeds I made last year with a few shrub seeds to grow for some salmonberries. I tidied up the new debris whilst waiting for Pierre's to open and remembered to let the animals back out. I even set up a space for the rice shoots I accumulated. When I headed out for seeds, I got this cutscene with Lenny, Richard, and someone new? Naomi? Who are you? Seems like something happened on the journey here that got her suit covered in stains. This is actually Shiro and Yuma's mother, but their father had to stay behind to work, so she came back alone. I wonder if we'll ever meet him. I accompanied them all back to Ridgeside where Shiro was having a physical therapy session, but as soon as Yuma heard his mum's voice, he came running. This family is now reunited. Well, mostly. Before I even had the chance to get into Pierre's, Lewis asked me if I wanted to take over this community garden, and I wasn't saying no to more free land. Then it was time to buy our seeds. This year, I'm buying about a sprinkler or so of each crop to save some for cooking ingredients. Then for the rest of the farm, I needed a trip to see Sandy because rhubarb was going to be my moneymaker this spring. Before I planted my seeds, I wanted to handle a birthday first, but on my way past I met Bryle, another Ridgeside villager returning to the valley. I'm not sure I like him though because he was causing Faye absolute grief. Moving right along, I gave Torts a dinosaur egg for his birthday, receiving his most handsome smile yet. Then I stopped procrastinating and got to planting because I had hundreds of seeds to deal with, but I didn't seem to buy enough to fill out the bottom row of sprinklers, so I had to spend the rest of my money to finish it. Thankfully, I just sold 65 grams worth of tea saplings so I wouldn't be absolutely broke on day 114, which is when I found Naomi on my doorstep to tell me the hotel expansion was now complete. I had no idea it was even going to expand, but we'll be sure to check it out, at some point, when we remember, or when we go in there by accident. Ideen sent me some blue jazz seeds in the mail, which I don't have room for, so I ignored those seeds and collected all of my wine. I delivered a leek to Harvey, which he asked for yesterday because I was interested in the friendship points, then finally stepped into Grandpa's shed because I forgot you have to go inside to trigger the quest from Robin to restore it. I chopped some wood in Cindersap Forest before adding another set of paths here, then I spent the rest of the night in the mine smushing bugs because I had a quest to craft 20 bug steaks, which I accepted last year. After giving Lunna a peach for her birthday, the bug slaying continued into day 115, and I got everything I needed before even hitting midday. I took them straight over to the box under the Water Research Centre and wanted to collect my reward, but it disappeared from my journal. I hope I haven't done that all for free. Unbelievable. And speaking of unbelievable, I fished the rest of this day away. I had another doorstep visitor on day 116. It was Robin this time, asking me to come and look at the shed with her. She can refurbish it for me. All I have to do is drop off a hefty amount of materials for it. Maddie sent me 10 grand in the mail for those bug steaks, so it was definitely worth my while. And I got a mini fridge in the mail from Gus, so I guess I must have helped with an omelette at some point. Ken got a blackberry for his birthday because I didn't have anything better. Then I dropped off some sunfish to a box in East Scarp for a stray cat. I'm not sure if you guessed yet who we're going to want to date for this playthrough, but I picked Lunna. She then told me about her sister hating seaweed. Looks like we still have to meet the family. I carried on with my questing by giving Trini a poppy and a pink cake for a couple of her requests, being careful not to give the items to the wrong person, and then I spent some of the evening in Ridgeside foraging so that I can have some Iridian quality gifts to hand. I actually remembered to check out the hotel expansion on my way past, and I'm not sure if it was just the cafe which was closed when I got there, or if it was also this enormous room. With the expansion now seen, I made my way out to forage by the Ridge Forest and head to bed. On day 117, I harvested my garlic and my parsnips with my scythe. Yep, I installed a harvest with scythe mod, because eventually we're going to have so much land to manage, plus it's just really satisfying. I replanted those spots with forage seeds for tea saplings and bought a battery from the travelling cart before crafting the last 2 sprinklers I needed to finish this field. From there, it was up to Ridgeside Village with some grapes for Alyssa's birthday, which meant I got a cutscene with her where I accidentally caught her singing. Apparently she's meant to be a good singer, but I play with the music off, so I'm not really sure if you hear anything in this cutscene. She was, however, extremely embarrassed. She apologised and ran away. I don't have time to chase after her though, because I was still clearing my journal. I made a survival burger for Yuma, chucked a cave carrot on Marnie's floor, handed some Mia to Pika he asked for like a year ago, then gave Yuma an iron bar and that survival burger. It's been a lot of running around today. I witnessed Carmen get told off by Gio for trespassing on his property, but she seemed to want to eat Kiwi, who immediately ran away. I ran away too because I wanted to see what was beyond this log. This is the entrance to the Ridge Forest, an area full of secrets and very likely death. Or if you're me, panic and certain death. What the heck is that? Ah! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Absolutely not. No! Yeah! Oh my god, how do I get out of here? Damn it! Via the hospital, I guess, but thankfully I didn't lose anything too upsetting. On day 118, I visited Lunna at her home where she wanted help to restore the interior. I had the option to ask Robin for extra help, but I decided I just wanted to spend this morning with the 2 of us. The place is looking much more livable now, cozy even. I caught a dewdrop fish before exiting the area, then I found Alyssa in town who apologised for running away yesterday. I told her I liked her singing, so she invited me to listen to her song when it's done. But then when we tried to go our separate ways, we kept bumping into each other. Awkward. Oh god, I hate it. Emily got the apricot she wrote to me about, and I gave her a topaz there and then to complete that friendship. Continuing with the journal clearing, I delivered an old tuna to Olga which she seemed to think was fresh, and I wasn't gonna tell her. My next stop was to the mountain summit, and on my way I dropped Susan off an ice cream, then I grabbed the new season's forage up there. On day 119, I wished for people to stop showing up at my front door at 6 AM. Seriously, what is going on? I need my coffee before I socialise. Turns out, Grandpa was kind to Lorenzo's family when they were new here, so he wanted to repay that kindness with some gifts. He gave me some deluxe speed grow, some spaghetti to fuel the farm work, some gold to spend, and a lucky charm given to them by my grandpa. After he left, I tried to see what I do with this charm. I tried to wear it, but no luck there. Let me know in the comments if this does anything. Once I sold off a batch of caviar, I harvested my kale and my rice. Then I put most of the kale in the kegs to make juice. The travelling merchant brought me another battery this week, but nothing else for the community centre, which, as a reminder, I just need the apples and a rabbit's foot to complete the entire thing. I rode over to Lewis with a hot pepper for his birthday, then kept this first Sunday of the year strong by remembering to trade my jades with staircases, whilst also remembering to bring a flower for Sandy. I grabbed all the desert forage before I left and made sure to share some with Pam for getting me to and from the desert in one piece. Back on the farm, I set up those last 2 sprinklers with some more forage seeds and used the evening to chop down any new trees invading my property. Day 120, and can I please just step outside without someone waiting here, especially if you're a fire risk. It's way too early for this. On this day, I'd actually installed the part of the community mod to get passive friendship points because of the sheer number of NPCs we have. But judging by all these recipes I got in the mail, it seems to have caused an unexpected jump in the friendship points I already had. This felt OP, and I ended up removing it from my game at some point in the next few game days. I galloped up to Ridgeside Village with Prizzy for an onslaught of cutscenes. The first was at Pika's, where I helped him to unpack a delivery since he was all alone. Then I walked into a conversation in town about a sketchy corporation nabbing buildings. It looks like Jojo is also wanting to build a branch up here too. Lenny is reluctant, but unless I understand this wrong, Maeve thinks it might even be a good thing. She's still not gaining any points from me, but then she wanted to take a walk with me to talk about the farm my grandfather left to me. Sounds like she's got her doubts about how well I'll do with the farm. Desk worker? How dare she? She has no right to be eyeing up my land. She's got high expectations. Maeve, I don't answer to you. Have you even seen the farm this year? I have no intention of letting anyone down. Whilst writing this script, I was trying to figure out why I went up to Ridgeside then left again, but past me has left a very helpful note. I went to buy tree saplings from Kimpoi and forgot, so back I went and bought one of everything. On returning to town, I got another cutscene, this time with Sandy visiting the valley, so we took her to see everything the town has to offer. I chatted to everyone I passed to see how the friendship mod worked, and as you can see by all the happy faces, anyone who witnessed the conversation gains friendship points too. I took a detour to the summit to grab all the new forage there on my way home, where I planted all those trees in the dark to make an orchard. Overnight, the crop fairy paid a visit to grow up some of my rhubarb, but I'll be ignoring that because I want to harvest all of it at the same time. However, I did harvest my strawberries the next morning. When I took my trip up to Ridgeside for the day, I got a cutscene in the general store where I witnessed a family argument about how Anton was working. It was kind of awkward when they realised I witnessed the entire thing. I was here to give Anton a birthday gift, so I headed upstairs where I got a cutscene with Kiara, who was looking stressed. She was struggling to pick a wallpaper for a client, so I helped her pick by choosing the mythical flower one, which is the pattern in the middle. A magical vibe. I handed off the birthday forage to Anton, then took the cable car back down to kill more bugs in the mines because I had another quest for bug steaks for someone else. What's with this weird obsession? Since I was using the monster musk, I switched out to dust sprites once I was done with the bug meat because I might as well use it to farm coal for the rest of the day. On day 122, I had some starfruit ready, which I replanted with some coffee since I got some from the mines the night before. Vincent got a sand dollar for his birthday, then I dropped off those bug steaks to the stray cat's box over in Scarp. Whilst I was over this way, I visited Lexi with a daffodil. Then I did try to meet the stray cat, but the glare she gave me burned, so I left her alone. I wanted to chop trees in Cindersap Forest, but then Lunna walked straight over to me and demanded a cuddle. I joined Jodie and her family for some crispy floorfish for dinner, then I resumed the tree chopping for the night so I could ship off 113 tea saplings, which meant we made over 60,000 gold. On day 123, I accidentally destroyed some of the rhubarb when intending to harvest my green bean. Whatever, it's only one. I harvested a few coffee beans from the field, so I used these to fill up one of the sprinklers in the greenhouse so I'll have a supply at any time of year. I collected my juice and started off some strawberry wine, then visited Ridgeside's hotel to give Isabel a birthday gift which completed her friendship. Much of today was taking it slow, chatting to villagers and handing out gifts. Then I rounded this day off by making more cheese and mayo. Day 124 began with a forage harvest, and I seem to have forgotten about using the scythe. I replanted it with more forage, then it was up to Ridgeside Valley again because we had another birthday, and this time it was Ezekiel's. I got him a foraged flower. They seem to love these around here. I popped over to Marnie's to get a couple of pigs, and their names will be Christoph and Olaf. Then it was all the way up to Robin's where I found Sebastian working on his motorbike and got the recipes for the drum and flute blocks, but she also gave me the shopping list of materials for the shed, and we have some work to do. The reason I was really here was just meant to be a quick stop off to buy the rest of the crafting recipes on my way up to the mines to kill skeletons till pass out time. On day 125, I had a few crops to harvest, some of which went straight into kegs. This was egg hunt day, and the first thing I did was buy strawberries. 100 of them. But these will just be safe for next year so I can take advantage of them for an entire season. I took a bit of time to check out the extra section added by the Ridgeside Village mod that I missed last year, and there's even an egg store which is absolutely adorable. Once I drained my social battery talking to every single NPC, I raced around town to nab as many eggs as I could, and at 10 eggs it wasn't my best performance, but still enough for the win. I'll take that 1,000 gold, thank you. That's basically 10 strawberry seeds for free. Day 126 was rhubarb day, and I was so excited to get all of this harvested. I also got my first Salmonberry, so I started turning loads back into seeds because these berries can be pretty good money makers, so I want to have a good amount of these ready for next year. I filled the top row's empty spots with forage seeds, then I took a break from the farming to handle the day's birthdays. When I got to the mansion, I got a cutscene with Arya, who seemed to be studying. It's pretty much all I've ever seen her do, so when she told me to leave, I just said for her to maybe not be so hard on herself. I also had a cutscene with Louis where I got sidetracked becoming his butler for a while because he couldn't find Sunny anywhere. I agreed to stay because I wanted to know if there was more to this kid than there seemed to be, and he ended up showing me his plant collection, all of which were named. I gave Madame Maeve a golden pumpkin for her birthday. Then when I went downstairs, I got another cutscene in this freaking mansion, and look, there's someone new. Not more friends. And the handshake introduction ended up going super weird. Please don't comment on my hands. I'm probably going to be avoiding this guy for a while. I finally got out of that place and escaped to the desert where I traded for a few staircases and bought the next load of rhubarb seeds. But I didn't go back to the farm without delivering Haley her birthday sunflower. I got all the seeds planted that evening, but they weren't enough, so I had to walk back to the desert to get more, still managing to plant them before bed. On day 127, I set up more sprinklers in the greenhouse because I decided to plant some of the shrub seeds in here, given that getting more ancient seeds will be taking a while. Olivia got some wine for her birthday, then I made a start on foraging for salmonberry season now that I have access to Iridian quality ones, and I took home 174 of them at the end of the day. On day 128, I dealt with yet another Ridgeside birthday, which meant I got a cutscene with the kids on my way back down to town. Something about them wanting to visit the farm, but I wasn't really listening because I just wanted to get back to salmonberry picking. I also made sure to stop by the summit to grab all the forage there too. On day 129, I dealt with the morning's farm chores and delivered Philip a birthday gift before getting right back to those salmonberries. I wanted myself set up with some basic food for the year. When I got back to the farm, I collected everything for the kegs while starting off some rhubarb wine. I wanted to stop in at the saloon to take a break from all the running around, but I walked in to find an intoxicated Philip who seemed to be really upset about a comic he reads, and I had to escort him outside to Chunder. Not really how I planned to spend my evening. I even had to help him back to the hotel. That's gonna be one heck of a hangover. I made my way back to the saloon because I still needed to drop off gems for Emily's rock rejuvenation quest. Then it was back home for the night. Hopefully I can get the smell of vomit off of me. Day 130 and oh god, it's you. I have no idea how Philip managed to get down here at 6 AM after last night. I listened to his apology and his thank you, then harvested my salal berries and my coffee. Pam got a predictable parsnip for her birthday, then it was up to Ridgeside Village for another one where I got a whole diamond from the trash. Who is throwing away a diamond? When I entered the hotel, I found Anton trying to have a nap in the lobby when Richard and Maeve came downstairs talking about the facilities. Anton hid behind this bear statue for some reason. Look at his face. I successfully distracted them both, and after they left, I asked him why he was hiding from the madame. Turns out the Amathines hired him when he used to be an architect, and due to his excitement and some other circumstances, he didn't plan the place very well, and the building he was working on wouldn't have withstood an earthquake, so they could very well have gotten hurt and he would have been the one responsible. He was doing all of this work for his wedding, but he kept wanting to postpone it because of the project and neglected his fiancée, so she left him. So basically, he's avoiding the Amathines out of embarrassment. Anyway, I gave Naomi some forage for her birthday, and I honestly remember at the time thinking to myself, who even is this person? It's easy to forget when there are so many NPCs. It was then back to the valley to make use of the last day of Salmonberry season, and since it was raining, on my travels I also picked up a mermaid's pendant which I took straight over to Lunna, who agreed to marry me. I stopped in at the wizard's on my way past where he showed me how to change my appearance, but he also said something about some trouble with ancient magic on Lunna? Huh? Apparently it's none of my concern, except I am about to marry her. I did explain my intentions to him, so he told me to look after her, then kicked me out as usual. I carried on with the berry picking on my way to the Adventurers Guild where I sold off an abundance of bone swords from the recent skeleton massacre, but by the end of this salmonberry season, I had over 500 iridium quality salmonberries, so we're going to be set for a long time. On day 131, I harvested the newest batch of forage before adding some paths by some of the secret entrances so I can find them easily when I want them. The area by the warpstone got super messy, so I took a minute to clean that up, then found a secret path that allows me to fix up this bit of path from last year, so now I can actually join it with the steps. This looks so much better. This path also goes through to the other side, which is actually a shortcut to the bus tunnel. This makes filling the area with kegs even more enticing. A void chick hatched in the coop today, and even though it's clearly not a duck, I named it Scrooge and gave it a little pet. I checked the travelling cart hoping for an apple, but I was delighted to find 5 batteries instead. I snapped up every single one of them, then used one of these other secret paths to finish off the south path for the farm, so now we're completely linked up at the bottom too. For my last stop of the day, I took a nighttime hike to the summit to enjoy the view and collect all the forage. On day 132, I forgot to record till I was about to sleep, so we'll recap what I did tomorrow. Oh geez, indeed. Day 133 was mine and Luna's wedding. We celebrated a beautiful morning in town, then Naomi came to the farm to collect us for the wedding reception I'd booked. I adore the way the log cabin hotel was decorated, even if I maybe wouldn't have chosen the massive red carpet, but the main thing making me internally panic is that our table was up on a stage and everyone here was just staring at us. Please everyone, come and dance. It's a silent disco, okay? Well, I mean, no, there aren't any headphones. You just have to imagine the music. That way you only get to hear the songs you like, right? Somehow, we did all of that even before 6 AM, so I didn't miss out on any time for my farm chores. And it meant I could give my wife a freshly picked strawberry to welcome her to farm life. Seems she's already made herself at home because she's put up a fence that's made my horse completely inaccessible. Here's the area I set up the day before to house more crops. I haven't planned what to do with this corner down here, but along the top I'll have a couple of sheds. The travelling cart brought another battery today. She knows how to get my business. Then I wanted to go up to Robin's to get my stable moved, but first I had to help Mario with some mathematical problems. I got both the questions right, then freed Prizzy from her prison. And actually, I think I like this new stable spot better anyway. I decided I should probably hand out some gifts to villagers since I didn't have that friendship mod anymore, so all of Robin's household got some fruit. No tomatoes here. And I visited Marnie with a diamond, then came home to destroy the trees around the greenhouse so that it doesn't become a forest. On day 134, I checked out Luna's spouse room because I kind of forgot till now. Looks like she does some fabric craft, but also she has a fridge which looks like it might be blocking something. Anyway, I gave her another strawberry, then it was up to Ridgeside to bring Sean a birthday breakfast in bed. I mean, it was just a green bean, but if it's the first thing he ate, then technically... Wait, are those Lewis's shorts? I ignored that and rode back into Pelican Town to pick out a new special request for the week. I do need the Curious Substance one, but I was intrigued about the crab one this week, though honestly, I'm gonna tell you straight up, I didn't finish it. Slaying 50 crabs is a lot, and I am a busy woman, so we'll come back to this again if we need to. The other birthday of the day was Eloise's, but I went into the wrong house and got a cutscene with Ideen, who was having a chat with her cat, and she wasn't exactly happy to see me. I'm sorry, I thought this was a different house. She was having some trouble renting her spare room and only got one applicant who happened to be a grubby ragabrash, which looking at her standards could very much have just been an ordinary fellow. So I told her maybe to be less picky. It wasn't what she wanted to hear, so she told me to leave. I found the right house eventually and gave Eloise a daffodil. Another friendship complete. I was running low on ores for kegs, so despite the bad luck day today, I mined and I mined and I mined till I passed out down here. On day 135, I gave Andy some pale ale for his birthday, then came back to the mines again for some fibre farming and crab hunting. The copper was a nice bonus too. By the end of the day, I only found a handful of crabs, but got loads of the other stuff I needed. Day 136 was a wine day, and it was also flower dance day. I talked to a few of the NPCs for some friendship points, and asked my wife to dance with me. Then I took my place for what I was gonna say was squats, but looks like I'm doing lunges instead. On day 137, I got 50 Joja Cola in the mail from Andy. I I'm not drinking them this time around, nor am I asking how the heck he fit all of them in there, but I'm just gonna ship them and harvest my strawberries. It was a really good luck day, so I went for my first Skull Caverns run of the year. 26 days in and I still haven't been? Criminal. Absolutely criminal. Just like this stupid spiral floor. I didn't get all that much treasure today, but that didn't matter because I was mainly here to slay Pepperexes for Freddy. Once I found enough of them, I exited to the desert where I got a cutscene with Sandy. Seems she also knows some magic, given that she lives in Castle Village and the only way to get there is to warp. I got 3 prizzies today, so I traded for a magic rock candy before I left. On day 138, the travelling merchant finally stopped bringing me batteries. It was a sad day. I helped Shane, Emily and Clint to film a commercial, and he drank enough Joja Blue to match Emily's hair. Then I brought Pierre a rabbit's foot for his birthday, along with that sashimi he asked for by mail. I jumped on the bubble spot at Sheerwater Bridge, then did some sunset fishing up at Ridgeside Village, which meant I hit level 9 that night. Day 139 began with the last rhubarb harvest of the year. Then I filled the empty space with forage seeds to hold the sprinkler spots for summer, because I'm not tilling and watering all of these on the first day of the season. I had some ancient fruit ready in the greenhouse which I turned back into seeds. Then I found a rabbit's foot in a chest somewhere, and I know I'd given one as a gift before, so I thought it was about time I donate one to the community centre to complete the Enchanter's bundle. 5 gold bars is a welcome gift, and surprise, I also had the 3 apples. I didn't care about the heater because we just completed the entire community centre. I just stood and took it in for a minute. Then when I came home to give my wife the good news with a gift, she gave me a star drop. Perfect timing for this sort of gift. I didn't rest there though because I wanted to make some more furnaces to speed up smelting. Then I plucked up every piece of forage I could on my way home, which went towards making more spring seeds. On day 140, I collected the final batch of spring forage and replaced them with more seeds to keep the spaces watered. When I rode out to the forest, I got this weird cutscene which actually put me down here. Kinda annoying, but I browsed through the Hat Mouse shop whilst I was down here. I even bought a couple of things. The tiara doesn't suit me. My horse, however, a glow up. I adore this, keeping it on forever. I took a trip to the desert to pick up the Sunday staircases, then into Sandy's shop to buy a buttload of starfruit seeds, though I was being careful not to spend every penny because I was getting ready for the new season tomorrow. Up at Ridgeside Village, Naomi dragged me to help her get on the cable car because she's kinda terrified of heights. Then I helped a turtle in need because someone trashed the area around Tort's home. Who would do something like this? I helped by cleaning up the area which Torts was grateful for. Then I got another cutscene where Maeve was ripping into Arya for crying. Once the scary woman left, I told her it's okay to cry. She needed to hear it from someone, and even though she wasn't happy about what happened, she at least appeared to be a little relieved to have someone on her side. With all the cutscenes over with, I wanted to grab the last of the spring forage from Ridgeside Village for the year. Then I used up any remaining minutes of this day chopping wood in Cindersap Forest. On day 141, I asked Robin to build my first shed. Then I was on my way to Pierre's when I got the community centre completion cutscene and encouraged Pierre to smash Morris and Joja out of existence. I helped the mayor show Josephine around town. Then when I finally made it to the shop to buy seeds, I found Lunna here too. She just wanted some fruit because she was hungry. But even to my own wife, Pierre still tried to pass off my produce as his own. Not that she seemed to notice. We took a walk together, and she told me she was worried that other people might find her strange if they got to know her. I was also disappointed, though not surprised, to find out the wizard had pretty much told her to isolate herself. She asked what people might think of her, and I think she's a fun and caring person. That was a nice little walk, but these were also a lot of distractions for the first day of the season, so I stopped procrastinating on the seed buying, and got a few of most things to cover for ingredients and stuff, and I did get some melons for a little more cash. I came home and got everything planted, but I placed one of the blueberry seeds wrong, so I destroyed it and ran back to Pierre's to replace it. But when I got there, I got another freaking cutscene. Pierre seemed to have recognised the governor's wife from somewhere. He seems to think Josephine is the Zuzu songbird, whoever that is, but she categorically denied it, then bolted. Whatever. Seeds please. I'm out of here. Annoyingly though, I should have bought more melon seeds when I was there because I miscalculated those by a fair few. Same with the starfruit seeds too, but thankfully Sandy stays open a lot longer. When I got back that night, I realised I forgot to prep the new field during spring, so I raced to get everything tilled, planted and watered. But I ended up passing out in the field, missing out on watering the last few. Not the smoothest start to my second summer. On day 142, I got some spangle seeds in the mail I no longer have the room for. I spent a lot of this day chopping wood in Cindersap Forest, with a brief break to check out the maze at the entrance of the Junimo Woods. But I didn't do it today because I really wanted to focus on the wood chopping, which paid off because I came home with almost 2 stacks of the stuff. Day 143 was a Wednesday wine day, then I headed up to the train station to get the cave cutscene with the wizard and get that questline started. I also wanted to try and move my fish pond to this little corner, but I didn't think it was going to end up looking right, so I put it next to the spouse garden instead. I moved the border path there too. I used yesterday's wood to make another 33 kegs, and even more to make 74 tea saplings to sell. I harvested my salmonberries from the greenhouse, and look at the sheer quantity of them. Then I placed the new kegs along the side of the path till I decide on a more permanent spot, and for now, they'll be used to make coffee. I decided to keep some salmonberries to turn back into seeds for next year. Then, that evening, I took a trip up to Ridgeside Village to deliver 3 oranges to Bert, and whilst I was there, I found out there were all these recipes for sale at Pika's, so I bought every last one and came home to carry on making shrub seeds. On day 144, another baby dino hatched. The name I went with for this one was Buzz. I gave Jazz a fairy rose for her birthday, then I popped up to Pierre's to buy one of each sapling I didn't have yet. I forgot about the special request this week, so I picked the jelly one because Lewis seemed really angry about it. Plus, it should be easy enough to do. Another thing I forgot to do was get the boat cutscene so I can check on the materials. Wait, why is that trash moving? I agreed to help fix the boat, got my list of materials, and went on my way so I could plant my fruit saplings back at home. I then made haste for the secret woods because I was going to need 170 more hardwood to be able to fix that boat, and since I came home to a batch of jelly that evening, I also harvested the fruit from my greenhouse to satisfy that jelly quest. On day 145, I went to hand in the jelly for that quest and ended up in the wrong place. It wasn't for Ridgeside, I needed to be at the Scarp Inn, but I got this cutscene on arrival. Rosa asked me for help looking for some sort of old trophy, but we found this dusty old journal instead. It used to belong to a Lily Ann Sheridan, whose family owned that abandoned cherry orchard, so this might give us a clue as to what happened over there. Looks like Rosa ran straight off to explore, so I went back to focusing on my quest and delivered the jelly to the fridge for 6,000 gold. Back on the farm, I remembered mahogany seeds exist, so I got all of those planted for more hardwood. Then asked Robin to build me a second shed in that other fenced area, which is where I want to put the kegs. I paved over the gap between the sheds, and with the jars now empty, I could move the ones I had into the shed and made another 15, so we were more than double our jelly output. Then it was another night in the secret woods gathering hardwood for that boat. On day 146, I got more jelly and pickle started, even if I didn't have enough to put in every jar. I had some ancient fruit ready in the greenhouse, so I got them turned back into seeds and got them replanted. The greenhouse is officially full. I gathered my daily hardwood before chopping the regular trees in West Indosat for the day, which continued for the whole of day 147. Then on day 148, I harvested the first summer forage of the year, and of course the poppies that grew. All of those spots got replaced with more forage seeds. Then I skipped Gus's birthday this year because today was a great luck day and I was feeling some skull caverns. I even had a drink with me from Ridgeside Village that gives both luck and speed. I got a good few treasure floors this day, varying quality, and passed out with over 300 iridium ore that night. And look at this, I got another lucky ring. Not that I know what to do with it just yet. I popped up to the mines to drop off yesterday's ores and started smelting some iridium. Then I ran into Maeve and Sunny up at Ridgeside Village, and I was surprised to hear she was actually impressed with what she's heard about the farm. Turns out she was really close with both of my grandparents, like family even, and she even knew about the inheritance, so she's been protecting the land until I finally claimed it. Hopefully she might be nicer to me from now on. The real reason I was here was to give Olga a green bean for her birthday, another friendship complete. I grabbed the summer forage to keep as iridium quality gifts, then stopped in at the ninja house where Gio was glad to see I was alive, I think? I also met someone called Dea who wanted to look at me, which was weird, but they asked me to help with some tasks in the forest. I might help one day, but for now I'm still terrified of the place, and this is quite the shopping list, oh my god. I also found some items for trade, but I had nothing they needed, so I left it for now. The Ridgeside bulletin board had a request I could do though. Richard seemed to have lost his glasses somewhere in the hotel. He greeted me when I walked in. What brings me to the hotel? I'm looking for your damn glasses. It took me a minute to find them, but I managed to return them to him that same night. On day 150, I harvested some beautiful looking red cabbages and started a new set of rhubarb wine. After giving Maru a birthday strawberry, I fought a whole bunch of skulls in the quarry hoping for the last dwarf scroll, when I realised I read the wiki completely wrong. This is the list of monsters the scroll doesn't drop from, so I switched to the regular mines instead, where I passed out for the night without it. On day 151, I collected my coffee and salal berries from the greenhouse. The berries are giving me a good little profit. I walked to the desert to grab this Thursday's magic rock candy, but this Thursday is a little bit more special because it's also the luau. Of course, I put a purple mushroom in the pot to guarantee an outstanding soup. On day 152, Leah was at my door with that weird sculpture. I got my first fruit from those new exotic fruit trees before running to one side of the map for Faye's birthday, then to the complete opposite end for Lexi's, but I was greeted with a cutscene when I got to Scarp. I accepted a distraction from Jacob, which was to help catch a flock of abandoned chickens, and once they were all rounded up, I brought a birthday cake to Lexi in her cave. The Emperor got a gift today too. I must have been really tired when I recorded this day because I did something really painful. You see, when you play multiple saves at the same time, each with different rules, it's easy to forget what you're doing. If you've not been watching the Wednesday streams, I'm currently doing a challenge where I can only sell things via my trash can, and I think you can see where this is going. No! I'm an idiot. I'm not resetting the day, I'll live with my mistake, so I moved on by adding a few more preserves jars to the shed. Day 153 began with a birthday breakfast to Alex. Then once again, my birthday gift delivery trip to Ridgeside Village was interrupted with a cutscene. Shanice seemed to have collapsed or something, but she said she was fine, just very tired. But she was also feeling nauseous. Could she be pregnant? They seemed to think she might be, but for some reason, they asked me. Not a medical professional, but a farmer. I wasn't sure what to say at first, but I just said sure, and Lorenzo was freaking out. And that's when I found out they're both just messing with him. Ah yes, even in video games, my neurodivergent brain did not understand the joke until it was out in the open. Thankfully, they managed to clear things up. What a thing to joke about, jeez. Anyway, I got a plate of spaghetti out to Kiara, then made my exit quicker than you can say pasta. Back in Pelican Town, I asked Clint to upgrade my axe, then thought it was about time I gained access to the sewers to meet Krobus, so I could enter the mutant bug lair. I picked up the Dark Talisman, then headed straight for the train station where I bumped into Marlon up at the graveyard here. I was honoured to be invited to the meetings about local monsters and adventurers and stuff, an offer I couldn't refuse. I got back to opening up that cave, then immediately realised I was missing something important. I rushed home to get some void mayo going, completely forgetting you can just fish for it up there. I needed some to cover for shipping anyway, but I made sure to save one for the henchman, which it took him a minute to even notice, but eventually he got out of my way, and once I retrieved the magic ink, I unlocked the ability to build some extra things on the farm, including 2 new obelisks for these mods, one for Ridgeside Village and one for Scarp, both of which were cheaper in gold than the others. I had loads of farm chores on day 154. I started by collecting the batteries from the storm, then I worked on harvesting the abundance of crops, including all the melons and the starfruit. Well, not all the starfruit, because there were still those few that we didn't water in time on the first day of the season, but that's fine, I'm just going to harvest them with the next batch. The melons will be made into jelly, and the starfruit into wine. Some gold quality ones will be kept for gifts, and most of the other stuff will just be sold. Over in the desert, I traded for some warp totems and my Sunday staircases. Then I kept Sandy in business by buying loads more starfruit seeds. But I did also decide on more melons from Pierre too. I handled Floor's birthday up in Ridgeside Village, then I spent the afternoon replanting all of my crops, and even left enough time to start a batch of pale ale from this year's hops. Day 155 started with another batch of forage to turn over before a trip to Clint's to collect my gold axe. I used it to cut down the first mahogany trees that grew on the farm, then it was time for another greenhouse harvest. The ancient fruit went straight back into seeds because I planned to fill up my Ginger Island farm with these. I cleared out the secret woods again, including some baneberry picking, then it was time for another round of jelly. As for where the jam jars used to be, this was the perfect place to store more loot because my chests were getting full and chaotic. Most of what I moved were the modded forageables since there are a lot of them. On day 156, I filled in this bit of path now that the fruit trees had fully grown. I stopped in at the Ridgeside office to visit Lenny, who was going through the paperwork for how much each of the farms were shipping. She was happy with how well Dreamlight Farm was doing, and we had a chat about Lewis and Marnie, which had me laughing. Then she told me about her once special someone. She met her at university, but then they took separate paths and had drifted since then. But she is happy working here with Lewis and this village. Speaking of the village, it now had the funds to restore one of the old greenhouses, but they needed my help with the materials. I'll get to it at some point, but for now, I was just here for Lenny's birthday, and that's her friendship complete. For the rest of the day, it was back to the mines, because I still didn't have that damn dwarf scroll, and I was so relieved to have it drop at midnight, but I still passed out here anyway, farming for more coal. Day 157 began with wine day duties, then a visit to Sam's with the birthday gift, but I seem to have walked in on his band practice. They asked me what kind of music I liked, so for this run, I went with the cheerful pop music. Sam got an Iridian quality cactus for his birthday, then I helped Gunther clean up the mess in the library so I could get him back to the desk and donate that dwarf scroll. We can officially speak Dwarvish. I grabbed the day's lot of hardwood from the secret woods, and now I definitely have enough for the boat, but Willie's is closed for now, so for tonight I just set off a new batch of cheese and mayo and laid paths over this pond area. I had a few more crops to harvest on day 158, then started gathering everything I needed to bring to Ginger Island, and raced straight over to Woody's boat room to deposit all those materials, and in my excitement I completely forgot that the boat won't actually be ready till tomorrow. To keep myself occupied in the meantime, I went adventuring in the Ridgeside forest for the day, so I could start gathering some artifacts and get to know the place more, but as soon as I saw the big scary long thing, I bottled it. I didn't want to die again, but at least for today, I got to donate my first couple of artifacts for the preparations quest. I wanted a calmer evening of foraging, but when I got to my foraging location, I found someone called Peepo and an acorn Junimo. They were surprised I could see little acorn, and he's so freaking cute. Peepo and Acorn were looking for a small girl around this trail with dark brown hair and pointy ears. I had no idea what they were talking about, but they sensed her around an hour before midnight. I'll keep my eye out. On my way home, I cut down all the fibre by the cable car because it was becoming a bit of an eyesore for visitors. Then I headed to bed so the boat could get fixed. This meant that after tending to the next greenhouse harvest, I could get straight on the boat to head for Ginger Island on day 159, where I wasted no time with grabbing that first golden walnut. I gave it straight to the parrot in the treehouse, and the child reacted by squawking at me, which was a sure sign I was going to need a lot more walnuts. I used them to unlock the west side of the island and get that turtle out my way, and whilst I was there I grabbed the war memento so I could do that quest whenever I want. By nightfall I accumulated just enough walnuts to restore the farmhouse, which meant I could set up the first sprinklers. I needed to make sure I could start growing the melon, the wheat and the garlic for the frog. I came prepared. I also planted loads of mixed seeds because these will give me my first pineapples. The quest for walnuts continued on day 160, and this time I wanted to explore the volcano. When I got to the dwarf on the 5th floor, I bought both the recipes, then I carried on through, making sure to smash every crate for potential walnuts, and slate every lava lurk for dragon's teeth. What was amazing is that my only treasure chest of the day dropped the Java ring. Unlimited coffee, one of my favourite things in the world. Lance materialised in front of me when I reached the top, giving me some info about the furnace. I collected the reward prizzy, then found out I had enough cinder shards to combine my burglar ring with my hot Java ring for all the good monster drops. And I also merged my iridium band with my lucky ring for my perfect ring setup. These are the 4 I usually like to go with. I returned to the island farm to plant all the taro roots I got in the volcano, then I spent the evening clearing up some more debris. On day 161, I wanted to check on my home farm because I'd been away for a couple of days, but when I got there, I found Lewis waiting at my door to tell me it'll be community day tomorrow. Close behind was Lance, who gave the farm high praise, then left me with his schedule. Looks like the farm had quite a queue because the wizard was also here. He asked me to meet him at his tower when I could to learn warp magic. I ignored all that for now because I just wanted to take care of my farm, then spent ages trying to fish for the void salmon because we now had the missing bundle to complete. The second shed was still empty, so I started making more kegs for it, except I ran out of copper, so I used the evening to replenish my supplies. This meant that on day 162, I doubled the amount of kegs I made yesterday and got to start filling the shed. I got a new round of jelly in the original shed and moved one of the jars outside to more easily see when this lot will be done. I can't believe I forgot to do that earlier. I could finally give the dwarf his first birthday gift, but I also needed to browse his wares because he had a recipe and a rare crow I needed. It was then back to Ginger Island to set up more of the farm here because I had some more ancient seeds with me. I was dreading it, but I wanted to tackle that memory game tonight, and it took me quite a number of attempts, but I did it in the end and successfully claimed a few more walnuts. On day 163, I got the bridge to the dig site repaired and cleared everything out hoping for a piece of coal because I forgot to bring a bomb with me. Luckily, it wasn't long before I could craft one, so I set Professor Snail free because I already started collecting fossils. I grabbed all the walnuts from up here and plucked the mushrooms from the cave, then made my first donations to the fossil tent. I wanted to try work through the volcano again today, but I suddenly realised I'd not formally met Leo yet, so I dropped everything to climb straight into the treehouse and get poked by the child. Instead of going back to the volcano, I chopped down trees on the west of the island because I used all my hardwood repairing the boat to get here, and I needed the regular wood for other projects, like adding paths to the island farm to help protect it from weeds. On day 164, I got my first mussel rock walnut, and when I was trying to fish for more walnuts, I caught an octopus. I truly hate these things. I needed a break from fishing, so I panned at the dig site to get the fossilized tail. This gave me the motivation to fish some more to get more walnuts. Then I made a couple more donations to the fossil tent. That's another walnut down. Whilst I was here, I remembered to do the island survey for a couple more walnuts, which I think my husband might be allergic to. I then resumed my walnut fishing, but I kept just getting trash. I did get the fossilized spine though. I made my way back to the valley so I could give that octopus to Willy for his birthday. Then I got a cutscene with Jacob and Clint, who seemed to be in some sort of argument. Apparently it was family business. Are they brothers or something? I can kinda see the resemblance now. Ew. I shook off that new knowledge and was happy I came back to the farm this day because the next lot of wine was ready. And as you can see, instead of starting a new batch, I'm just picking all the kegs up so that I could place them in the new keg shed the next morning. I didn't have enough room though, so they had to overflow outside and into the fruit cave to make use of that space. I got some starfruit wine going, then covered up all the missing path spaces where the kegs used to be, so now this area is completely paved over. I also sneakily accepted Pierre's prime produce on a previous week, and with 25 gold quality hops, I could complete that quest easily. Whilst I was over here, I wanted to blast through that pirate's wife quest, but I got a cutscene at Gus's with Rosa. They were talking about how to improve Rosa's cooking, and Gus suggested I could help provide some ingredients to cook with, and I'll be happy to share. She was also going to help Gus in the kitchen to be able to learn from him. I carried on with Birdie's quest, but when I got to the wizards, I had to drink something weird so I could learn warp magic. I handed the wizard the Arctic shard, then it was back to the saloon again with the worm for Willy to get the pirate's locket for Birdie. I wanted that to be the first thing I did on day 166, but I forgot Birdie hides from the rain. I placed the final sprinklers for the island farm and gave Leo a rabbit's foot for his birthday. Then I tried fishing at the dig site again for more walnuts, but I wasn't having any luck at all. The reason I picked this location is because Stardew Valley Expanded adds a lot more fish to the ocean here, and some are super difficult to catch, so I wanted to steer clear for now. Instead, I wasted a stupid amount of time trying to just brute force this puzzle, instead of waiting for the birds to poop out the gems. The aquamarine I did get from a bird, but I wanted to try and guess the rest, and it also didn't help that I didn't bring an emerald with me either. This was literally the rest of my day, and no, I didn't get the walnuts today. On day 167, I harvested all of my taro, which was a relief because I could fix up the paths. I came back to my home farm to grab all of the batteries and free up the lightning rods before handling my last major harvest of the season. To save the spots for fall, I covered the spots with summer seeds now that my main income wasn't coming from tea saplings. That passed a lot of hours, so I thought I should handle the day's birthdays. When I got to Jacob's, I got a cutscene where Jacob was telling Eloise a bedtime story, and he chatted to me about the hardships of single parenting. I told him that he's more than enough, and that he's awesome, and he was super thankful for the support. Then I gave him some cranberries for his birthday, followed by a trip all the way up to Ridgeside Hotel to give Malaya her birthday gift. It was a good thing I checked this pedestal while I was here because I had a load more recipes to buy too. On day 168, I harvested the last few summer crops, with even more to harvest in the greenhouse. All that ancient fruit got turned back into seeds, except the gold quality ones which went into completing the missing bundle, which I've been quietly accumulating the items for so that the last Junimo could go on home. I got my first obelisk built today, and for obvious reasons I picked the easy one, the East Scarp obelisk at only 5,000 gold. The materials were easy to get too. This evening was for monster slaying in the Ridgeside forest because I had hundreds of spiritual essence to gather for the Ridgeside obelisk, and I even passed out there without dying, so that's one heck of an improvement. It was the start of fall on day 169, but the first thing I did was make a couple more crystallariums so I could triple the weekly staircases. I knocked back a triple shot so I could be speedier at the field prep, which gave Pierre plenty of time to open his shop for the day. And like previous seasons, I got some of each crop for ingredients and crafting, then any remaining space will be covered in pumpkins. A new season also means a new week, so I accepted a special request to ship 100 bok choys. Should be relatively simple since they grow so quick. I also made sure to pick up a sprinkler's worth of beets from Sandy's, and even though I was caffeinated, it still took me the majority of the day to get everything planted. But I still had a bit of time at the end of the day to chop some more hardwood and add paths to the fruit cave to stop fruit getting in my way. My last order of business though was to unlock the Enchanted Grove, or my Nexus, and here is my first warp point, which obviously was to the Wizard's Tower. My Nexus was something I really missed when I was doing that Joja run because these dewdrop berries are truly incredible, with +2 luck and +2 speed, and they last all day. On day 170, I got a mini shipping bin in the mail from Pierre, which I thought would make sense to put by the sheds. I gave Penny a melon for her birthday, dropped some goat's cheese off to Rosa for her experimental cooking, handed over some truffle oil to Lewis, delivered some wine to Lenny, then gifted Zane a dino egg for his birthday. My deliveries weren't over yet though, because I brought Kent that starfruit and a poppy to Trini. Now I was done, so I turned my attention to gathering clams for the eventual beach obelisk. This was only meant to be a quick forage grab on my way to Ginger Island, but I got to Willy's store just as he was leaving. I cannot wait to have that key to the town. Instead, I popped up to the Adventurers Guild, where I got this weird greeting, and all it was that I could make a warp rune up here. Not sure how often I'll use it though, because I already have the minecarts. I checked with Gil for rewards and collected the slime charmer ring, which I probably won't use for a while either. The thing I might use though is my brand new farm warp. On day 171, I ate my first dewdrop berry because it was a max luck day and I was feeling a little Skull Caverns run. I didn't gain anything overly interesting today, but I completed the rock crab monster slayer goal and passed out for the night with close to 400 iridium ore. On day 172, I smelted some stuff and donated a single bone to the museum for a new reward, which was part of the sloth skeleton statue. Here's the story for you. It wasn't until last year that I found out this is actually one of a 3-part set. I truly thought it was a person or something standing like this. I came home to make some more processing machines, which is perfect timing for our new wine day, but all those kegs were going to have to go outside because my shed still wasn't big enough yet. I used a warp totem to get to the desert to trade for the magic rock candy, then I handled the next satisfying greenhouse harvest. I can't believe it's been over an entire season since I completed the community centre, so I didn't want to delay me eating apples any longer. I came to the Aurora Vineyard to check out the plaque I can't read, and the wizard, being the wizard, came to find out what I was up to. The wizard couldn't decipher the Junemo's writing either, and had to call for help from a friend. Camilla let us know that the Junemo has asked for 200 starfruit. Lucky for me, I already prepared this. It's as if I've done this before. We'll have to come back another time to find out what happens next. Overnight, we made some tasty profits from all that starfruit wine. Then on day 173, I sensed something happened at Aurora Vineyard, so I headed right over that morning to check out the cellar and meet apples. I did bring a starfruit with me as a gift, but I forgot I can't do this at least till tomorrow, so I set up a chest outside to keep future gifts. I paid Pierre's shop a visit instead to buy all the bok choy seeds I should need for the special request, which I came home to plant, having picked the first batch this morning. I checked a pomegranate to Elliot for his birthday, then ignored the other birthday and went to Ginger Island because I needed to show the creepy frog all the crops I'd grown for him. The melon, the wheat, and the garlic, all of which gave me loads more walnuts. With the new season came a horrendous amount of weeds, so I cleared those up and harvested all the crops I didn't want here anymore to make room for planting the remaining starfruit seeds from summer. I also repaired the broken paths and gave that pirate's locket back to Birdie, who rewarded me with the fairy dust recipe and even more walnuts. I feel like I gained loads of walnuts this day, but those still weren't enough to get into Mr. Key's secret walnut room. With 25 to go, I wasn't even close, so for this evening, I just focused on setting up spots for the ancient seeds I brought over from home. It then occurred to me that I could repair the beach resort, which gives me access to this side of the island. For now, I left the flute blocks here for a rainy day, then I hunted for all the easy walnuts from this area. To make use of every last second of walnut grinding, I hung out in the volcano till 2 AM. On day 174, I freed the island trader from the cliff face and headed straight back to the volcano for another day of grinding for dragon's teeth and golden walnuts. I was also today years old when I found out you can sell stuff to the dwarf here, perfect for making room for bombs or other loot. When I reached the top, I used a prizzy I got today to enchant my pickaxe, hoping for the powerful enchant, but instead I got swift. This one's a little bit redundant when you already use animation cancelling. I made it through tonight with enough time to make it to the Pirate's Cove because I was here to win a few games of darts for a few more walnuts. On day 175, I started by smashing muscle rocks on the beach, but no new walnuts today. Back in Pelican Town, I handed out coffee to everyone I passed on my way back to the farm, where I found Lewis waiting for me, wanting to show me this extra bit of land I can buy to expand into if I wish. It's a no-brainer for me, I'll just have to remember to go to Lewis's to actually do it. Problem is, it was only a matter of seconds for me to forget because I rode straight past Lewis's house on my way to East Scarp for Rose's birthday. When I got to this side of town, I got a cutscene. There's a brand new duck in town, the Emperor's girlfriend, and my goodness is she beautiful. A strawberry for Rose's birthday was enough to complete that friendship, and after starting a new batch of jelly, I rode Prizzy over to Aurora Vineyard to give apples a gift. Since I was in West Cindersap, I sought out the bear's shop to pick up the recipes. Then I got a cutscene in the Junemo Woods where they asked me to make a warp there. This is an enormous relief because I didn't have the patience to navigate the maze to get here the long way. I'll check that out in a second, but first, a trip to the Adventurers Guild to buy another master slingshot because I can't find mine anywhere, and also bought some explosive ammo to go with it. Okay, now we can go to the Junemo Woods to check out all the different stores here, with all the fun and interesting things for sale, but tonight was just for browsing. Day 176 began with a bit of a crop harvest, and any freed up spots were replaced with bok choy. Once I cleared out my auto grabbers, I grabbed my first movie tickets because it's Claire's birthday today, but I might as well make use of that ticket to see a movie, so I took a second one to Gunther, who agreed to come with me. I was happy to hear Claire and Martin were happier at their new theatre job, but I guess anything beats working for Joja. Then I handed Claire her birthday gift and bought the salmon burger for Gunther. He kinda dozed off during Mysterium, but at the very least, he seemed to enjoy his salmon burger, so that's something? Hopefully we still got some friendship points for that experience. I passed over some amaranth to Rosa and East Scarp to cook with, and I brought an extra bundle with me for Marnie's cows, but she just seemed to accept it as a gift, so maybe I've already done that quest. Then, when I stopped by her house to see if anyone was home, Shane showed me his blue chickens. I also realised that I was now besties with Marnie, so I headed to her shed to get this cutscene. Her friendship is way more rewarding in the Expanded mod because she teaches you how to make cheese wheels, which makes cheese way more valuable. This is the day that I remembered that I never got the special charm from the Joja truck guy, and I had a slight momentary panic because of course there is no more Joja truck, but then I thought I'd just give this car a try. Seems that Joja truck driver now has a new job. Thank goodness, I thought I missed out. Up at Ridgeside Village, I bumped into Lenny and Zane who were trying to come up with a new village slogan. Then I rode on out to adventure in the Ridge Forest, this time defeating the giant scary serpent. I also found a couple of secret caves this night, the first with a secret shop I don't seem to have unlocked yet, and the other with some decent weapons we can trade spiritual essence for. On day 177, I turned some of the bok choys back into seeds because I somehow didn't have enough, and I wasn't up for waiting for Pierre to open today. I got really lucky with the sunflower seeds from today's harvest, so I got all those replanted. Then I wanted to return to the ninja house when I found Sunny up by the shrine, which I didn't know that much about. He told me how the mountain spirit saved his life once, so now he comes here to give his thanks. Kiwi was waiting for me when I made it up to the ninja house. She was surprised that I could see and understand her, but she didn't seem to trust me yet to be able to become her friend. Hopefully she'll come around at some point. A cup of coffee was a good start. Then I deposited all the artifacts I got yesterday, so now I was over halfway. I wanted to spend another day out in the forest, mainly slaying monsters for essence, but I suddenly became pretty overwhelmed and I didn't feel like dying again, so I found this spirit for another artifact, then I booked it. We met our final goal this evening because I built my second obelisk. I opted for the desert one this time so I don't have to keep trading for warp totems. Day 178 was spent coal farming and iron mining. Then on day 179, it was time for a new batch of starfruit wine. I wanted to drop off the materials for Grandpa's shed to Robin, but once again, I completely forgot the chest isn't in her house. It's actually in the shed itself, which I suppose does make sense. I cleared up the greenhouse area trees before dealing with my first full harvest on the inside, and I'm really happy with how this full greenhouse looks. It was easy to find Jodie in the town square to give her a birthday gift. That's another friendship down. Then my evening was for turning all that ancient fruit back into seeds ready for Ginger Island, but I did take a minute to go and see Lewis about that farm expansion. Problem is, I couldn't get my brain to figure out where to buy the thing, so I left it for now and went beach foraging instead. On day 180, my mailbox played a prank on me. Has anyone else had this happen before? I chopped my trees on my way up to Robin's, and as soon as she opened, I asked for a shed upgrade, then kicked back with some breakfast with June at Pika's where he info dumped to me about coffee, and I'm here for it. Funnily enough, the reason I was up here in the first place was for June's birthday, and especially after that conversation, what better birthday gift could I give him than a coffee bean grown on Dreamlight Farm? My next gift stop was to Apples, where they handed me some old grape juice and asked me to make a warp. This will be infinitely easier than coming out here on horse or foot, and this gives me no excuse to forget about giving Apples gifts. I also found Sprite Springs today and was introduced to Klaus and Angelica, a couple of forest spirits. They encouraged me to swim across the magical waters, and I picked up all the flowers I could forage, and because these are all forage, they'll be iridium quality, so they'll be perfect for gifts. On day 181, I harvested my crops and flowers, being careful to leave behind at least one fairy rose for the better honey. I was excited to give more starfruit to Apples, but I'd already given them 2 this week, so at least I'm already on top of things. Speaking of gifts, this day was Abigail's birthday, and she got a gold quality pumpkin. With the gifting over with, this rainy day was to be spent in the Ridge Forest because some of the artifacts I needed will only show up in the rain. Thankfully, I tracked them all down, but I forgot to bring back a night black diamond from home, so I retrieved that from my chest and got everything donated. It was a good thing I squeezed this in tonight because the next step is to wait until tomorrow to come back here, so for now, I got some more iridium smelting. Having finished shipping 100 bok choys last night, I got another mini shipping bin in the mail on day 182. In this moment though, all I cared about was the field full of pumpkins before me. I started by fixing up any decayed spots around the empty sprinklers, then I got to harvesting. Super excited about the size of this harvest. I planted any leftover seeds from the beginning of the season first, then bought hundreds more from Pierre's to get the rest of the field covered. Most of these pumpkins will be kept for juicing, then I didn't want to wait any longer to get back to that ninja house, except when I got there, I was told to wait until after 8 PM. Brilliant. I kinda just loitered around the village till then handing out cups of coffee, then I rode straight back up as soon as the clock struck 8. I found this unknown woman up by the shrine. This was the seer, here to cleanse some sort of corruption, and with my apparently interesting aura, I might have been what she needed? I'm so confused. Seems she might also know my grandmother, who, until I started playing with Ridgeside Village, doesn't seem to get much of a mention at all, so it was cool to see her included. Belinda summoned a few of her friends, then the seer dumped all the artifacts in a messy pile for her to do her magic. She transformed, and a magic circle thing appeared. This is intense. It suddenly just disappeared though, and a voice came in. This voice had sealed the unstable portal so that it didn't kill us. They had some sort of argument with Belinda. This is all a lot of drama, but apparently that was her beloved, and now we need to unseal her. My next step will be to meet everyone in the Ridge Forest tomorrow. On day 183, I, at long last, remembered to check out the refurbished shed. Has Robin just been waiting in here all this time? You can actually place casks in here, but I haven't decided if that's what I'll use it for yet, and the top floor has even more greenhouse space. I was clearing up a few bits around the farm, and went to get back on my horse, but I accidentally walked to East Scarp instead. Thank goodness there's a minecart just across the bridge. I collected my horse, then rode over to Lewis's to try and figure out that farm expansion again, but it seems Lenny was there for a visit. They asked me to join them for a chat, and Lenny used this opportunity to mess with Lewis as usual. These two are a funny pair. I found the ledger in the end and bought that property deed, then it was up to Robbins to find Lewis and turn it in. With that taken care of, I headed for the Ridge Forest for the next step of preparations, but when I got there, nothing happened. I even tried the ninja house, but no luck there either. Well, at least that frees up some time today to go bring Sandy a birthday gift. These are really helping fill those friendships. I also had time to occupy my afternoon and evening mining for even more iron and copper. This will all be used for more kegs. On day 184, I tried the Ridge Forest again, but still no cutscene. I'll have to try and figure this out another day because I completely forgot the Stardew Valley Fair was this day. I came home briefly to throw some items together and shove them all in the display. I followed Lewis and judged his judging. Just gotta make sure he wasn't getting bribed. You know, especially at Marnie's stand. I'm watching you. Lewis looked very pleased to announce my winning score of 105. I didn't have anything I really needed here, so I just bought some sunflowers with my tokens, then remembered there's a place selling food and drinks, so I bought a few drinks before I left. I wasn't passing up on the extra coffee either. On day 185, I collected my truffles before taking a look at my newly owned land. Look at all this room for activities, most of which will be growing more crops. I took a trip to a rainy ginger island to do the mermaid song with the flute blocks and to check on the farm, which had a few crops to harvest and weeds to destroy, but I also had some seeds with me to expand my ancient fruit crop. I brought an emerald with me today to try the gem puzzle again, but I only had the aquamarine drop from a bird again, so I still had 3 to guess through. It's so hard to track what I'd already done too, so I'll come back another day once I get another bird. To help with this, I used a rain totem that night for more rain tomorrow. On day 106, my starfruit came to fruition on the island farm, then I hunted down the next gem bird to make guessing the others a bit easier. I needed those walnuts, first to repair the farm warp tower, then to finally get access to the secret walnut room. My first key quest will be Danger in the Deep, and considering it's already Thursday, I handled some chores on the home farm, then took straight to the mines because I needed to get all the way to the bottom again, and by the end of the night I reached a checkpoint on floor 25, but I passed out on 26 just for fun. I mined relentlessly through day 187, and with the help of some staircases, I made my way to the bottom the afternoon of day 188. I collected my pale ale and started some pumpkin juice. This should be a decent money day with the jelly as well, but there'll always be room for more, so I spent my night chopping wood for more kegs. On day 189, I carefully gave Carmen a birthday gift, making sure I don't accidentally give it to someone else. Even though I caught Carmen in Pelican Town, I still have to go out to Ridgeside to drop off the materials for the greenhouse Lenny wanted to restore. Then this dingus finally figured out the more preparations quest. After days of not getting the cutscene, I figured out I wasn't actually in the Ridge Forest this entire time. It's that next entrance. You can stop screaming at your screens now. I apologised for my extreme lateness, and I had no idea what Belinda was going on about, but I was happy to do my part. There are several of these crystals around the forest, and my next task was to bring items to each of them to restore their magic, specifically, items the same colour as the gems. I started with this red one, sharing one of my abundance of salmonberries, but then I checked my journal to find I needed to give 30 of them. There are plenty more where that came from. The other crystals I'll have to come back for, so after a quick trip back to the farm, I returned to the forest with some green and yellow items, except I found this white crystal which I didn't see in my journal. Turns out some of them were separated onto the next page, so I have an extra 3 to do. Back I went to gather the rest of the items, then I tried again. But I was searching for one of the last crystals and got killed by this big thing. I was so hyper-focused I forgot to keep an eye on my health. I wasn't giving up though. I went back for that last orange crystal, and when I submitted the items, the mountain spoke to me and asked me to come back tomorrow. I tried my very best to escape, but I ended up in the hospital again. Don't worry Paula, I'll be going home to bed after this, especially after losing all of my coffee. Bliss came to my door the next morning to tell me I completed the task. I know the mountains told me, but it sounds like I'll have to go there before 8 PM. My greenhouse had some crops to harvest, then I made a few more seed makers to speed up the seed making. Duh, I guess. I used them all immediately to get more ancient seeds. Then I wanted to take a peek at the newly refurbished greenhouse, but the one I went to was still broken and Bliss was here. I think you'll do? What do you mean? Where are you going? Seems I need to come back one night after midnight. I wanted to ask Marlon to retrieve my coffee for me, but when I got to the Adventurers Guild he wasn't there. He can't be closed, I need my caffeine back. I did pick up any new Monster Slayer rewards though, so I wasn't coming home empty-handed. I made 20 more kegs for my now bigger shed, then thought this path would look better as 3 wide now the farm was expanded, so I ripped up a row. But when I started adding paths to the entrance, it wasn't gonna line up, so I put them all back. That got me past midnight, so I went back to that greenhouse which is magically fixed. I stepped inside to find it looking kinda derelict and a cold chill ran down my spine. A faint voice begged me to stay and some unknown force clung to me. What the heck is going on here? And who is transporting me back home? This is doing me a big old concern. Like, it really did send me into the next day. On day 191, I thought it would be quicker to chop loads of trees with mega bombs, but it really wasn't feeling that way because it took several bombs to knock them down. Thankfully, I still brought my axe with me. I wasn't out there all that long because I also wanted to start planning out sprinklers in the new area of the farm, but I couldn't get that greenhouse from last night out of my head, so I went back to take another look, but it was broken again and Bliss was back. I can't keep up. I told her about me losing consciousness in there and she reassured me I wasn't in any danger. It's just this structure is stuck between this realm and the spirit one. I'll have to come back again after midnight. I then got a cutscene for the actually fixed greenhouse and it was looking incredible. I had no idea there was even a broken one here, but now I get to share plots with some of the villagers here. The inside was even more amazing than the outside with a cute little seating area, and I think this entire side is mine? I bought another one of each sapling from Kimpoi's store and got them planted in that greenhouse so I could eventually have an unlimited supply of these fruit whenever I want. Marlon was back at work today, so I asked him to retrieve my triple shots, then caught Maddie on her way back home from Ginger Island with a birthday gift. Now that it was the evening, I could ride back to Ridgeside for the next step of preparations. Belinda opened the portal again, and something went differently this time. It seemed to be working. The portal went away again, but this time I heard some boulders crumbling. We followed the seer to meet Rayriala. She is the mountain spirit who's been keeping the land fertile so we can grow all those crops that we grow. She took us to some pedestals, and whatever they did before involved my grandmother, who managed to contain a corruption just to the Ridge Forest, but she succumbed to a grave curse in the spirit realm. They've been waiting for me all these years to finish what she started, and my first task will be to gather 9 more relics because the ones I took ages gathering before were insufficient. This is going to be a lot of work. On day 192, I got my espressos back in the mail and set off another batch of coffee to make even more. I headed over to the ninja house to read the clues for the blessed artifacts, then realised I still needed to handle George's birthday to complete his friendship, and I gave a cup of coffee to Evelyn whilst I was there. I wanted to ask Clint to upgrade my axe, but when I got there, he asked me for help. Yeah, I'll fetch your 30 gold bars for your weird commission, but for now, I'd just like to hand in my axe, please. When I got home, I wanted to expand my oak resin farm across the top here, but the spots I wanted to plant more trees weren't plantable. I still have space in my keg shed, so I decided to move some of these outside ones in there since the next batch of juice was ready. This contributed to us getting over 170,000 gold that night. On day 193, I found out there's an exit here by the Adventurers Guild into a foresty area with those weird scary void goats. This is in the East Scarp region. We're nearly 2 years in and I've only just found out about this. That means we missed out on the Spirit's Eve party here last year for no reason. I brought Pam the battery she asked for, then said hi to the wizard who told me some more about Klaus and Angelica. Angelica's actually the crop fairy, and Klaus is responsible for the trees regrowing so quickly and all the forageables popping up everywhere. I love that they gave these things a story. That made me forget the real reason I was here, but luckily I was still close by when I remembered. I actually came to the wizards to spend about half my gold on the water obelisk. I didn't have the stuff for the island one yet, so this is the next best thing, because at least it would get me to the boat quicker. Apples got another starfruit, and in return I got a sunflower. Adorable. Then I rode back home to use my new obelisk to speed up my trip to the island. I'm glad I checked on the farm because this was the first big ancient fruit harvest. Sadly, none of them gave me any walnuts today. Speaking of walnuts, I stopped in at the walnut room to get my first reward from Mr. Key's shop, starting with the key to the town. No more locked doors for me. I walked back to the farm for the rest of the day to make more ancient fruit seeds from today's harvest and set up a pathed area for the obelisks. Day 194 began with a very yellow harvest, and it was nice to get into Clint's before he opened to collect my shiny new axe. I couldn't possibly tell you why I checked the travelling cart today because there was nothing I really needed, but that was just a quick stop on my way to give Apples another gift. For the rest of the day, I put my iridium axe to work in West Cindersap. I decimated most of the place that day, then made it back to the magical greenhouse for another cutscene. Whatever was here was being held captive for failing a challenge that was apparently now my job to finish. The list was now in my journal, and it's probably the sweet gem berries I'll struggle with the most. On day 195, I stepped outside to all these beautiful pumpkins. All of these are going to go towards more juice. I grabbed some of the last truffles of the year before getting the ectoplasm from the mines in less than an hour after getting there. This is definitely a record for me. Now that it was the afternoon, I used the Scarp obelisk to warp over there to see what I missed from last year. The Scarp Inn was decorated and looking awesome. I had a look at what Rosa had for sale, and what interested me the most was the pretty spirit torch, but I didn't end up buying it because there was only one for sale. I also found out there's a pool here, so I took a minute to recharge, then chatted with all the attendees, but when I stepped back outside, I got a picnic cutscene with Rosa. What's funny though is because of the event today, some of the NPCs were still in costume. It was a good thing I came because she trusted me with a recipe of hers. Spirits Eve in Pelican Town was my next stop, and you might notice that it's looking a little different from last year. The wonderful thing about Stardew Valley Expanded is that festivals like these change each year, so you aren't doing the same maze every year. Admittedly, this did mean I took the equivalent of an entire in-game day to complete the maze, but I got 3 golden pumpkins this time. Only trouble is, now I needed to do all of that in reverse. I'll get home eventually. On day 196, I got some hay in the mail from Marnie, which was a welcome gift just before the turn of winter. It was also a Sunday, so I grabbed all the staircases I could and headed into Skull Caverns to do the Skull Cavern Invasion quest on the very last day I could do it. I hit a prehistoric floor with an army of dinosaurs, but instead of skipping it, I stayed to slay them all for the Monster Slayer goal. I hit floor 100 just after 8 PM in one piece, and made it all the way down to floor 152 with almost 70 radioactive ore when I passed out that night. Here's the loot review for when I woke up the next morning. Not bad at all, but more importantly, I walked outside to all that winteriness. I put in a new batch of juice, and then when I went to see Krobus for their birthday, I had to separate an altercation. Hopefully this horseradish will cheer them up. Somehow, they made it out to the forest lake before I could even exit the sewers, and my wife was there with them, shocked to see a shadowfolk out in the open. Obviously, Krobus's first instinct was to run, but then Lunna said she was also a shadowfolk. What? I'm married to a shadowfolk? Or at least she used to be. So this is the ancient magic the wizard was talking about. A spell or something that makes her human. This was all so cool to learn about, until she said she still lives next to the wizard. I thought I was your home. Hopefully, we'll find out more about her secrets in the future, whenever she's ready. This was the day I got round to giving Clint all those gold bars. Then I used a totem to warp to Ginger Island because a new season means my farm was littered in weeds. I was also here to enchant my axe, and I was looking for the shaving enchant which I got the first time. I used the other Prizzy on my pickaxe, which gave me the efficient enchant. Not what I was looking for, I wanted the powerful one. Maybe next time. Perhaps I shouldn't have spent those prismatic shards because Mr. Key was asking for 4 of them, so I crossed all my fingers and toes that I could find 4 more this week. With the key gems I did have, I considered something productive like Pierre's missing stock list, but nope, I just want to bring my horse everywhere with me. I will never regret the horse flute, nor would I regret passing out in the mines that night farming for coal. On day 198, I collected loads of radioactive bars I smelted last night and delivered a birthday gift to Jarek, then got a cutscene in one of the hidden caves with Ray Riala who taught me how to make offerings here, and if I bring something good enough, she might tell me a story about the item, or even give me some sort of blessing. I started by offering the triple shot espresso, and for that I got a small blessing, +1 luck is a decent one. I went on the hunt for the new artifacts in the forest, but then I found out they aren't actually here. I'll handle that another day because right now I just wanted to farm for fibre and mix seeds. On day 199, I had some stuff to drop off at the Amathene residence, but I walked right into a cutscene. Irene wanted some help taste testing a new dish she made. I'm never gonna say no to good food. I thought it was really good, and I think Irene was being hard on herself by saying it was just passable. She made some adjustments and she was right, it was better. Looks like Irene has a crush on Zane. That's who all this was for. And don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, except all of you guys, but you can't say anything, alright? I dropped off everything I had for the charity donation. The eggs and the milk I already had, but it was the wool I was worried about. Let's see if I can pull this off by the end of the season. I came home to chop my mahogany trees and set up the rest of the sprinklers in the new part of the farm. I even finished it up with paths. Winter is the perfect time for decorating, and I found this other secret exit that I can add more paths to. It actually goes quite far up as well, all the way up to the bus stop, and when I realised this, I tore some of it up because when you're actually at the bus stop, the paths won't show, so it will be weird if they appear and disappear. For my last bit of decorating of the day, I finished off the obelisk area. On day 200, I set up a second oak resin farm since I couldn't extend my existing one where I wanted it, then added some paths around my orchard to make it look more finished. For the rest of this day, I smashed dust sprites in the mines because of the amount of coal I was burning through. I'd tell you how much I gathered, but I really don't know because I dumped them in my chest quite frequently, and I used a lot of it to smelt more ores too. The morning of day 201 was for starting a new batch of pumpkin juice and harvesting stuff from my greenhouse. I think I forgot about this for a while. I forgot again that the blessed artifacts weren't here, so I spent the entire day riding around the forest still looking for them, and slaying so many monsters. Even without the artifacts, I still needed to gather hundreds of spiritual essence for the Ridgeside obelisk. I was doing unbelievably well that night until I got trapped and killed. And the items I lost? Oh, really? Not good. This was a decision to sleep on, but hey, look at all that money. My trip to the forest was so worth it though, because on day 202, I built the Ridgeside obelisk. Then I stopped wasting any more time on this great luck day and dived into Skull Caverns. This wasn't the best of loot days as Skull Caverns tends to go. Like, I think that seed maker I got earlier was probably the best thing of the day, and I passed out that night with about 200 iridium ore. On day 203, I refilled some of the staircases I used yesterday and asked Robin to upgrade my other shed because with more jam jars being made, I was going to need the space soon. It's never too early to start preparing the farm for next year, so I made a buttload of fiber seeds and got to planting. I had nowhere near enough for every spot though. On day 204, I added more fences to my farm whilst waiting for the Festival of Ice to begin. No distractions this year, I ran straight for the ice hole as soon as the competition started, but this has to be rigged. I caught so many algae, which meant Willy won again. Whatever, I'll get him next year. On day 205, I had more artisan goods to produce, then finished off decoration on the original fruit orchard. All those fences meant I dried up my hardwood supply, so it was off to the secret woods to gather more. Apple's got another starfruit on my way to the Junimo woods to buy some rare seeds because I'm gonna need them for that haunted greenhouse. I hunted down Sprite Springs again because I was hoping they'd ask me to make a warp, and they did. Now I won't have to search for hours to be able to pick up all this extra forage. On day 206, Camilla appeared at my door to steal me. She wanted to take a look at my nexus first, then took me for my first trip to the Crimson Badlands. This is going to be another very dangerous place to explore, and now I have a warp straight here. I delivered Sebastian a birthday gift directly to his bed before filling more sprinkler spots up with winter forage seeds this time. Clint opened all of the geodes I'd been accumulating because clearly I'd been putting off filling the museum up, but when I went to donate them, I ran into Lewis showing the place to Josephine. Gunther had told her how the last person who worked here made off with the entire collection, which I'm working to restore, and once her tour was over, I put all my new stuff on display. It took a couple of trips between Clint's and the museum, but here are all the rewards after opening all those geodes, and I even had enough spare artifacts to share with Gunther. That night I attempted the deep woods again. I still have no idea what I'm doing here, but I was mainly here for all the extra hardwood. On day 207, I could finally call this keg shed full. The leftover ones are just going to be out here for now. I brought some fruit to Kiahi for yet another birthday, then took another look at the clues for the new artifacts and got to work searching for them. Actually following the clues, I managed to get all of them, including the one where I had to stand here for several hours in game and not move an inch. I definitely got distracted though and stood here for way longer than I needed to. On day 208, I rode over to those pedestals to place all the artifacts. The eyes light up to indicate if they're in the right place. It took me a couple of attempts, but I got them in the right place eventually and summoned Rayriala. Together with Belinda and all their friends, they summoned the portal to the spirit realm. Ray taught me through what to expect over there, and basically it's going to be a giant teleport maze. My job will be to extinguish some purple flames that connect to the corruption caused by Gabriella, whoever she is. Off I went into the portal to see what we were dealing with. The place is crowded with scary monsters, but I got started with extinguishing those flames very, very carefully, and as you can imagine, this was the rest of my day. Mostly anyway. I still left time to give Gunther a birthday gift, even if not a loved one. I was happy to see more juice and jam on day 209. Then it was over to Ginger Island to tend to the farm I'd not been to in a while. Look at all that ancient fruit. I set up my seed makers here so I could turn the pineapples and ancient fruit into seeds whilst I got the rest of the sprinkler spots filled out. Now we just wait for the next full harvest. With the remaining seeds, I came and set up the top floor of Grandpa's shed for maximum ancient fruit. Day 210 was Harvey's birthday, and coffee is best served first thing in the morning. I noticed the Prizzy key quest was still in my journal, so I brought 4 of them over to that box, but didn't accept a new quest this week. Those Prizzies meant I had enough gems to buy Pierre's missing stock list. I didn't take it to him yet though, because today was a good luck day, so I spent this one in the volcano instead, and this time I asked the parrot to build me a shortcut out of here. I got a couple more walnuts here today, but the treasure was mediocre. The soul sapper ring is completely useless at this point in my opinion. The first thing I did on day 211 was return Pierre's missing stock list, but then it was straight back to Ginger Island again for another day in the volcano, though I didn't stay quite as long today because I got the mummified bat, which I donated but forgot to collect the walnut for. That's because this was the first night at the night market, and I wanted to grab that painting. On day 212, I gave Louis his birthday gift nice and early because I was going back to the spirit realm today, and I didn't know if I'd make it out alive. Thankfully though, after a lot of confusing navigation, I managed to extinguish the last 2 flames, and I started hearing voices. Whatever I did seems to be working, and Gabriella's grasp on the valley seemed to be slipping away, and she faded, allowing this realm to be transformed into a beautiful paradise. Monster free! I met everyone back in the Ridge Forest, and Ray confirmed we had in fact removed the corruption. Then we heard a mysterious rumble in the distance. That opened access to a forgotten farm at the summit of this area, which we'll now have access to use. We're gonna have our work cut out with yet more friendships though, because Dea and Geo will now be friendable NPCs. Romanceable even, I believe. My first stop after this was the Ninja House, because now we have more choices for quests. Then I was back on Ginger Island yet again because I'd accepted the Island Ingredients quest, and this one happened to be for 100 ginger. Why did I do this to myself? It was a juicy start to day 213. This was followed by a birthday gift to the wizard, and then I planned to mine for copper for the day, but I suddenly remembered about that greenhouse quest, so I ran to the Junimo Woods to buy 10 Hyper Speedgrow and the other 5 rare seeds I needed. These went straight into the garden space in Grandpa's shed. Hopefully I remember to harvest these next year. Then even though I forgot to get yesterday's painting, I still went and picked up the last one of the year. On day 214 my fertilised trees grew, so I added some tappers to them. Out at the bus stop, I found Sunny with Louis, who asked me if I had some spare time because him and his friends wanted more friends to play, and I suppose I could spare more time. The other kids were really surprised that I actually came here. I guess my morning is for babysitting a hide and seek game today. I ran off while the kids were hiding to give Freddy a birthday gift, but the first thing he seemed to notice was the quest I completed for him, which was to slay 10 pepper X's. To be honest, I completely forgot I had it. From there, I rode up to the forest to look for the new farm entrance, and when I got there, I was shocked at the sheer amount more space we have. Like, I'm pretty sure this is a lot bigger than the Ginger Island farm area. I got to work clearing out all the debris, and I used some bombs to help me. Then I started getting sprinklers set up ready for the new year. On day 215, I got a letter from Odd Jobs letting me know I can make upgrades to the new Ridgeside farm, and I got a request from Gus for a coconut. I cut through all the forage I forgot I even planted, which meant I had hundreds more winter seeds I could plant to hold the sprinkler spots. I even had enough to get most of this new area done. After surprising Marlon with a severed rabbit's foot for his birthday, I asked him to recover my cups of coffee because these will make more triple shots than I lost. Then I came home to clear out my hidden mineral cave and start a new batch of jelly. On day 216, I turned all of these coffees into triple shot espressos to keep up my supply. Then I delivered Evelyn a birthday fairy rose. I'm looking forward to having less birthdays to handle next year. Having run out of stone at home, I bought loads more of the stuff from Robin because today I wanted to work on adding paths to the new Ridgeside farm. I spent all day doing this, and I'm happy with how it's coming along, but I'm still missing a lot of sprinklers here. The best parts of this farm though are the minecarts that take you straight back to the cable car because screw traversing that forest every single time. On day 217, I went to clear out the auto grabbers to realise the silo was empty. Whoops! I added that hay Marnie gave us last season and scythed all the overgrown grass near the paths. That should take care of it. The greenhouse ancient fruit was ready to go, which meant the Ginger Island farm was also full of fruit, so I got to work harvesting that. And today I was lucky enough to get 2 golden walnuts from the mussel rocks on the beach. I did do a quick check for ginger but didn't find any, and to be fair, that Island Ingredients quest was a lost cause at this point anyway, so I left that to go handle Pika's birthday. I'd actually run out of pumpkins for juice at this point, and most of the kegs were still processing wine, so I decided on making loads more coffee whilst waiting for the wine to finish up. I gave a quick check to my garden shed and noticed I still had loads of space to plant, so I had to hop back on the boat to Ginger Island where all my seed makers were to get more ancient seeds made up. On day 218, I accepted Key's kindness for the new week, then walked back home to fill up the remaining space in the shed garden. I used the Look Up Anything mod to help me gather a load of love gifts in my backpack, then I rode around with Prizzy like an early Santa, handing out goodies to everyone I could find. All this friendship progress meant I got some cutscenes today, like meeting Jarek's horse and hanging out with Lola while she knits. And after speaking to a lot of people, it was nice to be able to sit with my wife in the saloon for some food and drink. Then we were out on a walk by the forest lake when she looked like she had something important to say. She thought she might be ready to talk about her past until she realised she wasn't just yet. I reassured her that I wasn't rushing her. She can tell me whenever she's ready. Apparently I don't understand, so I just let her know I'm not going anywhere. But then she called me a fool? I'm so confused. Apparently she was feeling better though, so we must have done something right. On day 219, I got right back to gifting the second I woke up, but when I left the farm to hand more out, the wizard stopped me to talk about Lunna. I'm surprised he only just figured out I'm with Lunna in a romantic sense, given we were married months ago, and the wizard claims to see everything, but he asked if she's spoken about anything abnormal, so I told him what happened last night. He said it was weird that she hasn't told me anything because she usually gives in to her emotions and just talks about stuff. I'm not sure how I should take this. All the wizard now wanted from me was to tell him if anything unusual happens with her. Doesn't this feel a bit wrong though? Anyways, I carried on with my gifting spree, including to the 2 ducks, but I took a quick break for an attempt at the Solarian Chronicles with Sam and Sebastian. Having snuck into the back to destroy some weird capsules and healing Sebastian after the others took a hit. Oh yeah, I chose the healer by the way. I finished the scenario with a B rating, which was fine. I handed out my 50th love gift just after 4 PM, then it was time for a new batch of ancient fruit wine and melon jelly. I spent most of day 220 grinding for walnuts in the volcano, and my level 9 treasure was 3 golden coconuts. With any remaining time this day, I chopped hardwood trees. On day 221, I returned to the valley to pick up a gift for the Feast of the Winter Star. I avoided the excessive amount of socialising today and tracked down Maddie with her gift of an iridium quality coral. Richard was my gift giver this year and he got me an emerald. After handling Shanice's birthday on day 222, I wanted to get those golden coconuts opened, but Clint wasn't working. I suppose we can cut him some slack on his birthday. No gift for him though. I chopped down the stumps in the secret woods before bringing all my mahogany seeds up to the Ridgeside farm to plant for more for later. Another batch of forage was done today, meaning I could finish preparing all the sprinklers on the home farm for spring. Then on day 223, there was even more ready for harvest, leaving me with more than enough seeds to spend the entire day preparing the sprinklers on the new Ridgeside farm. I definitely hadn't placed anywhere near enough sprinklers to fill out this farm yet though. Day 224 began with the usual of getting any birthdays out the way. Then it was over to Ginger Island to handle the next fruit harvest, while also making more seeds. I planned to spend most of the daylight hours fishing. I'd accepted the tropical fish quest, and trust me to leave it till the last day to try and do all of it. The only problem is, as you can see by the waters, Stardew Valley Expanded adds a lot of new fish to the ocean here, so it's much harder to just catch those lionfish. Safe to say, I gave up that afternoon, and came home for the final greenhouse harvest of the year. With a couple more farm chores out the way, it was time for the Ember of Resolutions festival. This is a perfect chance to reflect on our second year here, and I'm pleased to report that we completed every one of our resolutions. As for next year, I'm calling it the Year of the Fish. That's right, we're going for the Master Angler achievement. In fact, can we even go for perfection? On day 225, I stepped outside to see we got 4 candles behind that waterfall. I then got some speed boosts going because it's time to prep the farms and we have a lot of land to cover. This side will house my ancient fruit and salmonberries, but I didn't realise I didn't have all that many ancient seeds really, so this whole side will have strawberries and cauliflower, and I decided to leave the giant pumpkins there because I like having them around. It got to the evening when I decided to handle Tort's birthday so I don't forget till he's asleep. Birthdays are going to be the key if we're going to have any hope of reaching perfection this year with this amount of friends. I finished off the home farm, then it was over to the Ridgeside farm to plant the entire thing with rhubarb, and with any remaining time, I removed the nearby debris. This task continued into day 226, then it was over to the sheds at home to refill the preserves jars and tend to wine day duties. To make these days easier, I made the mini obelisks, one to put by the fruit cave which houses more kegs, and the other I put by the shed so I could put the fruit back easier when I was done filling the kegs. When I left the farm that day, I made an effort to hand out coffee to every NPC I passed. This year, I do want to make sure we cover most of the weekly gifting. In fact, it was the main reason for leaving the farm this day at all. But I did check on the Ginger Island farm and grabbed a new key quest for the week. With the friendship points we need to rack up, the loved gifts one is perfect, and whilst I was there, I started buying some of the crafting recipes I needed. On day 227, I donated the snake skull to the fossil tent, then warped home to find the wizard waiting for me, informing me that Morgan will be arriving in the valley tomorrow. I was only home for a quick stop off to fill up my backpack with a load of love gifts. Then it was time to do the rounds, and of course I prioritised anyone who I didn't have full friendship with yet. As I walked into town, I bumped into Sophia, who was looking sad after coming out of the doctor's, so I asked if she wanted to pet Dusty with me, and this seemed to have helped a little. Then it was back to gifting for the rest of the day. I did take a quick movie break with Josephine though to try and help the friendship. She hated the film, but she loved her cappuccino mousse cake, which does sound delicious if you ask me. When I got up to Ridgeside Village, I got a cutscene with Sean where he seemed to have forgotten to do some of the work on his plate that day. Ian was not impressed with him because he was really late for a delivery for Mayor Lewis. I walked into this argument and agreed to go with Sean to keep him company. Lewis happened to be up at the bus stop when we got there. I was trying to figure out if I should cover for Sean, but he apologised before I even had the chance. Lewis took over from there, and honestly, Sean's struggles sound pretty familiar to me. That evening, Alyssa decided to show me her song whilst the stage area was empty. Not that I actually heard it, but apparently Lenny was lurking somewhere and heard the whole thing. She was so impressed that she asked her to perform at the next village gathering. On day 228, I refilled on gifts and got right back to the gifting, and I even managed to complete some friendships this day. I stepped into the Water Research Centre's basement for the first time to find Mr. Aguar's room somewhat resembled the wizard's tower. He didn't notice me watching him doing a spell which looked really intense. I didn't even know he could do magic, but turns out he was just doing his laundry. I wish I could do that. He was pretty angry that I witnessed the whole thing, but when he realised I had knowledge of the arcane, he seemed to calm down a bit. The wizard then came over for a visit to discuss some mystery. Mr. Aguar is actually a retired wizard who switched to studying the water here after they found a weird magical energy coming from beneath the village, which was traceable in the waters. It wasn't a good energy either because it was increasing the number of monsters in the mines. The next cutscene came straight after. The source of this magical power was by this waterfall here. I poked at some rocks in a very specific way. Then Aguar did his spell here and I fell through the floor. I landed in this lush cave with loads of foliage, which was apparently only possible because magic. Aguar was worried about the roots breaking through the bedrock and causing a sinkhole because this might just make the whole village collapse. Now we just wait for the next steps whilst he analyses the soil. When I emerged from the cave, I found Freddy's lost sword. I think I accepted the quest for this like 2 years ago, but I got it reunited with its owner and got back to my gifting quest, then refilled on some of the forageable gifts that night. On day 229, I popped into the wizards to meet Morgan and of course bring in a welcome gift because I needed to get this friendship from 0 to full this year. I said hello to Andy on my way past and ended up staying for lunch, or brunch given the hour. Then I was about to give my final love gift for the key quest when I had several cutscenes at Paula's clinic. The first was with her unpacking, which was weird because it has been years, but we were then interrupted by a medical emergency, so maybe that's why. The next was with Anton fixing something when he fell off his rusty old ladder. He ended up cutting his arm and Paula couldn't find the iodine solution she needed to disinfect the wound. I had the choice of either being the one to stay here or being the one to go and get it, and something tells me these two needed some time to talk, so I left them to have their little heart-to-heart. Anyway, back to the gifting. The 50th love gift went to Sunny, but I still carried on with this gifting spree today because we need every friendship point we can get. Over at the hotel, I found Floor hanging out in the hallway in literally just a towel after she fell asleep here, and I don't think she realised what she's wearing, so I made sure to let her know, and she freaked. I mean, I would too, but I did reassure her that everything is okay. I also found Isabel practicing some ballet and being really hard on herself. She's only just got back into it again, but she didn't feel right ever since something happened. But she didn't feel like opening up about that just yet, so I just tried to cheer her up and went on my way. I handed out gifts till I could gift no more, then remembered to harvest those sweet gemberries from Winter. These were meant to be the last items needed for the Haunted Greenhouse quest, but then it just disappeared from my journal, so I guess we'll find out later. On day 230, I forgot to record, and day 231 began with the weekly ancient fruit harvest. I handed out gifts to anyone on the island whilst I was there. Then I donated the snake spine I dug up that morning. Only 2 items to go for the 10th. I foraged at the desert since I was visiting to get my staircases, but when I got to the trader, I realised I forgot to bring the jades from the chest at home. Nothing a quick trip back home can't fix. I decided to use the pineapples and salmonberries for jelly now I'd run out of stuff to put in the jars, and the ancient fruit will be stored for wine. On day 232, I brought a starfruit to apples before giving the crimson badlands an attempt. There are several items here I need for perfection, but I have no plans on getting into the cave here this run. If you want to see that, check out my previous Stardew Valley Expanded videos. It was satisfying recklessly slashing through all these serpents, until I came looking for the swell stone over in this area when suddenly the enemies felt overwhelming, so I walked back home. My next stop was the ridge where I found Isabelle hanging out at the fishing spot. She opened up about her ballet background and the pressure from her parents to try and become famous for it, and eventually it all got too much for her and she broke down crying on stage one day. That was the day she decided to quit, which both confused and angered her parents, so she ran away to be here with her grandpa instead, and despite it being boring sometimes, she actually enjoys working at the hotel. I'm glad she's doing better here. The reason I came here in the first place was because I needed another fox relic mask. It's not just used for those pedestals. I actually need it to be able to obtain the fox bloom, a forageable for shipping. This item only appears in the Ridge Forest on one random Sunday of each season, and only when you have this fox mask in your inventory. Something tells me this is going to be painful. I fished at this lake before working on this new gifting week, which, as you can imagine, took the rest of my day. That night, I went to sleep with the old foxtail charm in my inventory thanks to a hint from a comment, and I ended up hearing from my grandmother, which was lovely. This was a very cute little Easter egg. On day 233, I was greeted with the first strawberries of the year. Then it was time to deal with a new batch of wine, including adding a bunch of kegs to Grandpa's shed. I know you can actually put casks here, but I feel like I'll make the money I need a bit quicker this way. I then rewarded myself with a break by attending Alyssa's show in Ridgeside Village, and it was really cool to see Sam's band also providing the music. You all know by now I have no idea how this actually sounded, but I was just here for moral support. As I passed by odd jobs, I checked out the first summit farm upgrade, which needs a wild amount of materials. We'll work on that later, but for now, I wanted to do a bit of fishing in West Cindersap. But first, a bit of playtime with apples. I caught the Dorado and the king salmon towards Master Angler, then it was on to the Junimo Woods to catch the golden fish and the meteor carp that night. On day 234, I caught all the secret woods fish I needed for perfection, then thought it would be worthwhile to buy the return scepter from Krobus, because we know I'm always forgetting stuff at home. I handed out some gifts on my way to Ginger Island, where I planted any taro I had because this was going to be the key to getting more golden walnuts from harvesting. I did check on the key quests too, and I accepted Danger in the Deep, and got straight on with making a start for the rest of the night. It took me the whole of day 235 and day 236, but I managed to reach the bottom just before 2 AM that night to get those key gems. It was time to harvest the strawberries and cauliflowers on day 237. Because it's the egg hunt today, I can't just go out and buy more seeds, so I replanted the home farm with rhubarb because I had enough of those already to hand. I even managed to get all the seeds down and still make it to the egg hunt that day. I bought another 100 strawberry seeds for next year, then I actually made the rounds talking to whoever I needed for the friendship points. I only managed 8 eggs this year, which meant the win went to Abigail. I thought it was time to pass the crown to someone else, and when I got home that night, I still had time to set off another round of jelly with the morning strawberries. On day 238, I headed to Pierre's as soon as he opened to top up on cauliflower seeds. Hayley got her birthday present, completing her friendship, then I went to handle Maeve's and got a cutscene with her and Zane discussing him taking over Maeve's position, but he didn't think he was ready yet. Maeve did not take Zane's refusal well. She was displeased that he wouldn't shift his priorities to serve in the family, but it also looked like she wasn't happy with any of the grandchildren. Yikes. Not gonna lie, that was kind of awkward to witness, which made me worry if Maeve was in the right mood for a gift, but thankfully she took it well enough to finish the friendship. Then, it was up to the Ridgeside farm because all the rhubarb had come to fruition. I had a few more sprinklers with me to add, and this time everything will be replanted with cauliflower. All of the mahogany trees were also fully grown, so I spent some time chopping them all down because I wanted to start gathering hardwood to restore the farmhouse here, and of course, I replanted all the seeds that dropped. After nightfall, I rushed to harvest all the ancient fruit for the week, which I thankfully got done in good time, and I almost got a couple 100,000 from the gold quality fruit today. On day 239, I set up a gift chest for Krobus to house some of the horseradish, and a chest for Morgan to keep some void eggs in. These two are easier to find, and it means 2 less slots taken up on gift spree days. Olivia got some wine for her birthday, that's another friendship complete. Then I made a quick trip to Sprite Springs to see what buff I'd get today, and clear out the secret forage cave for some bonus Iridium Ancient Brew. Gus got a visit too because I was still missing some cooking recipes, so I bought all of those along with a few plates of spaghetti as a reliable gift. Up at Ridgeside, I asked Sean for a quick fence repair, then gave out some goodies to the locals since it's now a new gifting week. Then for my next special order, I picked up Sophia's fairy garden, since I had most of the items for it anyway. That night, I got a cutscene with Lunna and the wizard at her old house, and this conversation I'm hearing is sounding very suspicious. With help from the wizard, she revealed to me that the ancient magic on her was covering the fact that she's actually a shadowfolk. We obviously found this out last year in a cutscene with Krobus, but here we get to see it for ourselves. I didn't particularly like the dialogue options I was given here. None seemed all that supportive, so I just picked the first one, and she told me she was actually from a town called Amui, which is hidden by magic. During an attack there one day, she dived into a lake and woke up somewhere else as a human, where the wizard found her and took her in. Lunna had started making a life for herself here, and hadn't told anyone her secret, as she feared that if the truth were revealed, she would lose everything. I was happy she finally plucked up the courage to talk to me about this, and I reassured her that I'm always going to be here for her, and just after that, the spell wore off, and she was fully human again. On day 240, I got some wine in the mail from Olivia, which will make great gifts for some of the other villagers. The wizard was also summoning me for a Lunna-related spell, but first I wanted to deal with the weekly wine day and added another 36 kegs to Grandpa's shed. To add to the day's profits, we had another batch of jelly, then I was off to see the wizard. He brought me to somewhere new to test something with the magic within me, and apparently we managed to open a rift at this lake, not that I could see anything yet. I followed the wizard through the portal to another lovely looking place, and because the wizard is too busy, it's going to be up to me to explore this new place. Lunna was outside the wizard's when I left. I told her about what happened, and she was really excited, so off we went to see the pond together to cross the barrier to her homeworld, Umui. A little shadow person approached us when we stepped through the portal. It was Lunna's sister Diana, who had no idea who I was and didn't recognise Lunna, but honestly, she was absolutely adorable. It really did take her a while to realise who Lunna was, which upset Lunna so much that her magic started going wild to the point of partially undoing the ancient magic again. Diana clocked on just in the nick of time because right when she did, the spell restored. But all that mattered is that they were now reunited. After a long catch-up, Lunna had to break the news that she wasn't coming back to live in Amui because she wanted to stay with me, and Diana seemed to be really happy for us. She is literally the cutest. I couldn't find the entrance back to Amui after the cutscenes, so I went to see Clint to open some troves and geodes towards the museum completion, and I got a fair few things to donate that day. I opened some of the Omni geodes I accumulated too, and after several trips back and forth I had 2 new rewards. In a quick trip to Ginger Island, I traded for a few more golden coconuts and delivered a mango to Leo, then spent the rest of the night fishing at this bubble spot. On day 241, I harvested my taro to get some of those walnuts I was missing, and planted even more because I might as well use the seeds up. My banana tree from last year had started producing, so I took a banana to the jungle shrine thing to trade for some walnuts with the gorilla, then I walked back home to harvest my strawberries. I did have to take a trip back to Ginger Island though because it was Philip's birthday and that's where he was. I was back to the valley right after to drop off everything for Sophia's fairy garden, which for 35,000 gold I feel was definitely worth my while. I asked Clint to open those golden coconuts and immediately got the skull I needed, so the rest of the goodies are just a bonus. Then I went back to Ginger Island for the 3rd time that day to donate that skull, and that was another exhibit complete. Now all I need is 1 snake vertebrae, as usual. Since I don't have that yet, my evening was for chopping cindersap's wood, but I did end up finding the entrance to Amui right next to the secret woods. This is when I met Raphael and Bianca, the 2 human inhabitants of Amui who have been trapped here for a while, but those are 2 more people that I'm gonna have to build friendship with. My wood chopping was officially interrupted by foraging here because I need all these for shipping, and they make great gifts too. Day 242 started with a super satisfying Salmonberry harvest, then I rode up to the Ridgeside Hotel to give Naomi a birthday gift and complete her friendship. Being a Thursday, I used the opportunity to stock up on some cheaper deluxe speed grow and prep for summer, where I planned to get 3 harvested starfruit, which I also picked up the seeds for whilst I was there. On my way up to Robin's, I got this cutscene where Raphael seemed to be trying to integrate with the villagers here, then I went on my way to buy a buttload of wood for some projects and asked for a house upgrade whilst I was there. I grabbed literally just a few more hardwood from the secret woods because I also wanted to ask odd jobs today to restore the Ridgeside farmhouse. I then visited Amui again at a more reasonable hour when its residents were out and about and gave out some initial gifts. This place also has its own store selling some native crops, which of course we're gonna need for shipping completion, so I picked up some of everything. In hindsight, I didn't need the saplings because the fruits are very common forage, but I didn't know that at the time and I wasn't taking any chances. I got gifts out to the humans there too, then grabbed one of the new fish I could catch before coming across a little gathering up at Pika's. I got peer pressured into a drinking contest with Paula, who I hear is quite the expert. Stack that up with me not really being much of a drinker and really disliking beer, and this meant this was a sure lose. I stumbled my way through the village to plant my omui saplings in the greenhouse there that night, and once I sobered up, I came home to destroy my coffee plants and make room for some of the seeds from today. On day 243, it was time for a new batch of rhubarb jelly, which was followed by a short trip to Omui to catch the new fish here towards the Master Angler achievement. I got a cutscene with Bianca in town where she seemed to have found a new friend in Haley. I wish I could gain hearts with people that fast. Then I saw Raphael in town, who just helped Clint make a bunch of swords. I was happy to see them both becoming part of the community, but I was only in town to shop at the saloon. Although I did have to wait for Gus's leisurely stroll to the counter so I could buy a silly amount of spaghetti specifically for gifts. After checking out Sophia's new fairy garden, I went to her ledger and bought the newly available iridium sprinklers to install on the Ridgeside farm in prep for Starfruit summer. Then the evening was for a Ridgeside gifting spree because I wanted to kill time to check the haunted greenhouse after midnight. Looks like we managed to lift the curse with all those items. The rocks and stuff cleared up, then Bliss appeared. With the soul now freed, I was allowed to use the greenhouse, but with all the space we already had, I didn't have any plans for this yet. On day 244, I chased Martin down with a gift since this is one of only a few days he comes to town. I wanted to get rid of my spare farm totems, but for some reason I couldn't ship, trash, or throw them out, so I just had to use them all up at once to have them no longer exist. Then I spent this entire day mining for copper. On day 245, I awoke to a strawberry harvest, and since it was a Sunday, I also had to grab the week's ancient fruit, which came with some extra sweet gem berries I planted. Can't remember why I did this though. It's also the start of a new gifting week, so I try to stay on top of that, but we have a lot of ground to cover, and I really don't know most people's schedules. I can never get to everyone in one single day, but at least I came home to the jelly being ready. On day 246, I farmed for coal and iron all day for kegs. Then on day 247, I got another batch of bars smelting first thing in the morning, then had a chat with Linus about his past. This cutscene I believe is from the Stardew Valley Expanded mod, and I appreciate them adding to his story and uncovering some of that mystery. He came to the valley as part of his travel, but when he got there, he just got this feeling. He had to make his home here, and I love that. With the chat distraction over, I waited by Robin's counter because I was after some more wood. On a Tuesday, you can actually still catch her for the few seconds she passes this area in the morning. I rode back through town to accept a special order for Andy's cellar before making it back home to place several more kegs for this week's wine day. We collected 243 bottles of wine today, and that number is only going to grow as the weeks go by. I also managed to give Andy all the materials he needed on the very same day, which gave me a very random amount of gold for the reward. Then I stuck around the forest to chop it all down and replenish my wood supplies. On day 248, I forgot about the flower dance and started more oak resin farms in some of the available spaces, because this is now the material I keep running out of for kegs. I made sure to fertilise them all and place paths around them to reduce the tree spread, then I made more rhubarb jelly. As you can see, I added more jars here. Anything to help towards the golden clock, and to help prepare for summer, I made some more forage seeds because we'll want to use these to hold the sprinkler spots, though I know these will be nowhere near enough. On day 249, I gathered the last strawberries of the year, allowing myself to really take this one in. I shopped at the Bear's Cave for pine tar and oak resin as I'm now low on both for crafting, and gave apples as starfruit as I passed by. Then, when I got home, I crafted and used a rain totem because it hasn't rained very much this season, and I still haven't caught the legend. I got Andy to show me his finished cellar project, and as a result, strawberries and their jelly are now worth an extra 25%. I roamed the villages for another gifting spree. You're going to see a lot of these. It took up most of this day, but I did have a break to check the Ginger Island farm for the snake vertebrae. No luck yet though. On day 250, I gave Pierre a birthday gift and shopped at his store bright and early for way too many parsnip seeds to sacrifice to save sprinkler spots. I should really start calculating things properly. What followed for the rest of this day was nothing but fishing. I had to use fishing buff food, not just to make my life easier, but also because I wasn't level 10 fishing, the required level to catch the legend, so this really was the only way to do it. Annoyingly though, after staying at this spot for the entire day, I didn't hook it even once, let alone catch it. Day 251 was a super busy one. I had the rhubarb to harvest at home and I filled all the spots with parsnip seeds to keep them occupied for summer. I started off some strawberry jelly using Andy's new recipe, then had a little lunchtime breather with a party at Apple's place with the bear. Next on my list was to tackle the cauliflower harvest on the Ridgeside farm. But when I got there, I also noticed that the spots we just set up for the new sprinklers hadn't decayed at all. So I thought I'd give it a go with not wasting all those seeds. But at least on the first of the season, I won't have to scythe all the dead plants, so we should still save a little time. This meant I had time to visit Omui that evening for gifting and foraging. Rober's got a gift tonight too on my way to Sophia's to buy 3 more sprinklers which I got set up on the Ridgeside farm. My last day of spring was for harvesting ancient fruit, salal and some of the new Omui crops. When I got to the Ginger Island ancient fruit, I checked for artifact spots but no snake spine today. Then since it was actually raining, this was my last chance to try and catch the legend this season. And this time I actually hooked it, but sadly I lost the fish. This thing is just way too difficult for me. My only hope now to get it this year is magic bait and blind luck. The bright side of this day was that I finally managed to hit level 10 fishing, and for my profession I chose pirate because I didn't see myself selling all that many fish. Totally not just for loot goblin reasons. It was a new season on day 253, which means I had to clear up all the dead crops and add speed grow to the soil for the starfruit seeds, which I immediately realised I didn't have enough of, so I dropped into Sandy's for more. When I went to give Brile a birthday gift, I walked in on a weird conversation. Something about some politicians being targeted for assassinations or whatever, and the governor could be at risk. He didn't ask for my help, so I just gave him a birthday gift and went on my way because I still wasn't even finished with the speed grow on the home farm. I got the starfruit seeds planted here by the early evening, so it was on to the Ridgeside farm which took me the rest of the night. Day 254 was for making more wine and jelly, followed by a birthday gift to Lola which completed her friendship. Since I got everything done earlier than expected, I checked on the Ginger Island farm to remove the new season's weeds. Then the rest of this day, I wanted to search the volcano for more dragon's teeth towards the future island obelisk, getting the 10th one that night. This meant I could build that obelisk on day 255, just one more obelisk to go. I popped over to Omui to play some games with Diana and grabbed the new season's forage for shipping and gifts. Back on the farm, I harvested the next lot of salmonberries. The nearby ancient fruit is also ready, but I'm ignoring that right now because I'm waiting for the weekly harvest on Sunday. I like these crops to be done on the same day each week. My evening then passed with another gifting spree. On day 256, the next lot of oak resin was ready, so this was the perfect day to put tappers on all those new trees. This means the next collection will line up with the first trees. Jazz got a fairy rose for her birthday, bringing her to 10 hearts, and she wasn't the only one who got a gift because, you guessed it, this day was spent working on friendships too. The idea was, the earlier I get more of these friendships finished, the less I'll have to hand out later. To help with this task, I also want to utilise the movie theatre for some bonus weekly friendship points, and I plan to take Oliver today because I often forget he exists. Only problem was, by the time I got back to the movie theatre, they were closed. I missed it by mere seconds. On day 257, I foraged at Sprite Springs before working on friendships again. I also checked that underground cave for the first time and picked all the Iridian quality fruit on the ground. More amazing gifts. I had to buy Oliver another movie ticket because the ones you give out don't carry over to future days, so I tracked him down and apologised for yesterday, then we headed to the theatre for that movie. Today, this was The Journey of the Prairie King. Oliver seemed to enjoy the film, but he really loved his pizza I got him as a snack, so I'd call this outing a success. Here's a quick look of where we are with the friendships at this point. We have a lot of them to complete, but we still have quite a ways to go with several people. I wanted to tackle something else that evening though, so I bought some magic bait from Mr. Key's shop and took to the mountain lake with some trout soup to try and catch the legend again, because with this bait, I could do it in any season and any weather, as long as it's the right location. After a couple of attempts, I finally managed to reel the damn thing in. Whew. So glad that's over with, but I ended up passing out still fishing here because I had the biome balance quest. I got this quest finished the morning of day 258, my last fish being a sturgeon. I brought a load more stuff to Clint's to open, placed another 14 kegs in prep for the next wine day, and handed out gifts in Ridgeside Village for the rest of the day, which meant I got a new cutscene with Lorenzo, who got roped into a game of tag with the kids here. Let's try shake that reputation of Mr. Grumpy Shopman. I also got a cutscene at Paula's clinic where Anton brought her some drinks for a break at work, and then he asked her out. This is another one of those where we aren't actually in it, so like, how are we seeing this? It is nice to see more to the stories though. These two make a lovely pair, and I'm absolutely rooting for them. and when I got back to the farm that night, I set off another lot of jelly. Day 259 was a Sunday, which meant I could finally pick all this ancient fruit that's been waiting for me all week, along with all the others that are ready as normal. My search for artifact spots on Ginger Island was as disappointing as usual, but I didn't leave the island without giving Leo a gift. Speaking of gifts, this day marks a new gifting week, and whilst I was in Amui, I ended up picking up a few more seeds for each crop because there are some unique cooking recipes here, so I best get these planted. I ended up putting off gift giving that night to hit up the mines for more keg supplies. On day 260, I got right back to handing out gifts, and I never would have anticipated that so much of my time this year would be spent on this, but here we are. This week's movie ticket went to Oliver again because his friendship was one of the lowest, and his loved gifts aren't the easiest to get either. We saw the same movie as last time, but today I got him fries which he absolutely devoured. Then I spent ages up at Ridgeside where most people were up and about, so I had a much easier time working through the gifts. On my last gift stop, I got a cutscene with Gio who was going on about how much he didn't trust me. I'm hoping this bloodline will help win him over. Gotta start somewhere. On day 261, I handled Bianca's birthday before I did anything else for the big boost in friendship points. The main task today was the ancient fruit wine, and with those kegs on my mind, it was an afternoon of copper mining. Look how many I managed to add by the end of the night. The starfruit harvest was upon us on day 262. You have no idea how excited I was about this day. We have time for 3 entire harvests this season thanks to the deluxe speed grow, so I'm definitely gonna need more seeds because we also have the Ridgeside farm to harvest and replant. Once I got everything planted, I used the opportunity to clean up the outskirts of the Ridgeside farm. On day 263, I got the golden piggyback in the mail for the farm having made a total of 10 million gold. After a quick harvest of salmonberries and oak resin, I headed for the luau. I had a chat with anyone without full friendship, but not everyone else because this would take forever. Then I dropped in my traditional purple mushroom into the pot to guarantee me some valuable friendship points. On day 264, I helped find a missing Baron Munchington who escaped during the night and got into some mischief. I returned him to Ideen, then this day was filled with nothing but gifting, including for Lexi's birthday, bringing an old melon to a cave. When I got to Ginger Island, I remembered to check the west side for artifact spots, but was disappointed once again. I then thought I might be able to drop into the theatre to give Claire a gift too, but nope, I'm locked out for the next few days, so I continued my gift mission at Ridgeside instead. Day 265 was for giving out the last few gifts I missed earlier this week. I was doing my best to fill the max of 2 per week, and this was the last day before reset tomorrow. Even so, it took me the entire day of riding around with Prizzy to get them all done, and I even managed to catch a rare martin in town before bed. On day 266, Diana showed up on the farm to take a look at the place and ask for farming advice. There were some kind of funny options here, but I just told her to use fertilizer. Before she left, she handed me a rare seed which was adorable, but I don't think I'm gonna plant this. It was ancient fruit day, so I took some time to deal with the latest harvest, but before going to Ginger Island, I headed for the Ridge Forest with the fox mask to look for the fox bloom, but it wasn't there today, and as a reminder, it shows up one random Sunday of each season in front of one of the crystals, as long as I have the mask in my inventory and it's not raining. I got to Ginger Island about lunchtime to grab all the fruit from there and share some mango with Leo. Then I filled up my backpack with gifts for the new gifting week, so I could traverse the villages once again to work on those friendships. Because of that, I got a cutscene with Zane about that argument he had with Maeve the other day. He admitted the toxic family environment, I'm glad someone said it, and he did want to bring some change with his succession, starting with his ambassador job, which he got to help elevate the Amathine name and escape the family and the responsibility that it came with. I used the opportunity to give him a little encouragement. I feel like he'll be good for the place. He decided it's time to be brave and stop running. You got this, Zane, just please don't touch or talk about my hands ever again. The gifting continued into day 267, and I found this random non-friendable NPC called Katerina who seems to be really angry. No idea why, because she didn't want to talk. Island Ingredients was on the board today, the tarot version too, so nothing too painful. Every day I work on this at the moment, I complete at least one more friendship, which means less to hand out next time. I got a cutscene with Kiwi at the community centre who seemed to be a bit down. She was wondering what made her so different from the other Junimo because she was feeling lonely, but she does know she's got Gio and me too. I stopped in at the Wizards afterwards, and I guess this is where Kiwi went next. She was here to try and find out more about her history, and apparently with my connection to the Junimo, I might be able to help with this, so I hung back with the wizard after Kiwi went home. The wizard revealed that he actually did know a lot more than he let on about the Dusked cult. Kiwi really isn't like other Junimos, but instead was made for the sole purpose of killing. This explains a lot. This cult are basically tiny, invisible assassins, but I wonder why it ended up that Kiwi doesn't really know about this. Seems this isn't something we'll really find out tonight. The actual reason I was here was to build the final obelisk. Now I have all 6, though technically I only needed the original 4 for perfection. I stayed up late that night to make a start on island ingredients and got all the taro planted in the space I could. I didn't fully finish it though, so I slept at the island and got the last spots filled the next morning, but I had to go home right after to start a new batch of jelly and tend to wine day because this lot I'm putting in now will all be starfruit wine. I'm really looking forward to those profits next week. With that dealt with, my afternoon was freed up for more gifting, and when I got to Amui, I hung out with Bianca who gave me the grand tour of their home. I asked about the magic here again. Bianca and Raphael are actually sorcerers, and one day they went near some powerful magic that they probably shouldn't have, which exploded. Then they ended up in the lake here. Surrounded by shadow folk, they were scared, but they turned out to be friendly and even took them in. They've been stuck here ever since. Well, until I opened the portal again. Towards the evening, I attended a concert for Sam's band, which of course, as usual, just silence. Then it was back to gaining those friendship points again. On day 269, Marlon showed up asking me to drop by the Adventurers Guild, so of course that was the first thing I did. He had a job for me, and in return I'll be able to use his boat to visit Lance in the Highlands. All I needed to do was to bring him some monster parts, so the monster parts I brought. Whilst waiting for the next steps, I had plenty of gifting to do along with a lunch at the Amathine residence with their extended family, and honestly, all of them are just as intimidating. And it was all kind of dramatic. Oh my god. The entire thing was so awkward, and I was so relieved to get out of there to return to being the year-round Santa. Before bed that night, I collected my neglected crab pots from the farm and plopped them down at the beach because there were still some fish I hadn't caught there yet. On day 270, Marlon came to give me the good news about the boat. I'll get to it, but first, gifts were my priority, and a movie trip with Oliver again because this was really helping me make progress. His love gifts are a pain. I took the boat with Marlon early that afternoon and met with Lance at his home in the Highlands to discuss the growing of monster crops, since Lance isn't too much of a farmer. I need to gather the seeds from the monsters here, so I got started right away, and not gonna lie, they're kind of quite a bit more powerful. I'll have to be careful. I also made it to the top of the mountain and spent a ridiculous amount of time slaying this absolute unit of a dino. But hey, I managed it without dying. Look at all that loot. One of the items the dino dropped was a key which will help free a trapped dwarf in this cave here. I may have managed to slay that boss in one piece, but apparently these void spirits were too much. I died and lost one of the treasure chests I just got, but it could have been much worse. We had round 2 of Starfruit on day 271, and as you can imagine, a good portion of the day was spent tending to my farms. This was going to be a key to securing the golden clock. Since my kegs would be occupied by starfruit for the foreseeable future, I decided to take some of my ancient fruit and make it into jelly to accelerate those profits. These get replenished each week anyway, so I might as well make use. Then for the rest of the night, I chopped wood for more kegs and jars. At the moment, I wanted to prioritise finishing the jar shed, so day 272 was for coal farming. Sorry dust sprites. The following morning, I decided I wanted to save half my coal for smelting towards kegs, so in the end I was only able to make 6 more jars, but hey, progress is progress. I can't believe Ancient Fruit Day is upon us once again, and since it's raining today, I won't need to check for the foxbloom in the Ridge Forest because it simply will not be there. Before harvesting the Ginger Island farm, I brought Leo to the pier to meet Linus. He introduced himself by showing he too is a bird friend, and together we managed to convince Leo to move to the valley where there are also other children to meet. Now I could get back to work harvesting, but sadly after a quick check of the area, still no snake spine. I even debated tearing up all my paths for more chance of artifact spots, but I ended up doing this little area because I was worried about weeds invading my crops. I handled Idine's birthday that afternoon. That's another one complete. Then I placed 13 more kegs in Grandpa's shed ready for the next wine day. It's so close to being full now. I got gifts out to Morgan and Krobus that evening, gathered everything at Sprite Springs, then headed to bed. On day 274, I caught Martin on his way to work with a gift and the dwarf with a rabbit's foot for their birthday, which completed their friendship. I set off some more ancient fruit jelly before attempting that scary void spirit cave up at the Highlands again, and this time I was armed with loads of bombs because there are a lot of ores here for the taking. I even brought my gift spaghetti as a healing food, but even then I still got overrun and died. It took me losing all my life elixir to remind me that I had it with me the whole time. I wasn't giving up today though. I healed through the sheer power of spaghetti and got right back to that cave to slay the last few guards. I wasn't letting that dwarf spend another night trapped in here, and for that they were thankful. My stubbornness paid off. I sped through the cave to the Mystic Stone area for bonus prizzies and ores, then I was back to blowing up the place for the rest of the night, successfully making it back with enough time that night to smelt some of what we collected. Day 275 was a starfruit wine day. I don't like summer very much in real life, but in Stardew, it's definitely the best season. This is going to be a really good profit day, but I did have to fish out a few bottles of wine to use as gifts, putting them to immediate use. Some of them were also for Olivia's elegant reception, and she paid me really well for all the supplies. I can't say no to 80 grand, then it was back to gifting again. When I got up to Ridgeside that day, I checked out the new farm upgrades at Odd Jobs, and whilst these are awesome, most of them are also so expensive, but I love that we also have the option for more sheds. I wasn't sure at this point if I was going to do any of the upgrades yet because I needed to focus most of my money on that golden clock. That evening, I joined some of the Ridgeside villagers for some chill time, officially welcoming Kimpoi back to the village. This was lovely because Kimpoi has been a bit nervous about reintegrating with the community here, but they were all happy to have him back. Then, despite being warned to leave the area by Geo, I headed to the Ridge Forest to forage for gifts, because things like prismatic shards and golden pumpkins now spawn here. Then I went to bed making almost 1 million gold from all that starfruit wine. Day 276 was yet another one full of gifting. This really is occupying so much of my time at the moment. I joined Olivia's reception for lunch, which increased my friendship with anyone in attendance, but apart from Susan, all those friendships were full. I mean, it's something at least. I got another cutscene with Bianca in Amui today while she was helping out one of the locals. Turns out she was only here to hide away from magic practice, which in reality Granny Belia always knew. Raphael, however, did not, and he was really not happy about it. During their argument, they both started emitting this scary magical aura which kinda freaked me out, so I made sure to point it out to them before anything catastrophic happened. Clearly, they needed to have a talk, so I left them to it, but I did take Bianca to a movie a little later on, which she really seemed to enjoy. Hopefully that cheered her up, and it gave me a minute to psych myself up for another event at the Amathine Mansion. This one was much bigger, not just the family this time. This is where Maeve officially announced her retirement, and her trusting of the family business and other affairs over to Zane. I absolutely wish him the best of luck, but oh my god, this must be so much pressure. On day 277, I got the last few gifts out for the week and found Lunna in a cave in Amui with her sister. They were having a chat about the differences of her being a human versus a shadow folk, and with my connection to ancient magic, Lunna wanted to try something. We all held hands and Lunna recited an incantation she remembered from the wizard. She was back to her old form again, except Diana was now human. They'd swapped. Diana had no clothes but thankfully was covered up by some magic clouds. It didn't take long for the spell to begin to wear off, so we all took to Amui to prank the other residents, and even went into Pelican Town. What a fun little morning. Suddenly, I remembered the deadline for island ingredients was looming, so I rushed to Ginger Island to harvest all the taro. Then I came home to the newest batch of ancient fruit jelly. My next job was the house, adding this corner room in, as well as the south room, and then I asked for the final house upgrade because I'm gonna need that cask recipe. After farming for a bit more coal to smelt with, I hung out for a bit with Lexi in East Scarp, where she told me about some of her past. She used to love swimming in the ocean, but she was also scared of the waves, until one day, there was a human that was swimming here and she suddenly just disappeared. With no thought at all, Lexi just jumped right in to swim after and save her life. They even ended up becoming friends, but eventually she got a partner and moved away. As sad as that made her, she was thankful for the good times, and now she's no longer scared of the waves. I was up this way because I realised I'd not really checked out the cherry orchard, which today seemed to be more of an orange orchard. Talk about false advertising. But hey, they drop at gold quality, which is kinda cool. The house is a little scary though. On day 278, I made another 25 kegs, so the shed was officially full. I knew I wasn't buying the irrigation upgrade for the Ridgezone farm, so I placed some more sprinklers in prep for fall. I wanted maximum pumpkins, and to add to the prep, I bought a load of radish seeds in advance to hold the spots on the home farm for after I harvest the final batch of starfruit. Whilst I was there, I also bought loads of pumpkin seeds. This is literally all I'll be planting next season. Up next, an entire afternoon of deforestation, getting me over 2 stacks of wood, some of which went into more kegs, which I immediately added to the house. Day 279 started with this disappointment of an artifact spot. Where is that stupid fossil? I pickaxed all those old taro spots so that more worms could spawn there. Then it dawned on me. We were one day before the end of summer, and I was still crimson fishless, and honestly, I cannot tell you the relief when I caught that thing this afternoon. We've still got a long way to go before Master Angler, but instead of handling it, I farmed for coal in the mines again. Day 280 was so freaking hectic because not only did I have the usual ancient fruit harvest to deal with, I also had to pick up all this star fruit and replace it with my disposable seeds. And adding to that, we had more jelly to make. Because I used my summer forage seeds, I bought way too many radish seeds, but it's easier to have too many than not enough. Then it was up to the Ridgeside farm to grab everything there. But I didn't sacrifice any seeds here, as we found out last season, these spots won't decay. I did still have some prep to do though, because it seems I forgot to till the spots around these new sprinklers the other day. I don't know how I managed this, but I still got through harvesting all the rest of the ancient fruit I forgot about earlier with enough time to attend the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies. I obviously needed every friendship point I could get, but it was also nice to have a little moment to breathe. I did, however, still end up passing out in the field that night planting grass for the animal, because it should grow a lot with the start of the new season. On day 281, I slashed through all the deadness, slapped down some speed grow, then realised I didn't have enough of the stuff. I'd usually get this at Sandy's on Thursdays, but I forgot to prep that in advance. Time to pay the ADHD tax and suffer the inflated price at Pierre's for more. Oh god, it's so expensive. With 2 large farms to tend to, I was planting late into the night and I only just managed to get it all done in time. This meant that my wine day duties could go uninterrupted on day 262. Look at all that wine. And just like previous weeks, the afternoon was for friendship building. Apples is now complete, and I even met their new friend Peaches, who thankfully isn't friendable for us. We also reached max with Zane since it was his birthday, as well as Kiwi. Then I used a screenshot of the Ridge Forest to check for any valuable gifts. Sometimes I do work smarter and not harder. On day 283, I couldn't help but notice how often I needed to replenish this ancient fruit jelly. Usually this would make me lazy, but the amount these are worth makes it all so worth it. We maxed out Krobus's friendship today, then I joined Apples for another party with many more Junimos in attendance this time. I couldn't stay long though, because I needed to visit Amui to pick up the new season's forage, and hand out gifts here, including to Diana, who was somehow temporarily human again. The gifts were spread everywhere else too, including spending a cinema ticket just to max out Claire's friendship and leave again. In fact, we gave out the last gifts ever to several people today, with a few others who will soon be close behind. Day 284 and I cannot stop handing out gifts, but it meant that after a little chat with Claire, who is now getting involved with the town more, I reached 10 hearts with Susan. You'll see why she's so important later, and I really should have done this earlier. I went to see a House in the Ring with Raphael since he was now my lowest friendship. Then I got a cutscene with Arya, who was finally giving herself a break and wanted me to accompany her to introduce herself to the other villagers here. It was very nerve-wracking for her, but she was grateful to have a friend she considered to be like a big sister. I'm glad she's allowing some more time to take care of herself now. Once I was done with deliveries at Ridgeside Village, I stopped in at Susan's to get this cutscene. This is the one. The life changer. Here, Susan wants some help crafting a wardrobe for a friend, but she wasn't quite getting it right, and I've done a fair amount of crafting in my time, so I offered to help. These look more like drawers than a wardrobe, but Susan seemed pleased with the result. So pleased, in fact, that she shared some of her crafting knowledge. Susan showed me how to craft casks, kegs, and preserves jars with less wood, and it's actually much better than that. I'll show you next time I make them, but right now I have a dinner to attend at Jacob's in Scarp. Eloise came to the door to get me, and wanted me to know that Jacob actually liked me. Kinda awkward, because I definitely don't see him that way, and I'm married, but now I have to sit through this entire dinner? I let her know the truth because I didn't want her to get her hopes up, but that didn't stop her from trying. Dinner turned out to be just fine, but when it came to dessert, Eloise was sure to try and leave us alone, even with her absolute favourite. Jacob wasn't quite sure what was going on, so I was just honest about her playing matchmaker, which he thought was as awkward as I did. He didn't seem to be very sure on the right words, and I could tell he was on the same page as me, so I reassured him that I only see him as a friend, much to his relief. Mine too. I needed to work off that dinner, so I sailed up to the highlands because I forgot about the fungus seed here, and I wanted to catch the daggerfish towards Master Angler, and also because these are loved gifts for Lance. I managed to catch a couple, but then this mushroom came and pounced on me, which cost me my life, and I had to be rescued by Lance. I'll probably be asking Marlon for the fungus seeds back. On day 285, I filled Brow's friendship whilst he was staring at the bus before boosting Kimpoi's with an iridium quality birthday gift. I rushed to Ginger Island because there were some weeds destroying my paths, and I also wanted to check for the artifact spots, and there it was. Let's get this stupid spine donated. And that was the last piece we needed to complete the fossil tent. So Professor Snail taught me the ostrich incubator recipe, which we're obviously going to need for the Craftmaster achievement. I also collected the last walnuts from here, but the mango sapling I wasn't too bothered about. I was now only missing 2 walnuts. Here I got one of them along with the ostrich egg, and the other I'll need to come back with a slingshot for because it's up in this tree. I'll handle that another day because tonight was for slaying skeletons for bone fragments, as I'll be needing loads of these to craft with. I got a bit of radioactive ore too, which all went towards magic bait. Apples was on my doorstep on day 286, presenting me with a choice of refurbishing Aurora Vineyard or letting apples stay there. This time I chose to let apples stay. This is their home after all, and I don't need any more land at this point, plus apples was really happy about this decision. My fungus seeds had come back in the mail, so I got all those planted. Then I realised Martin was in town, so I tried to rush over to gift him some juice, but he already went inside the theatre. I bought a ticket and waited for opening time, but because I already went in this week, I couldn't gain access. Hopefully I can catch him on his way home. Instead, I worked on my next batch of jelly, which triggered me to make more jars. And look at this, the amount of coal that we need is halved too. The stone is also less, so it's not just wood we save. I was happy to be adding another 20 jars to the shed, and got them filled right away. Then it was back to Ginger Island to get the last walnut, and pick up even more bone frags from the dig site. Much easier than skeleton farming, and sometimes these drop skulls, which are a loved gift for Oliver. Those bone fragments went into crafting the ostrich incubator so I could start hatching us a new friend. Then my evening was for blowing up the Void Spirit Cave for kegels, getting some of them smelted the first thing next morning. I wanted to make some more of the kegs, and this is when I found out that this recipe is also way better than first thought. We no longer need copper, so that does mean I wasted time gathering it and smelting it, but overall, this is a massive W. I got 20 more kegs done, and made a single cast just for perfection, which no longer requires hardwood either, but on this occasion I don't think I'll be utilising aged wine given the amount of time left before the end of the year. After helping Morgan and the wizard with a quick demonstration in transmutation, I completed Morgan's friendship and handed out gifts at Scarp. Then I got on with the latest ancient fruit harvest, getting it done that evening. I had a little bit of time for a few gifts after that, but unfortunately I forgot to check for the fox bloom today. I handed out even more gifts on day 288, and we were getting pretty close on most of the friendships now, including some of the ones I was worried about. I got a cutscene with Maddie who was just really rude to me as usual, so I left to go say hi to people who would be a little nicer. Since I now had to hand out fewer gifts, my evening was free to go catch more daggerfish for Lance, but this weather has the worst visibility, so I died in the highlands before I even made it to the pond. This was rough because I lost all of my coffee, as well as all the gold bars I collected from my furnaces. I really should have dropped these off at home. This time I chose to rescue my gold bars because I could always just make more triple shots, and gathering and smelting gold takes a fair amount longer. On day 289 I got a pretty broken cutscene with Diana. She was showing me someplace new, I think, but I have no idea what we're looking at. It sounds like some sort of magical cave where I'll be able to grow any crop in any season, so I'll have to figure out locating this place. I retrieved my gold bars from the mail and safely put them away before resuming gifting again. In Amui, I checked out this newly accessible door, and lo and behold, the cave. This place is so cute, and look how much more space there is to plant. I came home and made some more sprinklers to set up there at a later time, because right now I wanted to focus on our biggest wine day yet. Or technically, every week is the next biggest wine day because we're always making extra kegs. Who needs furniture when you have kegs? Wine day duties didn't take as long as I thought, so I still had time to set up this cave, and what better use could this have than more starfruit? I finished just in time to pass out here, and at over 1.3 million gold, I was overjoyed at this golden clock progress. I emerged from the farmhouse on day 290 to a field full of pumpkins. I really do love fall. I had to top up on more seeds from Pierre's, then the home farm along with the Ridgeside farm took me the whole day to turn over. I ended up just selling all the pumpkins straight because we have more than enough other stuff to process, and this got me nearly 600,000 gold. On day 291, I cleared out my sturgeon pond in favour of midnight carp because I still hadn't shipped any aged fish roe, and it might be good to have a supply of these in case I want seafoam pudding. I had a better time fishing for daggerfish in the highlands today and took a fresh one straight to Lance. Then I mowed down most of the trees in West Cindersap for the rest of the day. I used this wood on day 292 to make another 32 kegs for the ever-expanding collection. We also had more ancient fruit jelly for more tasty extra profits. Then I dropped into the Amui cave to add speed grow to all the starfruit here. Not really sure why I did this, because I want you guys to pay attention to how often I harvest this place in the future. I took Freddy down to Pelican Town and helped him with some shopping, and when we got back to their house, I hung out for a bit, only for Lola to collapse. We brought her to the doctors and apparently it was from her chronic lung condition, but we're glad she's gonna be okay now. I went to check on her in her super secret shed a little later, and she's making weapons and stuff. What? Seems she is feeling better, and as a bonus, I can now order weapons from here, but I don't really see myself doing this because my galaxy sword will almost always be more powerful. I went round that afternoon to pick up some of the cooking recipes I knew I was missing, and I did grab some salads whilst I was at Gus's too. Speaking of Gus, I still need that tropical curry recipe, and that's only available when he works at the Ginger Island resort. I've not noticed him go there so far, so fingers crossed we can catch him at some point. I do wish there was some sort of schedule for this. For the evening, I coal farmed in the harder mines because the bouncy mushrooms seemed to be much more prolific than the regular dust sprites. On day 293, I planned to blast through all the steps to unlock the casino, but I did quickly buy a buttload of materials from Robin since I was near her place from the train station. I also picked up a crafting bench and a few mini fridges whilst I was there, then crafted another 18 jam jars for that shed. I dumped those beets in Lewis's fridge, then crossed the bridge to Clint's to ask him to open some geodes and troves for me, and I also bought a small quantity of coal from him too. With a few more museum donations, I got some very good rewards, then made it to the desert to feed the sand dragon its last meal so I could collect that casino club card from my house. I didn't go yet though because I crafted my afternoon away so I could find out if I was missing anything, and at this point I was still missing a good few recipes and materials, which annoyingly includes the marble for the marble brazier and a quantity of radioactive ore. I tried to hunt for that ore that evening but found exactly 0. Day 294 was a Sunday and I wasn't letting myself forget about the fox bloom again. I took my usual screenshot but there wasn't one this week either. I found out I can get a hint from this bookcase in the ninja house, and of course we already know it'll appear by one of the crystals, but it was the next hint I needed to know. This equation tells us which date the fox bloom will appear. I wasn't about to go work this out for myself, so I got some help from our very good old friend, the Wiki. According to the Wiki, the fox bloom was around on the 7th of this month. You know, the one Sunday I forgot to check the forest? Maybe winter. I topped up on staircases before tending to the ancient fruit, and whilst I was on Ginger Island, I covered up those paths we tore up earlier. I also destroyed any bone rocks for potential gifts for Oliver, and rounded the day off with another batch of jelly. On day 295, I bought the desert warp totem recipe. This is probably the latest I ever bought it, but then again, I do just tend to trade them for omnigeodes, so who knows. I came home to craft all the totems I missed, then proceeded to go on a gifting spree, this time completing Josephine's friendship and Kimpoy's too, and even Daya's. It's nice to now have enough time to do other things after gifting, and today I got a prizzy from a bouncy mushroom whilst I was farming for coal that evening. I was happy to find a good few radioactive ore too. Day 296 was another wine day, but it was also the Stardew Valley Fair. There was nothing I really needed here this year besides a few friendship points of course, but really I just wanted to win again. On day 297, I had another batch of jelly to make, and that one jar still processing at the bottom is currently aging some fish roe for shipping. I did a bit of fishing today to catch the blade-tail sturgeon, but just missed out on the ninja frog today, so I handed out my last few gifts for the week instead. I got a cutscene where I overheard an argument between Oliver and Josephine, and I had a chat with Oliver about how sick he was before, but also about how much better he is doing now. He confirmed his mother was in fact the Zuzu songbird, but she gave it all up when Oliver got sick, though she did still enjoy practicing her singing every morning. Josephine had been given the opportunity for a comeback. He was just annoyed that she was still using him as an excuse, and that she still saw him as the sick little boy he used to be. They had a little chat, and Josephine came to talk to me afterwards. That conversation seemed to do the trick. She still wasn't quite sure about accepting that concert, so I gave her a little nudge of encouragement. Hopefully she'll take this into account. Ginger Island was my next stop where I ended up completing Geo's friendship finally. Then I started climbing the volcano to find one single dragon tooth, which didn't take me very long to find. Over in Pelican Town, I was gonna fish for something I can no longer remember, but it seems I changed my mind almost immediately, though apparently I did still catch this one fish at some point, or I was just carrying it for good luck or something, I don't know. I would say this was for crafting fertilizer for the crafting achievement, but I used a mussel here, so really, I do not know, but can you believe it? We hadn't crafted a single staircase in this entire playthrough till today. On day 298, I told this blockhead to step aside because I have the casino's club card. I started off with 1000 key coins, then spent an absurd amount of time at the slots very slowly increasing that balance, until I hit a 3-diamond jackpot which gave me way more key coins than I could ever need. So as well as buying the alien rare crow, I bought the statue of treasure because like, why not? Our bejeweled cat got a home in the kitchen, which made me realise I never collected the statue of perfection from Grandpa's shrine. Whoops! You can join our friend in the kitchen. Then I headed back to the beach to catch a sea cucumber. For today's ADHD random remembering, I went and collected this strange doll here, and immediately donated it to the museum. Then I resumed fishing, this time at the Pirates Cove, but I did get momentarily booted as the pirates rocked in for the evening. This did confuse me for a sec too. Bit rude in my opinion, but anyway, I continued fishing until I got the stingray. On day 299, I got the deluxe rare crow recipe in the mail, which I crafted right away and shoved in a random corner because the farm is already well guarded. I then searched my crafting menu in utter confusion because I was convinced this should have been my last crafting recipe, but it turns out I was missing a good few I hadn't even learned yet. I put that on the back burner today though because pumpkins. Lots and lots of pumpkins. I replanted the home farm, but at this point I realised I was definitely going to make more than enough money for the golden clock, so I left everything up at the Ridgeside farm alone. I have other ways to spend my time at the moment, and I'll harvest that farm when this next batch matures. When I got done with my lazy harvest, I was able to see Robin at her counter because I needed to buy the brazier recipes I thought I already bought much earlier. You can get every recipe on the same day by buying the one that's there and just reopening the shop menu where the next one should appear. Once they stop appearing, you've got them all. The marble brazier should be the last one I needed, but I did open it again to double check just in case because we know what I'm like. I got right to work crafting all of these as soon as I got home, and at this very moment I was reminded I don't have any marble to spare. I'm usually really good at saving one of these, but I guess this time I just hadn't been graced with a second one yet. I checked the rot shop at the Junimo Woods and they didn't have any either. I didn't even want to think about the geode farming I was going to have to do, so I just cut down loads of grass and welcomed our new baby ostrich to the barn, who had decided to name Vanellope in line with our theme. I also thought it was never too early to do a bit of winter prep, so I bombed the feeders to allow me to withdraw all the hay from the silo, storing it all in a chest so I could go gather more in the forest. Day 300 and it was time for yet more ancient fruit jelly, and even better, the aged roe was done this time. Another thing sorted for shipping. I fished at Shearwater Bridge for all the fish I hadn't caught yet, but then I realised that the Ridgeside gathering was today, so I headed over there to see what there was to buy, and I can't help but take home that prismatic shard. Sadly, after searching the area, I couldn't find a single NPC who I still needed friendship points with, so I asked Lewis if we could just get on with the show, and it was really cool to see Alyssa with the courage to sing here too this time. On day 301, I found Alicia up by the Crimson Badlands selling some recipes I needed to craft. I didn't make these immediately because we have this week's ancient fruit harvest, then I tracked Martin down with a rabbit's foot to kick off this new gifting week. I also dragged him to a movie because my progress with him was definitely one of the slowest. At least we got some friendship points just for the snack. I smashed through all the bone rocks on Ginger Island, not just for potential Oliver gifts, but also because I was still missing the Nautilus shell for the museum. I did not get it today. It's okay though, because we now have a new duck best friend who we'll probably never acknowledge again. I also tried to make good use of my visit to East Scarp by attempting to fish in this little lake in Lexi's cave. I wasn't quite sure what to expect because there were no visible fish, but I kept just getting ghost fish, so I left to fish by the cherry orchard where I could see something new, but I didn't catch it in time before it left for the night. Day 302 and you're all gonna laugh at me. I picked up the hay from my chest and headed straight to the desert trader because I thought you could trade these for omni geodes. Nope, it's the other way around. I was just trying to do anything not to have to farm for geodes. I simply cannot portray the disappointment that washed over me in this moment. I really thought this was a big brain move. I even procrastinated on this by fishing. Hello, Ninja Frog. I also struggled through catching a new fish in the Ridge Forest. Then I checked the special orders board I'd been neglecting for like at least a year because I needed several crafting and cooking recipes from here, and annoyingly I needed both of these quests, so for now I just chose exotic ingredients. Just so you understand how badly I've messed this up, Pika actually has 4 of these quests, one for each season, rewarding its own seasonal recipe. I don't think I'll have to tell you the impact this will have. If you know, you know. Anyways, back to fishing. I got 2 more off the list over at Ridge Falls, then foraged in the forest because I'll need stuff for ingredients here. With the forest exhausted of lava lilies, I returned to Shearwater Bridge to catch the kitty fish, then came home to harvest my fruit trees, also for Pika's quest. The morning of day 303 was for money making in the form of jelly and wine. I had a handful of gifts to hand out after that, including Martin, who I thought was working in the theatre today, but he wasn't there. Nobody was. I couldn't see him on the map anywhere. I'll get him another day, I guess. I went to top up on lilies and gifts at the ridge that night where I found Torts who appeared to be stuck. What was he doing all the way up here anyways? For whatever reason, I tried to ask him what happened, but he doesn't respond because he's a tortoise and thus incapable of higher level language. He was still stuck, so I chose to try and help him by flipping him over, but he just sprinted off. That is one fast tortoise. Maybe I should have left him alone? I also needed to fish in the forest, which was as painful as you can imagine, so I caught the jelly I needed and got out of there. On day 304, I gave a final gift to Raphael because his friendship is now complete. I had a quest to catch some special fish from Belinda, so I donated some of what I had, and here's a quick look at what I still need to catch. I hunted for loot in the forest before attempting to fish in the sea cave again, but I kept just getting vanilla fish, so I really thought something was wrong. I did, however, catch the nautilus shell here though. I then found out you can actually fish in these tide pools here, but again, I was only seeing vanilla fish, so I'll look into this another day. That day would be the next day, but I got a cutscene with Lexi when I arrived at the cave. She presented me with some seaweed. Not just any seaweed, underwater breathing seaweed. I guess this is my breakfast then, but this allowed me to temporarily breathe underwater so Lexi could show me this place. I had to make quite a leap to join Lexi right by the shipwreck, but being the loot goblin that I am, I found something interesting labelled with the name cherry orchards. Lexi also retrieved a gift for me from within the ship, moonflower seeds. Another crop. I read the description and these produce pearls, which is cool, but I don't need it for shipping, so I won't be growing it this time. This made me forget what I was there for, so I headed to the ridge where Torts led me to a trapped monster. Geo and Kiwi materialised here too, and they asked me to just finish it off in front of them all. I had a choice here. I could see it was in pain, so this time I just let the poor thing go, and it immediately ran and hid, probably to tend to its wounds. Safe to say, Geo was displeased. He was the one who set the trap up after all, but Kiwi saw what I was getting at. There is no way Kiwi is a true dusked. I don't think that monster told its friends though, because I spent the afternoon fishing here and was relentlessly attacked. I headed for the more peaceful ridgefalls instead, where I fished till I caught the lullaby carp. On day 306, I fished in the ridge forest yet again to get the crimson spiked clam, then I swung by the greenhouse in the village to pick fruit for Pika's quest. I fished at this bridge here for the whole afternoon looking for the harvested trout too. I'd now caught all the fish for Belinda's quest, which rewarded me with 69,000 gold.
Nice.
Then, that evening, I finally built the golden clock. You may have seen I've had over 10 million gold for a bit now, but I wanted to wait until I had a little more money so I wouldn't borderline bankrupt myself to buy this. That just served as a small break from fishing, and tonight I found a brand new fishing spot outside an abandoned mine in East Scarp. How have I never found this place before? I even managed to catch something new here too, so I knew East Scarp's fishing wasn't completely broken. On day 307, I braved the Crimson Badlands with the help of a lightning elixir I brought from Camilla to pick up some of the stuff on the ground for shipping. When I located the giant corrupted serpent, I also added a barbarian elixir which increases your attack power and took on this beast. It's no easy task with the amount of other monsters that join in. I spent almost half a day fighting this damn thing when I died by running into it. Aside from my dignity, I didn't lose anything too upsetting, so I healed my soul with a magic rock candy and tried again with some energy tonic in the hopes that it hasn't reset its health. It's the way I so casually walk away from the scene for me. The reason I even approached that giant terror in the first place was to pick up the swellstone in this bony graveyardy area. Then we switched up the vibe by fishing for the fairy betta in East Scarp. After a quick stop at the beach to refill my crab pots, it was time for the Spirits Eve festival. I got some bonus friendship points in with Martin, then struggled my way through the maze to reach the golden pumpkin, which meant this loot goblin went to bed happy. My scythe worked very hard on day 308 because we had the usual ancient fruit harvest, but we also had all the pumpkins, not just on the home farm, but also the Ridgeside farm. It was a little painful revealing all that deluxe speedgrow we wasted completely due to pure laziness, which, speaking of laziness, I didn't bother with another batch of ancient fruit jelly today since we aren't in desperate need of cash anymore. With all the harvests done, I rode around for the rest of the day in the ridge forest looking for more lava lilies for Pika's exotic ingredients quest. I got my 20th one that night, so I came home to feed the fixer eels now occupying my fish pond because we need these for that quest and some recipes too. Winter had arrived on day 309 and the first thing I did was catch more ridgeside fish. I wanted to catch a fresh eel before I handed in all the ingredients for Pika's quest. I got out the few gifts I needed to, then bought cooking ingredients in bulk from Pierre's. Way too many, but easier than making a second trip later on. I brought these home to craft all the modded elixirs, thinking that these were all I had left, but no achievement because I still didn't have the marble, and what I didn't know is that I was still missing some recipes. I got a cutscene with Lunna when I went to put away the groceries, and she proposed a fun little picnic date in Nimue since she loves food as much as I do, and she's never had one before, so we'll have to go for that tomorrow. This afternoon ended up just being me checking what I needed for cooking and transferring them all to the fridge so I can cook everything at once. By the evening, I remembered to check Ridgeside's special orders board, and I was pleased to see geology research offered because there was a crafting recipe I'll need as the reward. I actually had the exact number of omnigeodes in a chest at home, so I was like, perfect, an easy win. But when I went to drop them off, nothing happened. Turns out Mr. Aguar is a man with standards. Fresh geodes only. I should have known better really. From there, I went to see what Belinda did with all those fish I gave her, and now we have a new passage to check out. Here is a new magical pond. This allows us to recatch those fish we donated in this spot. This would make some of them easier than catching them in the forest, but apparently, if we overfish here, there will be dire consequences. Somehow, I don't see this being too much of an issue for us. On day 310, I got excited for the picnic, so we went and had it for breakfast. It was kinda cute in the snow. Here, she taught me how to craft a lucky mint, whatever that is, but I need it for perfection, and it sounds like she might have invented it with a wizard. That fueled me for my first visit to Skull Caverns of the year. Can you believe it? I feel like this is the longest I've ever been without going there after unlocking it. I didn't really care that the day was lacking in luck because I was just here to gather as many omnigeodes as I could, or exactly the amount I needed for Mr. Aguar's quest, because as soon as I stepped onto the next floor, I was out there. For some reason on this evening, I did a quick check for what I needed for shipping. I wish I did this earlier because as you can see, I'm missing the green mushroom. You can get this item from the green mushroom monster in the Highlands, which only appears when it's raining in every season except this one. Yup, it's now impossible to achieve perfection this year, but we're gonna get as close as we can. The first thing I did towards this that night was try to obtain the Umui cooking recipes, but when I got to the lake, I got a cutscene. Bianca just wanted to vent to me for a bit about not wanting to be a sorceress anymore. Her magic is very much connected to her emotions, and she basically just wanted to be able to, feel things. I encouraged her to follow her heart and take all the time she needs, and she asked me to also be there when she decides to tell her family. She then, in another cutscene, taught me how to craft an embrace fruit, which sounded weird. Then Raphael taught me to craft a haste pill, which sounded questionable. I didn't find the cooking recipes here tonight, but what I did find was Raphael's shop I didn't know existed. Look at these weapons. I ended up picking up the hammer because the damage on this thing is kinda ridiculous. I came back home after that to carry on sorting through ingredients. Oh, and I ended up ignoring wine day from now on because I'm not so fussed about the money anymore. On day 311, I gave Rosa the kale she asked for a long time ago. Don't really know why I did this at this point, but also where am I going? What am I doing here? I don't know, but my next stop was to Clint's to open all of those omnigeodes, hoping for marble and museum pieces, but no luck at all. I stepped back into Scarp to get a cutscene with Rosa. We poked around the house of the cherry orchards together, and I found out that Rosa can see the Junimo too, not that she seemed to know what they are. We found out that we could move this bookshelf here, which revealed a hidden trapdoor. Only problem was it was rusted shut, so I'll have to come back with some oil. Looks like I was clearing my journal today because I called into Idine's with some flowers she asked for. Not sure when, but at least I'm here. All too late it seems, because she wasn't exactly happy to see me, and she said she might have wasted my time. To make it up to me, she let me in on a secret that it's her that makes the bouquets sold at Pierre's, and not only that, she taught me how to make them. Yup, another crafting recipe. I still hadn't caught a lingcod, so I grabbed one of those at Shearwater Bridge, then I re-entered the cherry orchard house once it opened again for the night, and added the oil to loosen the door, but then I heard someone down there with a sword. It says to come back tomorrow, but I'm not scared. I need to know what's in there. I was greeted by loads of slimes, and oh my god, this hammer is ridiculous. There was a mini quarry area, but most importantly, there was this fishing spot which I needed to catch the red herring from. The doors at the top aren't labelled, but they're meant to link up to other places from related mods which I don't have, so it just puts me at the mines. I went to tell Rosa how I got overexcited and went in without her, and she didn't seem too mad, just concerned. I showed her this ruby ring I picked up in there, and she recognised it from the journal she read. I also told her about the letters on the ground that I 100% totally definitely read, so she figured out what the owner of the cherry orchards must have done with her life. She wanted to come and see the cave for herself, and she seems to think this was used to smuggle goods from the Gatoran Empire. I wonder if this is how the travelling merchant operates. Anyway, she ended up taking the notes with her to compare them to the journal, and I was happy not to be the one doing all the reading. and before I left, I picked up any geodes towards the museum. On day 312, I collected the abundance of flowers at Sprite Springs before wanting to check a movie for those cooking recipes, but I got a cutscene instead. Here I met Raphael and Bianca's mum. Bianca used the opportunity to tell her family she doesn't want to be a sorceress anymore, but Esmeralda just wasn't having any of it. She didn't think this was anything other than a temper tantrum. Bianca ran off to the cave, and her magic was starting to go wild with her emotions, so now we really have to try and calm her down. She tried to explain herself a bit more to her brother, but then her magic began to overflow. Seems this is what it took for her mother to take her seriously. Turns out her reaction earlier was more out of shock than anything, and now she can accept her decision. That all made me forget what I was doing, so I went to Ridgeside Village to check the board, even though I already completed this week's quest. But I did deliver 10 sunflowers to Trini whilst I was there as part of clearing my journal. This day was a little bit annoying, because I had to tend to something in real life, so I had to go to sleep stupidly early. On day 313, I tried sticking out some fishing at East Scarp's tide pools with some magic bait because I wanted to see if it was just a matter of patience, and of course it was. But it also didn't help that the visible fish mod doesn't show these here. After several in-game hours, I wanted to check if I handled all the gifts I needed when I found something truly horrifying. Are you kidding me? I absolutely freaked out and immediately went to try track her down for a gift, but she wasn't in town today. However, I will find out at some point later that her friendship isn't actually required for perfection. She just shows up in the friend list because she has been given gift tastes. Since she wasn't there for now, I resumed fishing at the tide pool, which got me warmed up enough to catch the mutant carp that night. On day 314, I went to East Scarp's abandoned mine with a brand new mod in my armory. This is the Fishing Info Overlays mod, and as you can see, I can see the percentage chance to catch each fish available here. Not only that, but it also tells you which fish is on the line during the minigame. This will serve just to save me real life time, because I was only interested in catching what I needed for Master Angler. I could tell if a fish was new if it was slightly greyed out, and I think this is a mod I'll have to choose to have in more of my future playthroughs. But of course, I also had some help from the wiki to narrow down some of the locations. The king carp, for example, can only be caught in this spot here. It's also kind of a pain. It also means I can show you what can be caught in this tide pool here, but this time I'm using regular bait, and another nifty feature is being able to see the durability of your bobber. One more new fish later, and I moved into the sea cave where I got this cutscene, meeting Lexi's little seagull friend who already seems to hate me. Hopefully we can change that, but right now I was here to catch the 2 fish I could now see on the overlay. Because of the chances on these, it did take a while, but now this cave is complete. On day 315, I gave Lance a final gift to complete his friendship and raided his room to get this Diamond 1, which meant I recently completed the Monster Crop quest, but I can't remember when. He beat me home that morning. You sense Lance at the front door. I wonder what gave me that impression, but he asked me to meet him on Ginger Island at my earliest convenience. I completed Oliver's friendship today too, then fished at the abandoned mines until I caught the obsidian more. After that, I felt ready to meet Lance on Ginger Island, and with this portal he took me to Fable Reef where the first Slash Guild is stationed. Lance introduced me to everyone here and showed them the monster crops which I grew, which they were pretty amazed at. Then I was returned to Ginger Island for now. We'll get access again another time. That's my break over with, so I thought it was time to take on the glacier fish. This is one of those ones I was procrastinating, but no more because we caught it today. That made catching all the new fish in the mutant bug lair feel quite a lot easier, and from there I moved on to the mines to catch the ice pip, but I ran out of time before I could catch the stonefish. On day 316, the wizard appeared to grant me use of his warp to first slash. I went there right away to grab a golden ocean flower to ship, and to catch the torpedo trout for Master Angler. After the embarrassment of the previous years, I was determined to redeem myself at the Festival of Ice, and with a whole 5 fish, this was the year I finally managed to beat Willy. I started day 317 with a gift to Esmeralda because I still didn't know I don't need to get to 10 hearts with her. And in another heart attack, I found another new guy who is Bianca and Raphael's father on the list. Again, I don't actually need him, and this is actually a peculiarity with the Lunna mod because he doesn't actually become friendable until you date Raphael, which we're obviously not doing. I don't find this out for a while though, so don't be surprised if you see me go looking for him later on. I popped to the mines to grab a few radioactive ores so I can make more magic bait because today I wanted to catch Ridgeside's own legendary fish. I needed help from the wiki here because the overlay doesn't show these, but thankfully there's a guide with the exact tiles you can catch them from. These fish are no joke with their difficulty. I popped home to make some fried fish a la Ridge, which gives +5 fishing to help me, but then the fish didn't appear for me again till nighttime after the food wore off. I somehow still managed to catch this waterfall snakehead anyway, then before bed I cleared out the mutant bug lair because I actually ran out of bug meat for magic bait. On day 318 I realised I forgot to check the Ridge Forest the first Sunday for the fox bloom, but I breathed a sigh of relief when I checked the clue which told me it'll be around on the 21st, so we haven't missed it. I fished in the village to catch my next legendary, then bought all the fishing related foods at Pika's because I still have more to catch. Annoyingly, my next one was in the Ridge Forest, so not only do I have a difficult fish to contend with, I had all these monsters too, but I still successfully reeled it in that evening and even managed a very well behaved shiny Lunna on Ginger Island that night. I opened loads of geodes the next morning, but I only got one item I needed, so I spent the entire day in Skull Caverns farming for more, plus I was really enjoying the break from all that fishing. This meant I could take another 58 Omni geodes to Clint's the next day. I didn't get anything for the museum today, but I did get the marble I needed, so I crafted the marble brazier, but I'm still missing crafting recipes. I've been refilling these crab pots pretty much daily hoping for the crab, but I've not been having any luck, so I bought another 16 from Willy and set them all up. Hopefully these will do it. I got back round to catching the stonefish this afternoon, then I had a pretty hard battle with this gemfish, which is honestly harder than many legendaries. I even did more fishing at the witch swamp for another void salmon to cook with, and the ridiculously annoying void eel. Then it was over to the Crimson Badlands for the bonefish and the undead fish. I really did leave all the fishing till last, didn't I? Because I also caught the pufferfish on Ginger Island that night. On day 321, I finally got that crab, which was the last thing I needed for Master Angler. I got the banana pudding recipe from the island trader, then this is the day I confirmed I don't need to befriend Esmeralda and Salvador, because as you can see, Great Friends is now at 100%.
Nice.
I came home and figured out the last things I needed to craft, so that's another big milestone complete. Then I spent some of this day clearing out my journal some more because it was now stressing me out. These past few days have been jam-packed full of progress, so for this evening, I spent some time adding some paths and stuff to areas I'd missed in previous years. Not sure what mod that mini-map is from, by the way, it's just a keybind I keep accidentally pressing. On day 322, I got the fishing star drop in the mail from Willy, just one more to go. I attended Morgan's big test in West Cindersap today, which he passed with flying colours, and now my animals will produce higher quality products. Not that it matters for me at this point. I was only in this forest to buy some more pine tar because I wanted to make another rain totem as a last ditch effort to try for the green mushroom. A fatal mistake. Pay attention to the date. Tomorrow is the night market. It cannot rain on festival days, so I've just wasted that totem, and I haven't realised this yet at this point. Blissfully unaware, I bought some bombs from the dwarf and spent the rest of this day in Skull Caverns farming for geodes again, but I left for the night having only gathered 26. It's something, I guess. On day 323, I accepted the Winter Exotic Ingredients quest for the new week, and here's everything I'm gonna need. I did some foraging towards this, and I couldn't help picking up any valuable loot. Like, who am I to pass up a prismatic shard? Then I worked on catching the mountain whitefish for the same quest too. I headed for the night market as soon as it started, because obviously today I did realise it wasn't raining because of this festival. To add insult to injury, I ran out of truffle oil, and I hadn't saved any truffles either. Pigs don't produce in winter, so my only hope at attempting the green mushroom before the end of the year would be if the merchant could bring me the truffle or the truffle oil. I know you can also get rain totems in Skull Caverns, but the chances are very slim and I had other things I wanted to do at the moment. Unfortunately, our first trip to the merchant was truffleless, so I just hunted for geodes in the normal mines instead to get a few frozen geodes and magma geodes. I took all the ones I had to Clint's on day 324, but I still didn't get what I needed, so for now I just caught the rest of the whitefish. It then dawned on me that I still had one more monster slayer goal, the magma sprite, so I handled that whilst covered in monster musk, successfully hitting the milestone that night. From there, I whizzed off for another disappointing trip to the night market. Day 325 began with another foraging session in the Ridge Forest for the exotic ingredients quest. I fished in East Scarp for ingredients for my own cooking because I decided today would be the day I handled the bulk of the cooking. This also meant I could gather a list of ingredients I was still missing, and sadly one of them did end up being out of season forage, so that's another thing that will bleed into next year, but for now, the majority were done. My final day of the night market got me absolutely nothing. Then I came home to plant some tea saplings indoors because I need a load of tea leaves for a quest to unlock the matcha latte cooking recipe. Really feeling the effects of ignoring that Ridgeside special order board now, then I farmed geodes till I passed out. On day 326, I bought some aged Blue Moon wine from Sophia because I changed my mind about Skull Cavern. I was also armed with over 300 staircases, so let's see if I can get those rain totems. I came across a whopping 35 treasure floors over a total of 434 floors, each of varying quality and with a strange amount of purple slime eggs, but alas, no rain totems at all. I did also get some geodes that day, so I gave Clint my business once again, and this time I was able to add to the museum collection, so now we just have one thing left. The travelling cart got back to being useless on land again, then at long last I remembered to buy those cooking recipes from Amui, and got them cooked right away. Now I'm just missing those Ridgeside special order recipes, and I noticed something wrong with this autumn dewdrop juice here. It doesn't even come up on the stove to be able to cook. I chose to ignore it today because my brain was frazzled. I'm also still missing the tropical curry recipe. Who knows how many times I've now missed Gus on Ginger Island. I was trying to tie off those last few recipes I could do for now when I realised I accidentally used my void salmon and my void eel, and these aren't exactly the easiest fish to catch, but today they could have been much worse. I was then in for a kind of chill evening of dodging monsters and collecting forage at the Ridge Forest, and that night I gathered enough of what I needed to turn in Pika's quest. Now I just need the spring and summer ones. On day 328 I farmed for frozen geodes because these are my best chance of getting the last museum piece I need. I took a break to get Clint to open what I managed to gather just before he usually closes, but no luck yet, so I headed back to the mines to keep gathering late into the night, coming home with 18 more geodes. Day 329 was hopefully Foxbloom Day, so I was straight into the forest with that mask, and this time there were these adorable little foxes, one of which gave me another foxtail charm. I took myself a screenshot to help locate the Foxbloom quicker, and there you are, you little rascal. I beelined straight to it, finally. Look at the price of this thing too. Straight into the shipping bin it went, then I got Clint to open yesterday's geodes, but once again, I basically got a load of trash. Back to the mines I go, I guess. I thought 20 more geodes would be enough, but nope, so we rinsed and repeated till the kyanite finally showed up the morning of day 330. I wasted no time in adding that to the museum to complete the collection and collect that star drop. This is our 7th and final star drop. With that taken care of, I decided I wanted to reattempt getting the rain totems from Skull Cavern, but this time I only had about 80 staircases, so I didn't get through anywhere near as many floors, which in turn means much less treasure. I passed out on floor 275 that night, which is still decent, but no rain totems yet again. Here's the loot review from the next morning, not including anything I threw away. I wanted a bit of a break from all the rushing around, so I shopped at the Junimo Woods for some cute little decorations. They do just look like dead plants at the moment, but I promise they turn cute in other seasons. I also brought a good quantity of grass starters from Pierre's because I didn't want to make my own. Then I kicked off some light decorating with a border situation around the golden clock, but because of the big tree, I had to adjust things a little. A lot of the void space is being filled with grass, which I can do thanks to the winter grass mod, and with a little bit of this over here and a bit of that over there, I got the farm to a place I was happy with, and I'll reveal it all at the end because then all the little decorations will be like, you know, not dead. On day 332, I went to Harvey's as soon as he opened to buy the stamina capsule and the sports drink because this is the only way to get them for shipping. Now I really do just have the green mushroom left. I actually decided to work on the wine today for no other reason other than I just felt like it really. Then I added some greenery to this corner here because I forgot about it yesterday. Any spare grass starters I had left went in the animal fields and prepped for spring. Day 333 was the Feast of the Winter Star. I brought a very old cup of coffee to Harvey. We'll call it aged coffee, and he seemed to love it all the same. My gift giver this year was Demetrius, and he got me some deluxe speed grow. A decent gift, even if I'm not growing anything right now. After stealing a tea leaf from Caroline on day 334, I demolished every single mahogany tree on my Ridgeside farm. I also crafted 50 cherry bombs because on this day, I asked Odd Jobs to build me the ore area on the Ridgeside farm just for fun. I visited Ginger Island to make a bunch of 4 seeds because I was considering asking them to do some of the other upgrades later. Then I added a path to my secret ore cave at home because this was another area I forgot to decorate earlier. The rest of this day was just me gathering materials for reasons I truly cannot remember. On day 335, I felt like making some more ancient fruit jelly. Then I brought some grass starters to Ginger Island to fill the space here. The long grass looks better than the dirt to me, but as per tradition, I won't be decorating the Ginger Island house. It will stay empty. If you know, you know. I did a quick perfection check and we're so painfully close on everything. Some locked behind future seasons, but huh? I'm not a monster slayer hero? What are we missing? Oh, it's the Pepperexes. Oh no. Obviously, only one way to fix that, but for this Skull Cavern strip, I had absolutely no staircases, so I was a little worried. I did wish I knew this on my previous runs because I went past so many prehistoric floors and they can be a pain to find when you actually want them. I did get one of these that afternoon, but it literally only had one dino. Thankfully though, these can still spawn on normal floors, and in a stroke of luck, I got one more prehistoric floor where I slayed my last dino and made it home to bed just in time. By day 336, I'd officially done everything I could towards perfection for the year, and here's where we're at. It actually hurts to look at. I found another small spot I forgot to decorate, then I thought maybe I should just relax today and hang out in this pond here. Trouble is, it was freezing, so I got out pretty quickly and headed to the heated bathhouse instead. I don't stay still very well though, so I ended up swimming laps for a while, then I popped up to the Ridgeside farm to see the ore area, but it wasn't finished yet. The brothers were still working away. I ended up loitering around the village until the Ember of Resolutions festival. I can't believe how close we got to perfection in our 3rd year here, but I'm also definitely kicking myself for not making use of the Ridgeside special orders board because this would have actually made it possible. At this point, I don't feel like I'm going to have enough to fill out every single day of a 4th year, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to find out together in this video today how long it takes me to eventually reach perfection. So let's get into our 4th year, and I'll just check in with you on the days I'm not just sleeping. Before I show you what I did on day 337, let me show you the finished farm. I'm leaving it cropless because I don't need the money and I don't know when this will end. I'm no decorating pro, but overall I'm happy with how things turned out. I headed straight for the Ridgeside special order board to find none of the quests I needed, then I foraged in the forest and prepped for those exotic ingredients. This was enough time for my pigs to find me a truffle which went straight into the oil maker, then it was off to bed for me. I collected the truffle oil on day 339, but I didn't turn it into a rain totem because I could see rain was forecast for tomorrow. Tomorrow had arrived and I was straight into the highlands, which had some awful visibility once again. Chasing down a green mushroom in this weather was a struggle, but as soon as I got it, I was out of there to get this thing straight in the shipping bin. Then it was back to bed so I could wake up the next morning and get the full shipment achievement. I don't even know why I stepped outside because I just turned back around to go to sleep again until day 344 when I checked the Ridgeside board again. I'm looking for either exotic ingredients or morning hobby, neither of which showed up. I accepted the hotel power backup for some reason though, no idea why because I won't be doing it. I went back to sleep again until day 351 for the next board refresh. Again, nothing I needed, but I did accept the charity wishlist quest I failed in the past. I actually had everything at home all ready to go, so I donated it all right away in exchange for 80 grand. A pretty decent quest if you just happen to have the stuff. I resumed my slumber till day 358, and for this entire week, I'll be getting up to harvest tea leaves and prep for the morning hobby quest. You'll see what I mean whenever it crops up, but I thought I'd tell you now because I don't think you need to hear about this on the days where it's the only thing I do. I was relieved to finally find the spring version of exotic ingredients today, so this morning was for gathering the ingredients I needed, but I did also go view a cutscene at the Amathine residence as a result of our animal product donation, and basically the wider reward is access to a loan of 500 grand for the farm if we need it. I do feel like this is a bit redundant at the point where you're able to hand off the amount of animal products for that quest though, but hey, now we know what it does. The only thing I was really missing for Pika's quest was this fish, and I stayed out to catch a second one because no doubt I'll need it for the recipe. I dropped off all the ingredients that afternoon and went back to bed. I'll need to return to his restaurant at a later date to buy the recipe we unlocked for this. I ended up doing this on day 363 because I also realised today that I still needed to catch Gus on Ginger Island for the tropical curry recipe. From this day on, I'll stand and wait every day to see if he goes, so I'll tell you whenever we end up getting it. You have no idea how relieved I was when this ended up being the very next day. I almost couldn't believe it. Now we just need 2 more recipes from the Ridgeside special orders, and we got the next one we needed the day after that, the morning hobby quest. This needs 100 coffee beans and 50 tea leaves, so I brought them to Olga's kitchen, which meant the recipe became available via mail the next morning. A cup of coffee and a green tea isn't exactly what I expected for this, but I'd definitely still drink it. My next day out in the open was day 372 for an unsuccessful board trip. In fact, the exotic ingredients quest didn't appear the week after that, or the week after that, which means we run out of summer Mondays this year, and this is the last recipe I need. I didn't feel the regret any harder than this moment right here. I slept again till full, and whilst I didn't need the request board this season, I did need to pick up some Highland chards because I didn't have enough to cook with, so that would have been the other perfection blocker for last year too. I cooked these on this day too, so now all I have left is the Summer Mountain Blessing. This meant I needed to sleep all the way through to Summer 1st, Year 5. Full disclosure though, since literally all I'd have to do is sleep, I installed the CJB Cheats mod to skip time to Spring 28th to sleep into Summer 1st. This was just to prevent me going to bed and hitting yes like 50 something times in a row. I promise you though, this was its only use. For this first Monday, I had no luck with the board, and the quest didn't actually come up until day 498, the last Monday of the season. My heart would literally be racing every time I approached the board at this point. Like last time, it took half the day fishing to get everything I needed, including another fish for myself to cook the dish. Then I placed all the ingredients in the box that evening to complete that quest. I bought the recipe from Pika's the next morning and went straight home to cook it. There it is, the Gourmet Chef achievement. A quick check of the perfection tracker revealed we officially reached 100% on day 499. Ah, happy cursor dances. That means, on day 500, I met Lunna at the summit for that final cutscene. To let you in on a little secret here, I didn't actually know till I scripted this day that this is day 500. You'd think I'd have planned this, but really I didn't. This is wild. What a 5 years it's been. Even if we did sleep for like 2 of them, but whatever, we did it okay. And hey, look at that! This is the first time since our first Stardew Valley Expanded playthrough that the cutscene hasn't been broken. I think that's something to celebrate in and of itself, and Lunna's one is super cute too. She's really grateful to have had someone to get to know her story and accept her as she is. Now I'm not gonna lie, this is absolutely not how I expected this video to go. I was so set and ready to have everything finished in year 3, but this is me we're talking about. I don't do planning. But the best part about all of this is how much more in depth these mods ended up being than I could ever have expected. Have you guys reached perfection with these mods before? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear about your experience, and if you're still playing through them, what's your favourite part? As you all know, I adore making these 100 day style videos for you, and next up is 100 days of Graveyard Keeper, which I've actually been streaming too, by the way. The full gameplay streams are in the description. I'm now running a couple of polls on the channel for what type of content you'd like to see in the future, so do check the link down below and have your say. And if you're a channel member at Blueberry or Cranberry level, I have an extra special poll for you in the description too. This is to vote on the next 100 days video, which I'll be releasing after Graveyard Keeper. This poll should be running for at least the next few weeks, so it's not too late to join down below and have your say. Please do leave a like if you made it this far. This really has been quite the adventure, and subscribe for even more 100 days content coming soon. Thank you so much to my channel members, and I will see you in the next video. Bye!